Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng ZETA Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa ko.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Kiudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-i-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na ako for Team Secret. So kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako eh.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabihin lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano ako kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
I think we had some good runs in the beginning of the year.
ตอนแรกก็คาดหวังไว้เยอะครับกับหลังจากที่เห็นไลน์อัพมาก็คาดหวังไว้สูงเลยว่าอาจจะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนไปมาสเตอร์อะไรอย่างงี้แต่ก็ผลก็ไม่ได้เป็นตามที่คาดหวังไว้ครับ
I think it all came down to teamwork. One of the core values that we really liked when we work as a team is how we could be more vocal about each other, but it didn't really happen as much in the previous squad. That's why we look towards having a mixed roster. Some agree, a lot of people disagree. There's no better time to prove ourselves than now.
I know a lot of people in Pacific are probably unfamiliar with me and they see me as like, you know, I came from Challengers, Tier 2 and A, right?
Even though he came from like a Tier 2 team, I think his comms, ideas, and everything is on par with other Tier 1 pros.
The way he plays is very off the books.
I definitely think I'm smarter than most duelists. Actively reading the game. I'm looking at orbs, ults, I'm looking at tendencies. It's good to have a duelist that, you know, thinks
out of game. He likes to disturb Ban.
Governor and Ban, to me, both of them are like brothers.
It was my idea to bring him here. I'm really happy he's here. He surprised me a lot, especially in the practice when it comes to like focuses and what we want to work on.
Sharing how much work you need as a team to get to that level, I think is super important.
จริงผมว่าชอบแบนสุดเลยนะแต่ก็อยากคุยกับเขาแหละแต่เรื่องภาษาด้วยก็คุยไม่รู้เรื่องแต่ก็ในเกมก็ผมคิดว่าเขาใจเย็นดีแล้วก็อ่านเกมได้ขาด Shid, mechanically, is probably the best on the team. He's what I would call the rock of a team. Someone who just is consistent, is always, you know, hitting their shots. Someone whose emotions are always in check.
J-Boy, respect him, like changing to a whole new language. He's still trying his best, helping the team, being the solid like player that he is.
อยากจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองนะครับว่าคนไทยก็ไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลก
Lenny, I've known him for quite a while.
I think Lenny has really good potential.
He's very good with accountability. If he makes a mistake, he'll call himself out immediately and apologize. As a player, I was surprised by his ability to play make.
Because I'm the IGL this year, I want to make sure that we have everything like drilled, structured. I want us to like play together as a team. I want to show like my individual skills too.
We all know that he's working really hard in both studies and in game. It feels pretty good to have someone who is that diligent in his work to be the leader of like the team right now. So our last addition to the team is Surf. Surf is kind of like a goofy kid, but he looks different when he's on stage.
ก็ที่เข้ามาช่วยก็มาเสริมทัพครับแบบเรามาเติมเต็มทีมเราขาดอะไรก็ผมก็มาเติมเต็มครับว่าจะเป็นการเดินยิงความกล้าเล่นหรือว่าความมั่นใจครับบีดสแกรี่ครับคิดว่าทีมนั้นก็คงไม่เท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะโดนผมยิง5คนก็อาจจะผมน่าจะคนเดียวก็ไหวทั้งทีม
Last year, people were calling them the new Paper X now. I don't think that's what we're going to do this year.
We're bringing in something new.
We have different players from different parts of the world.
We're definitely going to be way more structured, way more disciplined, playing out rounds clean, playing rounds optimally.
I think it'll catch a lot of people off guard.
I think for most of us, we didn't get our chance to show what we have last year. It's just like watching from the sidelines. Definitely a rough year.
Honestly, this opportunity, I guess, yeah, you can see it as a second chance.
ความหมายของผมก็แชมป์ทุกรายการอยู่แล้วถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากให้เป็นอย่างนั้น
ดีใจครับที่จะได้เล่นเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
We know that it's make it or break it. I'm just gonna be honest, like we don't feel like we're at the top yet. We're not even close, but everyone is just as committed as everyone else in the team.
We have to prove the doubters wrong.
And I just want to give good results to like the talent who trusted me, the coach who gave me a shot, and I feel this year is going to be our time.
ก็อยากฝากเชียร์พวกเราทารอนนะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ใช่ไลน์อัพเดิมแล้วก็อยากให้ตามเชียร์พวกเราอยู่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ยังตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับ
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는.
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때.
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 이제 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 거 왔다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요. 퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
우승한 팀들이나 우승 근처에 갔던 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어났기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 신경 주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요.
경계되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한 팀, 두 팀이 일단 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야죠. 야, 발로란트는 우리가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요, 이 팀이. 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등. 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐. 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠, 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기, 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요, 저는.
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고 1등을 딱 찍는
소년 만화 맞습니다. 주인공은 저일 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간 굴곡 있잖아요. 한 번 꺾였다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵 같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 산사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이제 우리의 시간입니다.
There was a lot of hype behind the old roster, but this roster, it feels like we're like a bunch of no ones here.
Mostly everybody's opinion was just, oh, there's not enough firepower, like how are they going to do in the league? So I think the main storyline is just us trying to prove those people wrong and us building together up as a team.
Having incredibly skilled players doesn't necessarily guarantee success. This year we took a bit of a different approach. We wanted to make sure that we got the team environment and the culture correct so we could develop them into players that would be great players. We wanted to facilitate that by having an environment where the players develop each other, and it's been our core focus when we were choosing the players.
This project was fully fresh, you know, new faces everywhere. We had to go through hella things, you know, like so many different experiences, so many different cultures coming in, so many different ideas coming in, and we had to kind of just put it together and pick out what's best in all these different areas.
I can say this is like the best team I've ever had before in terms in the atmosphere, the closeness between each other, and then there is no negativity in the team. So everyone is just like focused.
Going back, this was my goal for the year, that it was a sad part for me that I couldn't be in the playing five and I couldn't have the play time. So I set myself as a goal that by the end of the year, I want to be in the playing five and I want to be playing.
So we had 6 weeks just now before convergence, and then we'll have another 6 weeks or so before we start the league. We felt like that was enough time to give Lanifas the time he needed with the team to develop. His confidence is much higher than it was. I think he's developing in all the right areas.
With Polvi, he's someone that would just go in, not care in the world, make space.
If you're the entry, you go. I don't really care if I die or if I get the kills, you know. I've done my job and finding the gaps for my team, so.
Russ's firepower is extraordinarily underrated. When he was in Guild, he was playing just the hard flex role. He was doing all the hard jobs.
We play with like star players, I guess you could say, you know? Me playing with like Leo Safe, right? It's just one of the things. People don't really realize we're all good at shooting back. Like we're actually good at aiming. But the thing is, you know, when you play with stars, you don't shine as much, you know?
Pras helped me a lot. His calls are insane. It just makes us feel more comfortable the way he calls.
He always has his mindset on something, and he knows like how to get us there.
The people are like, oh my God, Ben Kai, really? He's coming to G? Like, it was the perfect fit, right? He's got fresh ideas, he's a Masters and Champions player, and he's got the experience of, you know, the highest level. So it was kind of a no-brainer for me that G would go for somebody like him because he was on the market and nobody was looking at him.
So one thing he said when he came here is kind of a big part of the reason why he's not main IGLing is, you know, I like being creative, I like coming up with rounds, I like being able to help in the call-in, but I have a lot more left to give individually.
I'm just looking to build myself more as a player, I think, because not a lot of people know me as like this like fragging powerhouse or something. But I know that I'm capable of that, and I'm trying to push myself to accomplish that as much as I can.
Blaze King, we picked him up, he had an insane performance in Ascension. We felt like individually he was at a very high level.
I'm surprised nobody's talking about his firepower. He had amazing individuals for his role.
On Haven, there was this one round where Blaze King got an ace and the other team was an eco. And yes, sure, it's not an ideal situation to be in, but you saw the fortitude that the players carried. You saw the sort of faith they're willing to put in on their teammates. You did not see that last year.
G, after announcing the roster itself, we have a lot of haters, of course. I don't really want to say anything about the haters, but the fans is just crazy. They don't actually support who wins, they actually just support the teams, you know.
Them chanting your name, chanting G, like, oh, it's like, you can feel the vibrations when you're on stage, right? And that makes you just feel like, wow, the fan buff, it actually is, it's real.
Global esports has been that one ray of hope that the Indian community needed, because I can't seem to imagine the Indian VALORANT scene without global esports. It's not possible. The sort of things they've done for the community, it's phenomenal, and I think the relationship that Indian fans share with global esports is one full of passion and one full of aspiration.
I'm tired of fighting. I'm gonna win now. G winning.
안녕하세요. 카메라 보고 인사해. 안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다. 벨리저스. 안녕하세요.
Makeup and new hairdo.
Wow, 멋지다. I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind, but like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 셋업이 많아요? 조금 커피했어요. Perfect eye? Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
맞아요. 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷.
네, 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 근데 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Makes sense.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 자체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도 있고.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it's really fits on our team.
So good. 레디 큐. 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요? 자, 레디 큐. 큐. Okay, thank you. I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but it's kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 돼 있어서 색다르고요.
3, 2, 1, 하!
Okay, good.
Can you say second?
去年もやったんですけど結構なんだろう設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです.
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
손 한쪽 잡아줘. 손 한쪽 잡아줘.
너무 뭔가? 片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
The strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting? Oh my god. 올라가야 돼. 민정 저기 올라갈 수 있어? 아니? Hey, Carly. You okay?
It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
DRX 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요?
아니요 안 올라가요. 저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just shot.
Okay, my turn. Ready, cue.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know because last time they was the best team in Asia and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I did that because they asked me to do it.
촬영은 너무 재밌게 했고 선의의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅.
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we in here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on this ground. And we will not give up the ground. Fight. Into the jungle.
We're in chilly Seoul, South Korea, but things are starting to heat up. Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I got a new analyst with us, Mabuhay Asarai.
Yay.
Welcome. How you feeling?
I'm good. Super excited and just happy to be here.
We are very happy to have you here too. And Achilles, we had a long day yesterday.
What are you talking about?
It was a short day.
Today's the first day. Yesterday, it didn't, there was just a rehearsal. Now it's time to get into the action. But yeah, I mean, it was long, but also action-packed. When we were in the game, things were really tight in both of those matches. So honestly, it was a very fun experience, all things considered.
Right? It was actually incredible. The two matches that played off yesterday was T1 and Bleed, with T1 taking it to the next one with the win. It was a really close game, and Gen G versus RRQ, and that was another back and forth the entire time. They took it to the third map on Sunset, with Gen G winning that one out. Now we got to talk about today's matches. We were hoping to see that yesterday, but now we're going to see it today. We're going to see ZETA Division versus Generation Gaming. Gen G, we were highly anticipated. Sorry, not Gen G.
Global.
Global Esports. I am kind of in yesterday. Global
Yesterday
Esports.
messed with us.
It did, yeah. So Global Esports and ZETA Division. So these are two teams we're also really excited to see, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, ZETA, we've got a taste of both of these teams in the offseason. We got to see ZETA Division twice, once at Red Bull Homeground, then at the Riot 1 event in Japan. And then Global, we got to see with this kind of new roster coming together over at Convergence, because obviously there's only one mainstay from this team. Everything else has basically been rebuilt, and even the mainstay is not somebody that we got to see too much of. Obviously, lower third, not quite correct. That's Polvi from Global Esports.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about Global Esports since we're looking at them right now. Asarai, you're pretty excited about this team, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely, because as Kilios was talking about, this is a team that has gotten a lot of individual pieces that have been proven from their previous teams and have now kind of just been smushed into the Global Esports roster. And again, Polvi, one of those players that is definitely to look out for, coming from the Finnish scene.
Right. Now, we're going to talk more about them, of course, because they're going to be playing. Now, yesterday we saw some teams we were really curious about with our newest addition, Bleed Esports, and of course the brand new Gen G playing yesterday. We got 11 teams total. It was 10 last year, and it was crazy way to kick off.
It's just good to finally be able to see all of these teams because we've been wondering because, you know, yeah, the off-season tournaments, they were there. A lot of these teams had performed in them, but the likes of RQ, we didn't get to see anything from them. We hadn't seen Bleed with Ye in the roster until just that matchup yesterday where they were unfortunately not able to close out a single map win versus T1, who looked overall very, very strong. But Bleed still has some merit. They're going in a very different direction than a lot of people might have anticipated, not trying to go for the full old Optic play style and really enabling Ye to be this guy who goes off and kind of dominates everybody. It's a bit more of a shared feeling that's coming out, but clearly some things still need to be tightened up. Ye, we got to see him debuting 2 different agents that he had never played before. Played the Neon on the first map, then we got to see him play the Sky. So these things are going to take a little bit of time. Coming into Kickoff, this tournament is pretty brutal because, you know, lose 2, you're going to be out. That's your chance to go to Madrid, you know, down the drain. So I think that with more time, Bleed can become that team that is very much feared and can challenge towards the top. But for now, I think it's just some growing pains still.
That's right. I mean, Kickoff is a little brutal, but that's not going to be the end of the road for champions for them, is it, Azra?
Yeah, definitely. Again, even if you do fall short of Kickoff, you still can be able to get points throughout the entirety of the year. So there is a chance, but it is obviously better to get yourself into Madrid, get those extra points, and just be ahead of the pack. So
that's right.
Yeah.
So all hope's not lost. It's not at the end of the road for Kickoff, but we're still really excited to see what's up with all these teams. And first matchup today, we got ZETA Division and Global Esports. Next up, we'll have Team Secret and Talent, and we're going to end the day with DRX versus DFM. Again, a lot of really exciting news. We were talking about yesterday. We've seen upgrades across the board for every single team in Pacific. So this is going to be a really wild season. How are you feeling about how this whole season is shaping up?
Just really unsure because, again, there's so many unknown quantities. Even with ZETA and Global in particular, while we did get to see them in the offseason, it wasn't with the full rosters. Global playing over at Convergence, they didn't have Benkai in. They're playing with that substitute coming through. ZETA Division didn't have depth when they played in either of the tournaments. We got to see the likes of Kaide, no, not Tense's fiance, different one, Japanese player, subbing in, as well as a 6-man rotating roster over at Red Bull Homeground. So we haven't seen either of these teams at their full potential yet.
That's right. There are players missing at the recent Convergence and Riot 1. Now, what's really exciting about Global Esports, Benkai, who is a very well-known face, of course, in VALORANT, is now as part of the Global Esports team, us, right?
Yeah, and again, I think a big reason as to why he was picked up, you know, just going away from all that we've seen from the previous videos is just he just wants to have that spotlight be put on him with the plays that he makes and not the calls that he makes. I think that's one of the biggest things right now for Benkai, and hopefully Global does give him that opportunity to do so.
Now, ZETA Division, like we said, we saw a little inkling, little preview at Riot 1, but what I'm really excited is they, like DRX, have finally switched up their roster. They have 2 new, fresh additions.
Yeah, this is something that everybody has been kind of begging for the longest time. You know, there was a little bit of leeway going at the beginning of the season, but ever since that big spike performance back at Masters, 2 years ago at this point, that ZETA had, we never kind of got that same high. So everybody else, who was cheering for this team and wanting to see this team back at international events, wanting to see them be able to, punch above their weight, be able to push themselves into the top 4 once more, was saying, okay, I think we actually might need to see some changes, and ZETA has finally answered that call. So a call up from their academy team, a pickup from, Fennel, one of the other Japanese organizations that competes in Tier 2. They're finally making these changes while maintaining a very solid core of Laz, Sugar Zero, as well as Depth.
Yeah, let's talk about this actually with the new Hiroron being this initiator and flex role in Euron. According to their coach, very fun-loving, really new to the global stage.
All smiles.
I mean, look at his picture. What a pose.
Yeah.
And Global Esports, what should we be expecting from their players, Azra?
Yeah, aside from the things that I've mentioned about Benkai, I think all eyes will be set on Polvi here. As I mentioned, he is that Finnish star that came in from the particular scene. He's also played in the France League, if I'm not mistaken. Super aggressive, fits into that Global Esports roster. So definitely a player that I think has this, that has the identity that global esports wanted to be, which is again super aggressive and in your face.
Now we're looking at Laz and Russ. Why are these our key players for today?
I think it's going to be, taking a look at some of the captaincy that we have here between these two teams. So Laz is, somebody who since last year had really been picking up that role as far as making the shot calls and decisions round over round for what the team was going to be doing. And we did see, initially he was very much struggling with that. The chamber meta had fallen out. Laz was picking up some kind of newer agents that he didn't have as much experience on. But by the end, he started really finding his footing. And then, of course, chamber came back in for the LCQ.
Yep.
And they were able to make a run from there. So I'm curious to see if he's still going to be very reliant on that chamber coming into the current meta, because we only got to see X-Curate on it yesterday on Lotus. Otherwise, no other chamber play whatsoever. So I'm curious if he's going to try to really force it into the meta. But on the opposite side, you have Russ, who is a player that has quite a bit of experience behind him. Obviously coming over from Guild, has that international experience behind him as well. So joins into this roster to try to bring some extra veterancy there alongside Benkai. And I think that having him there with Benkai, who also has shot called at the highest level and has had those strong performances at internationals, I think that this is a very solid foundation for Global to work around with.
Now, I have talked a bit about, what Twitter's been saying, a bit about our own predictions even. A lot of us are feeling very strongly for ZETA, but why is this? What kind of hope do we have for Global Esports?
Honestly, it's just because it feels like even though there are pieces that should be working for Global here, it's too early, right? They've already proven themselves, again, as I mentioned, in the previous teams that they played at, but they haven't proven themselves as global esports just yet. For ZETA Division, it's more like, as Achilles was mentioning, they already have their core players. They only added what is there to complement what was already existing. So I feel like that's the reason why we feel like ZETA has a bigger shot in this series up against Global.
It's not only that for me, it's also to do with just kind of what we were able to see in the offseason, because ZETA, I think there was promise shown at home ground. Did it blow our expectations out of the water? Not necessarily, but there were still some strong performances. Overall, they played against Cloud9 twice at home ground. We saw them go 2-3 in them, winning a best of 1, then picking up a single map in that best of 3 series. And you could tell that the development was there, but it was also without depth. And again, Global, they didn't have Benkai, but if you're asking me which one has more firepower or when added into the roster, I have to go with depth. So I feel like him coming back in, being the hand of God, the child of God rather, as they call him, that's just such a huge power boost over what we saw from ZETA in the offseason comparatively.
All right, let's hear from the coaches because we have changes on that front too.
For Carlos, for ZETA, I'll ask you the question. You got a new roster for the team, 2 new players joining in, so what do you think is his strongest point?
Yeah, Yuden, he brings a lot of flex things for the table. He can do whatever we need, so this is really impressive. Hero Ron is also a really clutch player, so when the things got tough, we can count on him. So both young kids, both kids that are improving so much, and I'm really proud of them.
Oh, yeah, already both strong players. Good to hear the news. 두 선수들 모두 유연하고 또 신뢰가 가는 플레이를 보이기 때문에 아주 믿음직스럽다고는 답변을 받았습니다. Okay, for GE, I got a question for Coach Spin. You had a massive roster shuffle as well, bringing in Bazzi at the last minute. So can you tell us about the story shortly?
So Bassi's only a sub. Clear that up straight away. Our organization likes to bait. They like to act like they don't know who's going to be playing. We've only practiced with this 5. We've practiced with this 5 since the beginning. Bassi was brought in as a substitute. He's a great substitute player. Thought we'd bring him on. The other 5, everyone likes to act like they don't know who these players are. They will know. Soon they will know.
네, 이제 바지 선수가 항상 그 뒤에 서브스티튜트 플레이어로 준비돼 있었는데 5 선수들 모두 다 준비성이 철저히 됐고 어떤 플레이를 선보여드릴지 기대가 된다고 말씀드렸습니다. So for the next question, who would you say is a key player for today for ZETA?
Our key player?
Yeah, your team's key player.
I think he's Laz. He's our IGL, so we can count on him when the match gets tough. So I think it's him.
Oh, okay. A lot of us will believe in that too. 네, RGL 리더를 하고 있는 라즈 선수가 키 플레이어라고 지목을 했습니다. And also for key player for GE, who do you think?
For GE, it's Polvi, the young god, the young Finnish god.
그 젊은 신, 우리 정말 많은 사람들이 믿고 힘을 주고 있는 폴비 선수라고 대답을 했습니다. So lastly, I want to ask questions for both of you. Tell us your mindset heading into the first match of today's season.
My mindset and also the team mindset is just we can make a good match as a team. I think that's why is our goal, and for this year to be like a better team. So that's our mindset for today.
아, 나이스. 팀 전체로서 정말 팀워크를 보여주면서 좋은 팀을 수각을 나타내는 게 오늘 경기에 임하는 자세라고 말했네요. And for GE2, your mindset?
The goal going to any game is to smash the opponent. That's all.
오늘 게임 아주 끝장내겠다는 다짐을 말해줬습니다. Then good luck to your both. Nice games.
Thank you
so much.
네, 그럼 지금까지 감독들 인터뷰 들어봤습니다.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches. Oh my, there's so much to unpack there, which we will throughout the game. But first and foremost, Bazi. A lot of us were wondering what was going to happen there. He's definitely going to be a sub. And Polvi being described as a young Finnish god. I mean, you were pretty excited about Polvi too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I was watching some of the matches that he's actually played, he definitely has no fear when he tries to go take those fights, and he's able to get those multi-kills for the previous teams that he's played on. So these are kind of the characteristics that Global is hoping for. You can already hear the confidence in the voice of Coach Spin that he really does have a lot of faith in this team, and it goes to show that a lot of faith comes into also having Polvi in that roster.
Yeah, he was one of the standout players for the mid-convergence, where everybody else had their struggles, especially when they were playing against Vitality, who was looking like an incredibly strong team in their own right. Polvi was still having a shining performance. So I do definitely have my eyes trained on him, but again, you're going up against depth. This guy, I mean, he broke the land kill record playing Sova on Haven, I believe, and he's incredible. So his work is certainly going to be cut out for him, but I think Polvi is the guy to put stock in if you're Global Esports.
That said, as excited as we are for Global Esports, you can see across the board. Yeah, ZETA does, I mean, they have most of their core team there. They definitely proved themselves last year's champions. Like you mentioned, Depth, also known in Japan as a child god. So we got a lot of gods facing off today. I think this is going to be very exciting here. How are you feeling about ZETA today, Asra? I know you talked about Global, but ZETA, what's your mood for this?
My mood, at least for what they're going to be looking for, probably to see what maps would be best for Heroron as well as on that initiator, because I feel like one of the issues that they might be facing, even though they have some time to prepare already, is that Heroron is coming from that Sentinel role, so he might not be as adjusted into playing into certain maps to get the information, to get those startups for Dep and Euron when he's going to be adjusted into that initiator role. So unsure yet what they're going to be looking to pick, but yeah, it's going to be ZETA.
And Kilios, there's been a huge change in the coaches department of ZETA. How's that going to affect things?
That's what I'm really curious to see, because it's hard to say until we actually really see it on stage. But I mean, when Kalau had kind of joined, it had been pretty recent in the off-season tournaments and whatnot. So now that they've had some more time to develop, I'm really curious what direction he's been taking this team in, because it is, I think, one of the least expected changes to a roster or to an organization that we've seen in the off-season, maybe globally, that we have a formerly Brazilian coach coming in, over from Furia after a 2-year stint there, coming over to coach a Japanese team. It's super bizarre, but this is going to be a very different perspective that he's bringing to these players. So I'm curious if we're going to see more aggression coming out, but we'll have to wait and see.
ZETA ディビジョンのラズです。チームリーダーを務めております。今年もまたこの大会に出ることができて嬉しく思っております。ZETA もメンバーが新しくなって今までとは違うZETAをお見せできるのも間違いないなと思ってます。特に若い選手2人に対してすごい可能性を感じるというか、すごい楽しみですね。G がどれぐらいの状態なのかっていうのが分かんないのはもちろんあって、不安とかもありますけど、個人的にねやっぱ強いチームと戦えるっていうのはすっごい楽しみなので、早く試合日が来るといいなと思ってます。自信は自分たちのチームの状態っていうのは自分たちが一番よく分かってるし、他のチームで真似できないようなパフォーマンスをこの新しいメンバー、新しいシステムでやっていきたいなと思ってます。新しい波を立てます。
I'm Russ. I'm the captain and IGL of Global Esports. So the reason behind moving to Pacific for me and Mie was because I wanted a fresh start, and Global Esports was the right choice for me. Everything seemed too perfect. For Team Global Esports, the chemistry has been at an all-time high, especially with how we've taken day by day, week by week. We've we're excited to play. I do actually have my eyes on playing the best Japanese team, that is ZETA Division. Facing ZETA in the first match, man, I'm actually really excited, you know. I always wanted to play them, so this is my time to shine, I guess you can say. I'm looking forward to bringing a new wave to the Pacific region. Don't take us lightly, don't underestimate us, because we'll be fighting till the end.
Well, it's going to be the long-awaited match, at least by a day. We got Global Esports and ZETA Division. We're really excited to see the new iteration of both of these teams. Now, ZETA Division, again, across the board, both the Korean casters and over here on the English desk, we're quite confident about their gameplay. But with two new players, is their inexperience on the global stage going to affect things a lot?
It certainly can, and we've seen that plenty of times. I mean, Karon, his first experience over at Convergence, definitely had some, you know, moments where it took him a while to find his footing, but then once he did, you could see that he was really picking up pace and becoming that player on stage that the team knew that he was going to be. The very much same could be said here for these players on the side of ZETA, but they do now have experience playing in front of crowds. They, you know, again, Red Bull Homeground, I think, was a really good experience for these players to have first and foremost, because not only was it in front of a home crowd, so a lot of higher expectations on you, but it was also in a legendary venue within Japan. So even that just has way more, you know, cultural pressure that's added in on top of it. So I think that they should come into this feeling a bit more comfortable than they otherwise would have, but you can still have those nerves.
That's right. I mean, with leadership from Laz coming in for them, I'm sure this is going to be great, almost having this big brother look over the rest of the team. As coach has described him to be incredibly smart, being able to think his way out of really tight situations.
Yeah, and you're, at least if I could just, you know, look at the other side here too for Global Esports, it might actually be what could be like the polar opposite, right? Where they're just high off of just being on Global Esports, which is such a team that loves to give that much energy to their players. You know how when you ever go into a tournament and you have GE there was always the GE fighting shout. They are looking to be a lot more aggressive. And again, I do like how, even though I'm talking about how Global Esports is coming off of picking up all of these pieces, it's kind of like how they already want to go for, so they're pretty used to it by now, so maybe that's why they're just okay trying to use these new pieces into this match against ZETA Division. In any case, still would love to see, aside from Polvi here, Lightning Fast to get his spotlight finally, because again, when it's him or SK Rossi back in the day, they're always gonna pick SK Rossi, but I really feel like Lightning Fast was so underrated that he didn't get his chance. But now you've seen it in the videos that he's happy that he gets to be in the starting five. He gets more time in the spotlight to show what he's got.
Yeah, that's right.
I do have a little bit of concerns about that for him, because, you know, we didn't get to see too much from him last season. So this is almost kind of like a debut for him, because now he's a part of that starting core 5. They decided to keep him, the only player that we had, and now Bazzi, you know, kind of tacked on there at the very last second. But he was the only player that they decided to retain compared to last season. So that in itself does bring a lot of added pressure. There's a lot more expectations to prove why you were held onto this roster. So I'm hoping that he's able to deal with that. It seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. Was talking to him a little bit earlier and seems fairly confident. So I think that he should be ready for this, but you never know what you're going to, how that emotion is going to hit you, how that pressure is going to hit you until you are in that seat, until you're on stage, getting ready for this barriers to drop.
I mean, I have to have the same question for Benkai. There must be so much pressure, maybe from the other end. We didn't get to see a lot of Lightning Fast last year, but we also didn't get to see a lot of Benkai either. He must have a lot of weight on his shoulders. I mean, this guy is known for cooking up some pretty cool strats. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's actually a good kind of balance. If all of these players haven't gotten that extra bit of time to really get adjusted compared to ZETA Division, what you could be looking for is Russ is going to be, as they were talking about, the IGL that's going to, you know, smooth things out for the bigger plays. And then once Benkai thinks about something that, maybe this is, you know, a smaller play that we can do that can add things up, I feel like that at least gives Global Esports that edge, because even though, again, they've only been here for such a short time, they have so many ways of trying to figure things out. So lots of problem solving for a team that's this new.
I have to discuss this. It's going to be kind of hard to guess at this point, but we saw a glimpse of this. What kind of maps are we expecting to see? We got to see most of the map pool yesterday. I don't think we saw Bind or Ascent, but today, what are we feeling?
Well, so ZETA coming into this one, my brain says is because that was kind of their go-to, their linchpin map that we saw from them all last season. Even though damn near every time they were playing it, it was very close. You know, kind of like DRX in that situation where they always want to reliably, you know, rely on the map and pick it, but then they would have to really battle to be able to get a win. I hope that with Carlisle coming in, he's trying to shift them away from these maps that they've been continuously playing. So I'm hoping to see something new here from ZETA.
Well, with that, we are ready to see what their map picks are going to be. I'm thinking maybe a bit of Sunset as well. I hear both of these teams are pretty excited to play it. Now let's see what's up.
It's ZETA Division! Stronger than ever, about to do a 180 to turn from GE fighting to GE winning. It's Global Esports.
कौन है जो करे मेरा सामना कर आंखें बंद कर ले तू प्रार्थना underdog energy in the house GE fighting no hiding believing we VALORANT we bring the fight to the tyrants born in chaos need no silence not here for the glory no room for jealousy we here to build the legacy भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max.
We have both teams here. We'll now begin today's map ban. Global Esports, will you please ban the map?
All right, it's time for map picks. Let's see what these two teams have got.
Global Esports, you may pick the first map.
The Global is going to be taking away Lotus. I think this makes a lot of sense in the current meta. This has been one of the best maps that we've seen for Chamber and one of the ones that's been talked about the most. And, you know, when you're going up against Laz, that's not one that you want to find yourself on. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Breeze with some of the changes. Seems like ZETA don't want straight towards that, but we get Binded and actually Icebox picked from ZETA.
I can only anticipate that there's something with the Sentinel lineups or Sentinel setups that Laz has that as to why we're looking at Icebox here. Bind, I'm not entirely sure. This is the interesting one though that I'm looking at here. The split ban on ZETA Division. This was the map that last year they had a lot of success on. So
ZETA will play defense. ZETA picks Icebox,
that's on.
Attack,
I'm very flabbergasted by that.
I think that for the Bind pick here, I actually really like this for Global because ZETA has always had a really rough time on this map. They either barely scrape by with a win in overtime on Bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map. I mean, you take a look at the last few times that they played it. Yes, 2 of them were in off-season tournaments, but they got 13-3'd by Na'Vi, 13-2'd by Cloud9. Then, of course, there was the super close matchup versus NRG back at Champions with a 15-13 loss for them. But the last win that they got was T1, and like I mentioned, it was, again, in overtime, it was 14-12 for them to be able to get a win in the regular season on this map. So this is not one that we've seen too much from ZETA all time. They're like a 50% win rate on this map. So I really like kind of tackling that weakness here from the side of Global Esports, but you have to expect it with Karlov coming in as well. He's going to have noticed that weakness and is going to want to reinforce it and try to make them better on this map.
Well, I'm very excited either way for both these teams. I can tell, we can see the spirits of ZETA, the team. Their energy is completely different coming into this year. Will was joking, Laz looks happy for the first time in Pacific. But it's true, he's been seen smiling more. There's a different kind of energy about them, and they're looking to be more aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all eyes are set on ZETA here because they have all of their predictions actually set for them. I really am honestly just wanting to see how Heron plays on that initiator as well, especially that Bind is going to be that first map. What is the big adjustment that he has to kind of set upon himself when he's setting things up for Laz and the rest of ZETA Division?
I think one of my biggest questions as we get ready to go into this map is, well, of course, Laz, are you going to be playing Chamber on this map? It's something we have seen run. Even back at Champions, we had the likes of Busio that was playing it on this map. But is the Sky still going to remain super prevalent when it comes down to Bind? She was obviously a mainstay on most maps, was the most played agent that we had last year. But we have seen some teams starting to stray away from it after the recent nerfs. We still had a decent amount of Sky yesterday. Again, Ye playing it for the first time even. But is that meta going to change as we go into this matchup? This is the first time that we're seeing Bind, so I'm curious if there's going to be any big overarching comp changes that we see.
Yeah, that's right. This is the first time we're seeing Bind at all since the beginning of this kickoff. I know Euro picks have been, floating about across all the regions, and being kind of agent of the year.
Yeah. What is going to be, I think, something to also maybe be something you just watch out for here is both teams still have the possibility to go for double duelists, at least in the comps, because you still have Euron, you still have Depth on global side, you have Lightning Fast and Polvi that actually don't really steal certain duelists away from each other so they can complement that. And we have seen in the past Bind be a map that just sometimes if you are having struggles with finding any kind of value even on attacking on defending, double duelist seems like the way to go, and both teams can choose to go for that kind of route. Yeah, you could very well run the jet race for either of these teams, maybe even throw a curveball out there, bring out the Reyna, a little flavor from the side of Paper X. So I think that both teams are very well capable of that. It's more just about what surrounds it. What kind of style do you use to try and support that double duelist if you do opt to run it? Is it going to be something like Viper Harbor, have that double controller, really just set up these multiple walls so you can just take the map a fraction at a time, inch your way forward into the site, and pick people off with misinformation? Or are you going to have a bit of a more straightforward approach? Is it going to be that Sky? Is it going to be, Viper again in that mix, but with a double initiator instead alongside it? So I'm really curious to see what this agent select is going to look like, because again, so much time has transpired since we got to see both of these teams in their off-season tournaments, and now they have the full roster up on stage. So I think that this is going to be a very different flavor. The power levels for both of them, I think it's really hard to judge where they're going to be at.
Yeah, in fact, this entire Group A, again, these two teams are part of the Group A. I think this was a team where a lot of us are really uncertain about because there's so many changes for the better, like we said. So it's really hard to say. What are the implications of the winners and losers of today's ZETA Global Esports match? They'll be facing off T1 or Bleed.
Yes, I actually had to double check my notes for that one. So looking quickly into this, yes, so whoever wins this will actually be facing up against T1.
Here we go.
And he loses this, will go up onto Bleed. Ooh.
Okay, so we've got solo duelists on both sides. Polvi's going to be going for that race. It's not going to be Lightning Fast filling into that role. He's actually going on to the Viper. We have double Cypher here. The Sky still does stay for ZETA Division, so Hiron's going to be bringing out that more... this is a much more classic composition overall here for ZETA Division, but Global Esports kind of leaning into something new, because the Gecko, a bit of a mainstay when it comes down to it on this map, but that KO certainly is not.
Yeah, at least you have that wingman to keep yourself as a bait when you try to plant the spike, because usually when you're going on the attacking, the person that plants the spike always gets traded instantaneously, whether you're successful in planting that spike or not. So at least having the wingman, when you don't have, like, let's say a Sage Wall to keep you really safe, Viper Wall doesn't do the same, it makes a lot of sense to have this to have this Gecko, especially when you can reuse your abilities as you pick up, you know, either the Wingman, the Dizzy, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think the Gecko really strong here. I'm just curious, you know, how is Russ going to be piloting the KO? Because it's just so uncommon to see, but it seems like they want to try to stray away from that Sky as much as possible, given the nerfs perhaps. But, you know, having an additional nade, having that 0 point to be able to come through, the null command as well to deny the utility coming through when ZETA Division tries to come in for a retake could be really strong.
Well, only time will tell. We are ready for the first game of today. We're going to see who is fighting harder once more. We're going to go into Bind. Let's go over to our casters, William and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby, Ninja, Asterai, and Achilles.
We're here.
Yes, it's day 2.
It is day 2. We have to remind ourselves. Yeah, not necessarily on the calendar, but it is day 2.
Okay, I mean, we are starting things out with that first match, and they were talking so much about it. You know, some rookies coming in, but of course, the agent composition and the map as well. We've got the double initiator and the double controller.
Yeah, that's some distinct differences. And then, of course, the Des mentioned Sky. I mean, I have my doubts, to be very fair. The Sky changes, I think, hit Bind so hard because she used to be so oppressive on that defensive side over on B Long. What is your answer to keep control of that space and get that information on the pistol, Quack? It looks like it's going to be a stack push out from ZETA to take control of that part of the map.
Already, and that's just such a new flavor for ZETA Division as well, going aggressive. Oh, this is great.
I mean, they tried it a couple times in the offseason. The execution not always clean, but hey, we'll take what we can get to end the rounds earlier than the last 10 seconds of each time. So it's a new look.
Definitely one that's welcome. I think Global Esports, on the other hand, though, maybe just going to take things slow for the time being. They are starting things out. This is a bit of a debut as well. Now, Bankai coming in. They are starting things off, pushing deep into A, using Poison Cloud just to obscure vision. The Gecko getting the plant in.
Yeah, the Wingman, of course, makes things a lot easier on the pistol as well. That low profile going to be pretty useful around that truck. The big question is no opposition. Global Esports should have an inkling that either they need to push out or be very wary of the flank.
Oh, I feel like Lightning Fast is aware of this. They definitely heard the dog now. Russ just checking out the back, but now they're starting to feel surrounded. Exactly. Depp staying hidden in case someone pushes into him. He might be able to catch off a couple of hits. Depp does find one onto Lightning Fast. That's a good start now. Laz got the info, but not quite the tags. Russ holding up by Dice, getting a double kill now. You aren't sticking the defuse, though, thanks to the Sky Smoke. 8 seconds left, and ZETA picks up the round.
I mean, I was about to comment. All right, Russ wanted to talk about firepower. He wanted to say that we can all aim and shoot. Sure, you proved that in the pistol round, but guess what? You still do have to play around the spike. I know some people like to rant about shooting guns in Valorant, but there's also an objective.
Oh, we all got kind of distracted in that moment. It was so odd, but it is what it is. And I mean, ZETA is going to pull off such hijinks just like that. I think it's a very good new look to them.
Yeah, definitely. For any of you who have been waiting for ZETA to have this evolution, at the very least, they are committing to this color change. And with the rookies, too. Let's talk about that. They touched upon it on the desk, but 2 members who started as Academy players under that ZETA banner, now both getting the shot onto Tier 1, and a great triple from Urat.
He does drop to Russ, but still, damage felt and done. And the force from Global Esports just kind of falls apart. What is this? It's so strong. Atarashi ZETA Division, and they are still ringing true. Bankai and Lightning Fast, though, picks up the spike. Now looking for a new option.
I mean, what do you do here? Like you mentioned, Quack, they forced, so they have to make something happen in this round. Saving on a force with a Stinger and a Spectre, not something you ever want to have to choose to do, but it's also like it's a 2v4 with the Cypher and Viper on attack. You gotta hope the stars align. You are stuck between rock and a hard place, and it's only the second round of your very first match in Kickoff.
Rock in a hard place. What are some other hard places? I can't really think of anything.
Well, I mean, this entire map is just walls everywhere, and it's not looking like any of them are about to budge. Don't find the bait out.
Just gotta walk through. I mean, 30 seconds left. Bankai goes for the swing, and that's a great new look as well.
Okay, the first step is there, a weapon upgrade, and they have control of showers as well.
3 players to retake. This is not impossible, especially if Benkai has the Bulldog. They are thinking that he's probably up around Showers, but he's actually wrapping back around to Rendezvous with Lightning Fast.
Yeah, and you have the double snake bite as well. The post plants are available too. I mean, Global Esports,
ZETA.
they don't have as much time as they think they do. Or
yeah,
ZETA.
I like how they're clearing their bases though, using the incendiary and everything, now finally getting information and then the tag to go through. Still good enough. They will be able to pick up the round, but okay, almost dicey.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that they're still counting the options for that post plant, right? They were already pushing out, already wanting to make sure because they have the numbers advantage, we want to get contact and then we can have someone stick onto it once all that lineups come through. But Uran, I mean, a great hold here on window, and we were mentioning Uran and Huron, both these guys. Uran's the one with actually much less experience coming straight up from the Academy roster, not even having a chance to go through Tier 2 and Challengers Japan. And this is a start you want to build up that confidence for some of these younger players.
Definitely. I mean, experience is one thing, but confidence is such a big factor. And you can tell that he's starting to feel a little bit of it. The timing on that snake bite was perfect, and then just spraying things down as well. Huron, though, for the time being, that stack that you mentioned from before, still up and prevalent towards the B site. They definitely have a little bit of information, but now just playing it safe, backing off.
Yeah, I mean, you know with the Force, the opponents aren't going to be on an eco here, so just don't greed, right? I mean, this
don't
is
lose your rifles.
Yeah, anti-eco, textbook through and through. No need to push out, especially on a map like Bind. I mean, sure, with the sky changes, we talk about the timings, but you don't even need to worry about timings. You should be able to hold. You have the Cypher setups on a short. You're holding on to Showers. You have backup from Sugar Zero. I mean, this is just up to G on when they make their move.
Dude, they're playing with the timings as well. Sky Smoke well timed by Sugar Zero. Now popping over with the Incendiary.
Can't plan.
Just blocks off the plant. Last is having a field day with these shots. Step coming through from Heaven as well. There's the second one. Last is going to be Russ, and he's pretty much pinned down up by Lamps.
Okay. I mean, so many people around the world used to dream of days like these with ZETA. Quick decisions, fast rotates, the backup from depth, the trade angles being held, the decision-making so far. I know it's very early, just a couple rounds into the first map.
But we like what we're seeing.
But we like what we're seeing because it was so rare to see this from the old ZETA. And it's great to see that even with the core, they're willing to adapt and utilize the new forces that they've upgraded with.
Heck yeah. I feel like they're not showing off too much in their books just yet. I mean, they're randomizing some of these positions as well. This time, Laz back in towards Hookah.
Yeah, and here's the big thing, though, right? I mean, Global Esports, because of that force, we got to remember, after the pistol, yeah, the score should be a 3-0. This is where GE starts to show what they've prepped, why they picked up this bind with the Gecko as well.
If they don't, though, that's going to be hell to pay. And I think that's why there's this switch up in positioning from ZETA as well. They recognize that full buy coming through. Uran trying to play defensive, but without the information, just gets swung on pawn by Russ. Sugar Zero's the only one left, and he's only got a Sheriff, so going to have to back off and just kind of give them the sight.
Global Esports should keep in mind that this is, in essence, the bonus for ZETA, right? So GE shouldn't be losing too many weapons. I would say one at best if you want to make sure that you can kind of catch back up in the long haul, trying to keep hold of U-Haul as well from Povey, but he is alone. Everyone waiting for the post plants here.
Wow. Still, though, I mean, you're absolutely right. They don't want to lose the weapons. They want to take them away from ZETA. Pushing into the Sky Smoke. Povey, the finished gun, and shooting all over the place.
And he's rotated. This is so hard to read from Laz.
Flawless.
I mean, Lightning Fast is going to get it at the end, but there was no way Laz was ready for that wraparound from Povey. Oh, you love to see it. I mean, Povey's one of those members, and I think fans from EMEA who have been following closely into the challenger scenes have kept their eye on this guy. But such an unknown factor, especially in Pacific. I mean, not many people would have been keeping their eyes on there as there's such a wide pool. But he's proving this is why my teammates, my coaches hype me up. I'm able to lock this down, buy enough time, and then the post plant's still there, so the round is all but guaranteed.
I mean, precisely, that's kind of what Coach Spin was talking about during the interview. This is the guy that we want to keep our eyes on, and he shows exactly why. The decision to push into that Sky Smoke, I think they knew that it was ZETA going in for a slower retake, so they knew how to exploit that. Next round, though, and ZETA gets the buyback up in full. Laz has the Neural Theft available. Uran and Depp actually really close to their ultimates as well.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye on Huron's movement as well. The whole jump peek over on B long, yeah, that's pretty standard. But the thing is you used to be able to play it a lot more lax because the timings on your guiding lights, you could really just work it off of that 20-second timer here and there. And now, yeah, you can see Huron's like, I don't want to use these too early because they ain't coming back. Got to be ready for that, potential retake.
He's going to use the dog instead. Trailblazer clears out, doesn't see anything. I think BlazeKing might have heard it. That's why he falls back.
But the thing is he basically baits out that important utility with the Dizzy, which he gets back in 10 seconds. I mean, BlazeKing is utilizing the counteracting from Gecko to Sky so well.
Might be the difference, though. But still, you got to keep in mind, there are 3 players stacked up from ZETA Division on the A site, and Laz will be able to claim that first head. Deb with the positioning, but tries to sneak through, but burns alive. BlazeKing shoots him down. Laz plays around the Cyber Cage instead, but here comes Thrasher. Has to shoot it, has to reload, tries to run away. Still alive. Polvi going in for the chase. Benkai wreaks a bit of havoc from Lamps instead, and still, here comes Polvi.
Just no fear. It doesn't matter if it's a smoke or a molly. He'll just run right through it and frag you out.
With that, Euron's the only one left for this retake. Benkai's got the angle, just wallbangs through Dice.
Oh boy, I think a lot of us are going to have to get ready to eat our words as Global Esports. They are firing as soon as they pick up those rifles.
I am loving this. I mean, yes, we had ZETA Division and we are hyping them up, but at the same time, I mean, it's just so much going on for Global Esports. I think we had quite a bit of doubt. A lot of the GE fans are still supporting them, and it's just really lovely to see, you know, we're very familiar with Benkai the Entertainer, the memer, but here comes Benkai the Fragger as well.
And he used to have those moments when he fragged, also specifically on the Cypher, so it's great to see a return to form. Obviously, some known factors like BlazeKing and Polvi up to a certain extent, but it's good to see Russ and even Benkai shooting on all cylinders as Uran says, you know, I'm one of those new recruits as well that's picked up for talent.
I think this is one of these rounds where Global wants to play a little bit careful. Can't underestimate ZETA Division. Yes, they aren't eco. Yes, it's Sheriffs, but going in for the one-on-one like that, you're still landing the shots. Russ, though, on the other hand, just going to waltz right into A site, gets the opening pick.
I mean, listen, I don't want to run out of all of our storylines too early, but a fragging IGL, that's a rare breed right there from Russ. So looking good so far for Global Esports.
Leadership from EMEA. Laz, though, is still hidden.
Just got spotted, though. It sounds like he fired off that Sheriff. Gonna have to win this fight. Oh, that's a rough one.
All right, and that Showers being lost over to Global Esports.
Benkai plays so crafty. He's gotten a couple kills in a row now through some of those walls. He just keeps tabs of the pre-fire.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's not IGLing, you know, he's got a lot more time to think. And here comes BlazeKing as well, going in for some of his own frags. And that's gonna be 3-3 to GE.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout came through, right? You just got done with that eco round. You're looking to buy up again, but the streak is now on GE side. And quite frankly, ZETA's streak from 1 to 3, it's off of the pistol, right? And it even helps that there was a force buy from Global Esports. So I think you really want to kind of reset and say, okay, what is it that we noted once they bought up the rifles? How are they playing? Where are we making these mistakes? And it's kind of hard to tell because a lot of the quote-unquote mistakes they're making are basically reactions to utility, but they don't know the exact result of it because they can't see the other side of the map.
A little bit hard to pinpoint that right now, I think, Will, because, you know, it's also the eco round and everything. So they want to get a little bit more information before going in for that. The flash now coming in. Global Esports with the execute. Finally sees the corner and then commits the showstopper, but Laz goes in for the trade. Cyber Cage keeps him alive for another second. He's caught in a duel against him and Benkai too. He is doing a pretty good job at keeping himself alive, though.
Needs to push out.
Tries to go around the trip, but shot down by Benkai in the back instead. Dem is still here, though, up above by Heaven. He's got the operator, and he's firing some shots. Uran getting one from the back face short as well. Now it's trying to spot up BlazeKing. The spike, however, has gone down.
But BlazeKing's buying time for Russ. Russ is so low, but if he can get the double from behind, that'd be huge. The pit comes up.
There's the first. Viper's pit from Uran, though. I don't know how effective that's going to be given Dep's position, but Uran shows that he can hold his own. Russ at 2 HP gets swung upon by Dep and blows up as ZETA picks up the fourth.
Credit where credit is due, he still did get Dep. before that rocket actually gets fired off in completion. So just a trade there. But of course, the numbers on the side of ZETA Division. One thing I'm noticing is that Laz, we saw this in the pistol as well. If he doesn't get the kill right away when he's starting to get corralled around, he says, I'm just buying time until backup arrives. Depp got that kill as they were trying to all rush into showers to take out Laz, and that keeps the numbers advantage for ZETA Division. Really good comms and awareness of what my mission is as that lurk who's kind of now caught out in an island.
Especially on the defensive side. I mean, that's the new ZETA Division system that we're seeing. But at the same time, I love that Russ had that sense to kind of wrap up round from behind. Euron, though, is, I think, someone who's really impressing me right now. I don't know if it was a Viper's Pit, and then he kind of knew that it would bait the push in, and he would just be in time to gun down his opponent, but that was amazing.
There's a chance here. Lightning
fast.
Oh!
Wow, Depp.
It's always risky for that second jump peak. I mean, you almost have to take it, but Depp doesn't miss those.
Not something that Global Esports anticipated whatsoever. But now we know that there's an op still ringing around. Depp with the second kill. They were trying to pinch him down, but it's not quite going to happen. A flash from VALORANT to set him up, and he goes in for even more. Hops up, picks up the quad. Sugar Zero with orbital strike. It's a flawless win for ZETA Division.
Depp was putting up crazy numbers last year in Pacific too, right? In terms of individual stats, in terms of operator kills, things like total kills, he was topping the charts across the board for duelists. So it's great to see him not miss a single beat as he picks up the scope.
It's like a nice reunion.
Well, yeah, for sure, for Depp. I mean, he's been waiting for this in the offseason, didn't play in every event either, took a bit of a break. But what I wanted to mention as we were going into this round is I honestly think Global Esports is playing to their composition strength a bit more. I think they're utilizing that a bit more, pressuring ZETA in terms of comp to comp. But these moments from Laz, these moments from Uran actually as well, and then now here with the operator, that starts to make the defense a lot easier for ZETA. So I don't mind this timeout at all. I actually like it from Global Esports. If you can even, make this up to like a 5-7 and things like that, I think they should look somewhat okay, because it's going to be tough to just break through explosively without double controllers here on Vine.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too, because they only have that one Viper on Lightning Fast. I mean, not to discredit Lightning Fast whatsoever, but it's the composition.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like if you set up the screen to try to dig into U-Haul, then it's like when lamps, well, then now you have to rely on the Poison Cloud, which means you have to get kills. You have to push out with the other utility, which there's a lot of. Yeah. I mean, we've seen these combos yesterday as well with things like the Flash Drive and the Dizzy. You've got the Paint Shells. There's a lot you can do, but it does rely on getting that first kill.
That goes there.
That's the main thing. Sometimes Russ opens it up, though, but we need to see a little bit more of that as well. Meanwhile, for ZETA Division, I mean, you were talking about the pressure that Global Esports was trying to create, and ZETA just shows that they can definitely toy around with that as well now that Depp is on that op. Third round that he's holding on to this thing, and he's looking to make it work again. Now up on top of truck, doesn't see anything. A bit of info from VALORANT, but not quite the frag. Polvi punishes, and this could weaken up the B site. Okay, not unless Les comes out though. Swings, gets a double, then backs off. Lightning Fast sees the opening, tries to push through. Blaze King as well. Here comes the toxic screen, and with the positioning, Blaze King is up behind site.
I like that Blaze King is moving all the way around, and he's well aware that there's a potential backup coming in from defender spawn, but it's a matter of timing. Blaze King, he's trying to pick his battles. His teammates will be planting on A. If he can just buy time and get information of when that rotate goes over exactly, that would be more than enough.
He's got so much util too.
Benkai already here. This is way too close for Depp to suspect. He's not scoped in. Oh, no! God, Depp!
What a punish. Here comes Blaze though, takes out Euron. And of course, with that, the Viper's Pit deployed as well. Spike still taking away. Depp has a chance, but it's not going to be easy with nothing but an op.
I mean, yeah, you have creds. Yeah, the showstopper's coming up soon, but this is just Mount Everest to climb.
Oh my God, look at Lightning Fast though. Yeah, that's the thing. He's cleared out the front side. Lightning Fast has gone up behind. Depp still lands the shot. This is not over yet.
No, but I think this is where he backs off because
Spike.
Yeah, it's already economic damage done. Sure, they'll be able to buy back up, but you still have the lead. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it trying to go for at least one more kill. If it came earlier, I absolutely think Depp tries for this, which is insane. But I like that he holds off right at the last second.
Not to mention you forced that Viper's Pit as well.
Yes.
You know, extra investment for Global Esports just to secure the round win. Depp definitely showing us that he's picking up right where he left off, and even with new colors as well.
But GE, good timeout, right? I love that they're kind of waiting. Is there a push out? Because here's the thing, that's what we mentioned with that single initiator on the other side, and now without the refreshable cooldowns on info and flashes, it's going to have to be some sort of push out to get information. Wait for that, and I actually think GE might have been ready to eventually all push into B because they haven't been targeting that site too hard here in the first half.
Just chilling for the time being. They've sensed some early pushes from ZETA from before, so now just trying to be careful. Thrash confirms information. Euron has held Hookah before, so they're just trying to be careful. They suss out some positions as well.
This is them just trying to see if they can get one pick, if they can get confirmation that rotates coming out from A, then Benkai is on that lurk.
Ben and Laz. Okay, but oh my goodness, here comes HeroRun. Despite what we were talking about, despite the numbers coming in from Global Esports, somehow with the perfect timing on the utility, HeroRun guns them down. Now Laz takes out Benkai, and with that, you've lost all your arms and legs.
You know, when I first saw the compositions picked up, in theory, I was very interested, and I actually kind of liked GE's idea, but the execution of it is starting to make me feel that maybe they wanted a little bit too much of the pie, right? You wanted your lurk, but you still wanted the double initiator for these set plays to go in, for these distractions to set up Polvi to go in and entry and get that early frag. But that means you're sacrificing that second controller. So the only way to creep up to the entry point, to that starting line for an execute, is to check at some point. One of these corners has to be checked with contact. And at that point, if you're not winning every single duel, it's going to be rough.
Last player standing.
It is. I mean, this is free, right? Because it's just off of the refresh cooldown, so might as well use it, see if you get anything.
Doesn't quite find much, though, so now just trying to hold on to his rifle, but Laz
just has to stay alive. On the last second, Laz is going to start shooting. Surely.
Wow.
Oh, no way! The stim bacon? It is a throwable.
Wow, that opens up the door.
I mean, he's got some strong arms on that one for Sugar Zero, so because he threw it all the way through.
No freaking way. Oh my god. Global Esports thought, Blaze King thought he was sick.
Oh man.
That's adorable.
Yeah, HeroRun enjoying it, bringing up the energy. And that's something that ZETA Division, I think a lot of people notice, is that the energy seems to be higher. They seem to be a lot more loose.
Relaxed, yeah.
Meanwhile, GE, I mean, if you watch some of their comms from Convergence, they had hype going. I mean, Blaze King was that guy. So was Russ. He was really riling up the entire team to keep the momentum up. And they've proven at Convergence that they will never let go of their focus. So it's not over yet.
That's why we're keeping the score close. However, with tiny little gaps, ZETA still continues to decimate. So Sugar Zero now picking off a frag. Polvi for the trade. But at this point, damage is done. Spike will go down, but look at this. Lamps, HeroRun trying to wrap back around. Benkai with the Neural Theft now coming in, so ZETA has to take things a little bit slow.
I mean, they have to push out one way or another. Just waiting for it. They're always going to be out-dueled.
HeroRun Depp.
Polvi got the info. Benkai on the flank.
Has to back up, though. Double swing coming through, and Depp still rings true. So accurate, so sharp. A tap to the head for HeroRun, and ZETA picks up the 7th win.
Man, you imagine just how you look at the ideas that G's trying to execute. Obviously, this one is just kind of Laz getting the first kill and just spraying down through the cyber cage. But some of these other rounds, I mean, G's idea is you see it. You see the very beginning of it, and then it just barely gets shut down, or they can't actually finish the entire execute, right? Someone like Laz stays alive, Uran stays alive, and they're not able to continue that momentum. And it just makes you wonder, is it one of those cases where at the end of the day, you still have to get the kills? Ooh, the nices are back.
Hey, nice.mp3.
It's a much like growlier nice, you know? Laz.
You want like a nice or a nice?
Yeah. He's like grown up into the next stage, right?
Whoa. All right, Dev's still here. I mean, this is what we saw from Global. They wanted to execute, and yeah, you were thinking about, do they just have to get those kills? They do, because when they peek out sometimes, it's those tiny gaps. They leave themselves a little bit open. Just a blind showstopper commit doesn't quite kill Death, though.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but I mean, G at this point, whether the damage was done or not, they know that they're waiting
like
for
round
retake.
1.
Yeah, they know it's coming, but it's a matter of can they get the kills, because if they have to wait, if they even just buy time here for ZETA, the site's going to get taken over.
At the very least, they are very aware of what ZETA are trying to do.
Love the fake out. Buys him a little bit more space.
Oh, it allows Redemption to kind of sneak through, but not quite enough because he was down too low. Russ makes quick work. Polvi picks up one. Blaze King with the third. And then with that, just A short is completely blocked off. Not unless they can shoot their way out of this one. Huron surely will try. Picks up one, but the timer is ticking. Sugar Zero tries to push forward. The fragment is out. Russ puts a roadblock right in front of them. And with the triple kill, Global Esports ends this first half 7-5.
Listen, it started on a 3-0, but the way they were able to get the rounds, they did win. And honestly, I mean, very close, right? 5-7 on any map. This can flip on its head on a dime. So I think Global Esports should be pretty happy with what they're able to show off. Rocky start, and a couple rounds, they get shut down instantly with something like the spray down through the smokes. But outside of that, once they're able to kind of get into that position, the ideas they had were good, right? Once they kind of fire off that first shot, once they're able to get there executed, once they are able to defend against the post plant, it's good. It was just a matter of getting there, but they don't have to worry about that for now because we're switching sides.
Absolutely. I mean, still, it's just such a great way to start off this matchup, start off the day. Watching the rookies coming through, watching the new additions to Global Esports showing what they've got as well. I mean, Blaze King, Russ, lightning fast even at times. It's just lovely. But here's the other thing, Will. Now that we're swapping over onto attack for ZETA Division, I mean, what do you think of their composition? They don't really have the double initiator. Yeah, they might be able to toss in a lot of lineups with Brimstone and Viper, but is that going to allow them to get into side?
Well, yeah, this is another thing. Because of that sky change now,
One sky.
Yeah, they can't creep up with the guiding lights, right? Yeah,
That's
just
all
have
you got.
You have to wait for the execute. So, I mean, if you want to be safe, you're going to have to invest maybe one of the sky smokes or something like that, or you're really going to have to utilize your toxic screen. I think it really comes down to, do they pressure that toxic screen enough so that GE has to respect it every time? Because otherwise, this could very well turn into a Lasgo lurk and kill.
Yeah. Okay, that too, and we know that he's capable of it. He has taken out Bankai a couple of times now, but apart from that, I'm just feeling the pressure on Depth's shoulders for the time being. If they can keep that relaxed look up and try to go a little bit ham on this attacking side, then maybe it's going to be different.
Uh-oh.
Timing off the barrier, was that?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, we're going to have to wait for that one.
Slight errors, I think.
Okay, we're going through.
Okay.
Yeah, just a bit of a
there we go.
barriers there, and now they're through. So, I mean, GE, at the end of the day, it still works. They're able to get out and get two, and they corral them, well aware of the potential lurk as well.
Shows their game plan. ZETA maybe a little bit unprepared for that hit, but yeah, I mean, you saw that Dizzy come out. You saw it go above the Poison Cloud, and that's just the combo that they wanted to go for.
I mean, GE, they are well aware that the forces could come through A short at any time. I mean, 5v3, you just have to hold your angles. Go for these peaks. That's a deep jump.
Wow.
Counting his lucky stars.
Good hit from ZETA, but a little bit of damage from the paint shells too. Now just trying to suss out their positions again. But look at the discipline from Global Esports, all tucked away, all watching the off angles. Polvi gets first contact, paint shells out, a bit of a swing from Depth, but here's the swing from Lightning Fast in return.
Yeah, and that's you just had to be ready for trades, because even if the plant did happen in some weird universe, it's not like they had all the post-plant lineups ready to go. It was already a 3v5. The Viper no longer available. No Molly available for Sugar Zero either. Another Sky Smoke had been used over by U-Haul on Lamps. So, I mean, GE, the pistol round prep seemed pristine. Should be able to maybe get the plan. Actually, Russ is going to be pretty quick on this one, especially with the trap mark. Can't find it.
Found it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher's no Cypher's best. Oh, he wants kills.
Might as well, right? Take what you can get. A bit more credits, a bit more damage, or just, mental fortitude. But still, it's a 7-6. Global picks up that pistol.
One thing we may see come into fruition in this match, because this is one of those matches that a lot of people thought could very well go not only to 3 maps, but very close maps across the board. But at that point, then you start to look at things like experience, how long they've had to deal with playing on stage and things like that, the pressure. And you look at Global Esports' squad, these guys have been around for a long while in various tense situations.
Players,
yeah. I mean, even Polvi, right? He's been playing in challengers out in EMEA, so.
But that's the difference. I mean, like ZETA, you got the core. Meanwhile, Global Esports is like the full team, just all changed up around. So it does show that while some of the Zeta's players lack a little bit of experience, like Huron and Huron, for example, Global Esports have enough experience and enough coordination that they can come into this match swinging.
I don't mind this so far from Zeta, right? They're on their eco. They want to get close for these long-range duels with the couple shares that they have. Obviously, a great snake bite from Lightning Fast, but they're creeping up. They're creeping up faster than G's ready for it. The decay.
Not quite. Good timing on the snake bite again. And it's just good information as well. They knew to stack up on towards B. And at this point, although the spike was down, it's safe enough for Global Esports to come into this retake with the full might and force. They're swinging together. Russ with the spray down. Blaze King with a ghost kill at the end. Minimal damage sustained. Yes, Polvi died, but, you know, we got 4 guns alive. That's good.
And you love to see that from their interviews. I think it was in the Emerge video as well, all those team intros that VCT Pacific had before kickoff began. But talking about how Polvi, he's not in it for the scoreboard. He's not in it for the kill feed, but he's in it to create space, whether it's on attack or defense.
yeah.
He's in it to play for the team. He understands the role of an entry. Now, the question is in certain compositions, you have to be more than the entry rate. You have to be an entry fragger. However, so far, I'm liking the color that I'm seeing from Polvi working alongside his teammates.
On this retake, yeah. No ego. He's like, you know, I don't care if I get kills. I create space for my team. That's all I want.
Just be that distraction. Yeah. I mean, with the way that Russ is kind of fragging out so far, leading the board as the IGL, leading by example, and then you've got, of course, other trustworthy members like Blaze King. I don't blame Polvi at all.
That's it, though. This should be a Zeta round. Polvi with the Vandal now.
Yeah, that single Vandal, right? And then you still got Spectres for the run and guns. You've got all these trap wires. They're trying to just buy time on B site.
Ooh. Okay, what is your game plan? Good flash in from Russ. Gets enough info, backs off.
Yeah, good discipline.
And then the TP.
I mean, that's enough to shove them back. It's a double member, but oh!
Just a good pickup and response from Lightning Fast. Depp getting the opening pick, but then shut down so quickly. He delays for just a second longer. Benkai has made it in time onto site, so this could be the linchpin for Global Esports.
They're aware of this, though, because they never quite cleared it.
Oh, good check, but Les now getting gunned down by Benkai. With that, the spike will go down, however. Benkai tries to pick up the rifle. Takes a little bit of damage, but not too bad. Still tough, though. Russ trying to wrap back around from A short, only has a Sheriff. The spike is down, and Zeta is holding fast.
Yeah, this is all they need to take out potentially another weapon, though. And that's all GE wants from this. It's just more damage done. They've already caught up with the pistol round win.
Okay. That fragment's got to be used at some point.
No, I think they're just going to wait for kills. The fragment, save it for another round. Whoa. Oh, okay, using it to clear that out.
Tap from Russ was pretty good, but still the round win over the Zeta.
I think, honestly, GE going to be quite happy with that one. Take away 3 of the weapons, right? You got the pistol, and then you went on to the anti-eco. You won that out. Of course, you did have the one Vandal onto Polvi this time. That will be lost, but overall, everyone carrying over those Spectres from the previous round and the Sheriff. So, all things considered, GE, not too bad. Now, the question I had was, I mean, with that type of push and the trap wires on B, it's not like Showers was very well defended. So, yeah, speed up from depth. But, you know, the whole kind of like funnel them into the other side.
Wow. Well, okay, not amazingly defended. I love Lightning Fast's utility, but this look from Depp, I mean, just rushing in again. I mean, it's the Depp of old. It's the child of God. And with that, they have claimed the site. Lightning Fast now trying to hold up around lamps. Manages to take down Uran, goes back in for another swing, but then shut down by Sugar Zero.
Yeah, this might have to be a save situation. I mean, I guess not if Blazekin gets the kill, because now it doesn't matter if they know of their positions. Trying to bait out contact.
Indonesian Rifler, he comes in, but then the positions held by Zeta still good, still sharp. Up around Lamps, up around Cubby, and then last from Showers. They managed to take them all.
I like the early wingman attempt, too, just to draw out contact so you know where to be aiming, but there's just too many members on that A short side. And then, of course, Laz, once he knows, he heard the TP, he's waiting for them. They hear that they've come in through Showers into the site, so he wraps around on a timing. He would have been able to clean out all 3 anyway without them having a chance to turn back around.
That's like such a good point, Will, because I feel like Zeta's new system, as it is, they know to take certain positions, especially in these post plants. Because if they can hold them and if they can stay alive well enough, and they make sure that they don't expose themselves to anything, they are able to take these fights very favorably. So now they forced Global onto an eco. Yes, there are some ultimates, but that's not the round that you want to use them. And Euron just shoots them down. I mean, is this a firing range or what? 3 kills already. We saw that before. He's doing it again. And the entire site belongs to ZETA.
I'm going to be honest, I was impressed more with Huron during the offseason than Uran. I thought Uran was still going to have to take some time to get warmed up here at VCT Pacific. And obviously, kills like that, it was a lineup, sure, both of them kind of peeking out at the same time. He was holding the right angle. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's putting up the numbers that he needs to and more for his ZETA division.
With those numbers, picks up the Viper's Pit. It's a very useful piece of utility for the next round. But apart from that, just Global Esports' game plan, I guess you could say there was a bit of lineup. They were trying to just pick up whatever gun they could. But if Euron can actually hold his own when faced against situations like that, I think that says a lot.
Yeah, and I wasn't quite keeping good track of the econ either. So GE obviously had invested a bit more than I'd assumed the previous round. But now with that save, they're able to come up to that operator. Going to be a huge round because we know how important that is on Bind.
And it's Polvi on the operator too. He peeks out B-Long, doesn't see anything. Seekers out onto A. It's the full execute. Can Benkai stay alive long enough? The trips, they are good. Lightning Fast is still here as well. The utility, it is happening for Global Esports. Benkai picks up 1. Now just trying to put a little bit more pressure on towards Lamps. And it forces Sugar Zero back. They can't get the spike down. They have to think about the teleporter.
Yeah, but even if they do, they don't know exactly how many people rotated here, how many people are still on B.
Oh. Well, Huron just tries to press W and push forward, picks up another 2 kills. And then with that, tries to bait out a peek with the tap off the spike. Doesn't see anyone and calls the rotate over. 50 HP and he's trying to do it all.
Polvi's already here.
Paint shells is all he needs to. Oh, he goes for the tap up top of Tube. Nades out. He knows Polvi is right around the corner. What are you going to do here, Ron?
Plenty of time.
He continues to tap, though, and jumps up again, trying to play with timing off of this.
They know he's
weak.
But
it's way too risky. Yep, he is weak, and it's going to be a bit of a whisper that just takes down Huron.
Oh, boy. All right.
Nice attempt.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, great tripwire coming out from Benkai. Just kind of keeps that raise locked up in the sky, almost stationary at a certain point as he rubber bands back. That's a great swing out from Russ.
Cypher buffs.
Yeah, I love the Cypher buffs, personally. But, I mean, that swing out from Russ. Oh, look at this viewing party as well. Love to see it. I mean, great to see so many fans gathered, of course. Apologies to all the fans as they did have to wait until this new day, but they're getting to watch the Smash, and so far, it is delivering.
Such a close scoreline. I mean, both teams really neck and neck. And Global, although they are catching up a little bit, it's again, just this is their map pick. They showed that they have a lot of game plans, a lot of executes, and it is kind of successful. It's just that ZETA right now, with their rookies, are performing a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at things much more step by step to see how many of these kills are actually like high-impact kills that ZETA made on their very own volition, or how much of it was simply, a decent read on the defaults and things like that. But everything being told, ZETA, okay, the firepower definitely upgraded. Their pacing and their comms seem to be upgraded. Meanwhile, on GE, the benefits that I saw from this roster during offseason at Convergence are still delivering. The ideas are good, the setups are good, but it's can you get up to that starting line? When they do, they are winning quite cleanly. But if they can't get into something like the execute or something like a healthy retake, that's when things look like they're trying to just go for one more duel to equal things out, buy a little more space, and ZETA's not backing down from those firefights.
Oh, ZETA does not. This new ZETA does not.
Full ults on the side of GE.
Yeah. That's something they could definitely use.
I mean, this is one of those rounds I think you absolutely have to. You want to catch up. It's not about trading ults one way or another.
There.
And some good ults to get rid of that operator on the other side as well, if they're able to just get up to it and then pit into the site, something like that for ZETA.
At the very least, oh, what is this? Polvi is pushing out way too far, overextended just by a second.
I mean, the push out is hard to read at that tempo from Polvi with an operator. But I think the mistake here is ZETA, if anything, ZETA was actually prepared for more people to be pushing out. You saw that it wasn't just Huron waiting to check for that. It was multiple people, and there wasn't the backup from GE.
And that's the protocols from ZETA now.
Oh, you can't
they
pick that back up now.
Safe, they know to watch, but Blaze King still true.
Right there.
Able to reposition just in time to get the shot, but then not expecting Depp to show up from Hookah. They have the sight. Still watching out for more players, though. He tosses out a blast pack just in case.
And look at
Sky
Duran.
Smoke blocks off Benkai.
On the minimap, Duran is coming all the way back around as well. I mean, ZETA just has to stay out. There's no way. There is no way Benkai's ready for this.
No, sir. He's trying to find that opening. He's trying to wait for lightning fast, but it's not going to happen. Oh my god, Cypher from Uran. It's just Depp and his movement and clean mechanics. One clean tap, and then lightning fast to spray through with the Phantom. 23 HP, and he's probably going to opt for the save at this point. Way too much of a tall task ahead of him.
The hold from Uran is great, because if you think that they might have somehow regrouped in defender spawn, I don't know if they had all the right ideas that lightning fast was still over by Hookah, but then you just wait for the exits, right? Because you've already spent enough time. So I like the comms, but man, that push out from Polvi, I don't mind it as an individual move, but because ZETA was ready for it, it starts to look a little sloppy just because the backup wasn't there for trade. It wasn't a hard commit. And that's the thing. You had all ults, so obviously it's not a round where you would want to hard commit because you've got all the retake tools.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where it's off of a ZETA timeout, so maybe they were anticipating for ZETA to do something a little bit different, and they wanted just to check, but face check is a little bit too risky.
I mean, it's always going to be risky. Here's the thing. If you're ever peeking out, it's always going to be risky. But what I want to say is the idea is good, right? It's an off timing. You got the 0 point on Hookah. You got multiple members. I don't mind it. It's just that, right, it's an operator.
Right.
It's not a jet. Sure, Raze can escape, but it takes a little bit more time. And because ZETA was ready, I'm saying it starts to look a little bit wonky. So that's credit to ZETA, but honestly, the idea, you had to throw something out there to shake things up.
It is true. Meanwhile, I mean, again, ZETA, Carlisle and Junior, they're doing a lot for this team. Trying to poke and prod this time towards Hookah. I mean, not Hookah, towards Showers, but not quite finding all too much, so regroup with Laz, and then maybe just the execute off of the toxic screen into A.
I mean, either way, they know they put some pressure down. But the thing is
Global just jiggling for info.
Yeah, and they can buy a decent amount of time here with the Gecko. But how ready are they going to be? Trailblazers are traded for that. Now a Dizzy and a Wingman still available for time. Russ is arriving. Null command at the ready.
Rotates are over. Good shot from Blaze King. What an angle. But you still have Flash kind of looking around A short. So that teleporter play is available, and it does go through. However, it's a bit of a gamble. If Benkai can hold his ground, this is going to be tough for ZETA. They've got 20 seconds left.
I mean, Laz didn't actually have control of the site. They have to push through and fight, and now with their smokes down, the mollies are coming out. They have no way to come out, and the Dizzy as well.
Oh, 10 seconds. It's not going to happen, is it? Orbital Strike, though, still committed. They want to push through. Sugar Zero getting the frag off of it. A second one in. Huron sticking the plant. And with that, 2 players left. Polvi, he's got the showstopper, though. But here come the Seekers. Blaze King, we know where you are. Polvi, we know where you are. Are you going to commit? He's got the judge.
They heard the classic too, so they know something's up.
Oh boy, here it comes. Opens up lamps and tries to go for even more, but Huron, what the heck is that movement? The timing on the peaks, and then Sugar Zero to hold from Showers. This is ZETA Division.
I almost would have thought that the Orbital Strike felt late at that point, but they wait. They wait for all the utility to come out. And guess what? I want to point to this round. These are the rounds that make a difference between a team looking too slow to lose and a team just looking like they know their exact timings, right? You wait for the rotate, and then you say that you're going to draw out all this utility, and then when it ends, you still have your ultimate, and you know that you can force it through, because that ult kind of acts like a wall that's going to protect you on that spike plant.
That is true.
I mean, I think GE probably feels a little shaken up after that previous round.
They probably weren't expecting this ZETA form. And honestly, I'm not as well. that felt really, really shaky to me. I mean, towards the end of that, you can feel the pressure running out of time, but still, knowing exactly what their game plan was, sticking to it, and making it work. So I don't know what Global Esports can pull off with this timeout. They need 4 more rounds to tie things up. And I mean, just thinking about them playing on the defense, you know, with a composition like this, double initiator, clearly retakes were meant to be strong, but it's not quite happening just yet.
Well, the timeout to try to save this map, take it to overtime. The null command still sitting there for a couple of rounds now, and surely something that they have discussed. But right now, it's going to be a push out. It's been a couple of rounds since they've done this. It's an all-in from GE.
We just, okay, full commit. They did it in the first round. It kind of works for the time being. Oh, but the trade's just as good from ZETA. Russ still deep in position, able to gun down the player from the left. Tosses out a flash to try to stay alive. Rotates coming through, but it's not in time. Ben-Kai all the way from the back of Halls. Now back sight.
This is all up to Blaze King. So this was the entire idea, and ZETA is aware of this, right? They know they spent way too much time trapped up in a short. Oh, he gets one. Now he knows that they were potentially looking for the rotate. He just has to hold.
Oh, no. He did hold, but then got swung upon by Sugar Zero.
But look at how close Ben-Kai is. I don't know if Sugar Hero would have hurt him.
The timings, though. And it just goes so close to it. Ben-Kai a little bit more prepared, a little bit better and sharper. Keeps Global Esports alive for 1 more round.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Ben-Kai just creeping up right close enough that it's so hard to tell. And that's good timings right on the flanks one way or another, ping-ponging back and forth coming out from GE.
I mean, this round just came down to all these micro timings. I mean, it was an all-out brawl to start. You can feel the tension and the pressure. The fans wanting to watch Global Esports win. And with Blaze King holding up from Market, it actually happened. Now back into the next round, though, and ZETA tries to pick up the pace. A little bit more control in the showers, but congestion coming out from Global Esports as well. The teleporter play. Polvi with the double kill.
Spike down. A great read from GE. A lot of people said they're absolutely going to have the brains for VCT Pacific. And this is one of those rounds. The mollies are going to hurt.
It does flush Lightning out of position, but the main thing still is that the spike is down. You don't have showers control, but I'm a little bit curious to see what Laz's game plan is.
But looking at where those tripwires are on the minimap, I don't think there's a way for him to be able to, well, now they're spotted as well.
Ooh, whoa, okay. I guess mechanics are still just as good. Orbital to flush him out of the corner. Sugar Zero picks up the quad, but then what it comes down to is a Laz and Ben-Kai one-on-one.
And Laz wanted to find a timing. He eats his own teammate's orbital strike to try to come through.
Oh, Ben-Kai is just playing this so safe.
Is he going to wrap all the way around? Because that would be one way to play this round.
That would be so big brain. Ben-Kai?
30 seconds left.
Ben-Kai?
Laz is ready for this. How is he ready for this?
It just comes down to it. Whoever fires that trigger first, whoever spots each other out first, they know what each other is thinking.
He has the cam to check, but he has to stick the plan.
Pressure is on Laz. 10 seconds, and the timer is counting down. 5, 4, 3, and here comes Ben-Kai with the swing, a tap to the head, a swift kill, and 12-10 Global Esports, 2 rounds away from overtime.
The craziest part is Laz suspected it, but Ben-Kai waits so long. He creeps the entire time, so Laz says, I have to plant at some point. So Laz did have a read, but what a 1v1. Ben-Kai back in his own natural habitat.
Look at him, too. Oh, my God. It's nice to see Benedict back in action. Now, timeout being called by ZETA Division. How do we right the ship? How do we secure that last round?
Well, you had a couple rounds, right, where the aggression comes out from GE. So you got to imagine that ZETA, their first instinct is to say, okay, slow things down, see if they push out, right? We hold the default, get ready for contact. The problem being, now that may funnel them back into their old habits, because if you're spending the first 20 seconds to not take any positions, then you're going to have to start to creep up. And because Laz is a Cypher, it's not like he can really just dig all the way into a site and clear it out all on his own, especially when there's a Cypher on the other side. You never know where those trips are going to be, and it's Benkai playing it as well. So, I mean, sure, they had that one rotate with their Orbital Strike and it worked out, but I don't remember the exact ult situation, but Orbital Strike was just used, so they're not going to have that for a last-minute execute.
Not to mention economy as well. And you're always thinking, you know, you only have Euron to help you initiate. So with this bit of a half buy, you really just got to scrounge up or get as much info as you can for that last round.
And look at GE, another shift in position. This time it's B main, and that also denies that ult door for the potential showstopper from Dep.
Well, I wouldn't mind if ZETA plays a little bit more cautiously. But still, the positioning. Okay, Dizzy does give off a bit of info, so they are just flushing straight through Hookah. Russ is ready to receive, pops off the null command and just wants to stay alive, but that right up around behind from Tube, and then the kill from Euron. This is the site already. The retakes at this point are too slow, too late. It cannot happen on time. 5 per spin as well, are you kidding me? Dep with the showstopper, Benkai just trying to do what he can. But at this point, oh my god, Will, it feels bad.
This is, again, one of those situations where GE just wanted to check a little too much. You had entire B main control, and you wanted to check in front of Showers as well.
Well, Benkai's still going to try, though. Timer is ticking. HP is slowly draining and running away. And then just one bullet is all it takes. Good ideas from Global Esports, but at the end, ZETA Division still, and Dep still up, around, and coming.
I mean, Dep, he's playing just as well as he always has, and some people might have forgotten. A lot of people seem to go back into their memory bank during the offseason and remember that he was fragging out in 2023, so it's great to see upgrades across the board for ZETA Division. I will say, GE, I mean, I think they showed enough for people to at least stop doubting them. But it's also that ZETA looked just as strong, if not better, upgraded. And now going over to ZETA's pick on Icebox next, another map where you're going to have some good ideas on how to utilize it, because it's very tough to utilize all parts of it, especially mid, even with the map changes. So the question becomes, GE, did they even suspect that the Icebox would be picked?
Oh my goodness, that is another question. And then Sunset for a decider even. I mean, if G is not prepared for Icebox, and this, you know, it's just going to be a 2-0. And it feels, emotionally speaking, very similar to yesterday's Gen G and RRQ match. But here goes, back to the desk.
Hello! We were like kind of dancing because, oh my gosh, how spicy is Pacific at the kickoff. It's been insane. And you know what? I really like how that was being played. Obviously, ZETA bagged that first map win, but not before Benkai had a little bit of something to say as Cypher. It was almost like that Cypher meme of them pointing at each other with Laz.
Yeah.
The Cypher moment.
They kept clashing. They were always playing around the same spot. We saw, you know, on the defending side there from ZETA, Laz trying to hold down the showers, Benkai trying to push in, trying to get control of those showers. So there's a constant back and forth there, and some nice clutches from Benkai at the end to keep Global in this one. But ZETA managing to come out on top, and this is a little bit concerning because this was, again, Global's map pick. They decided to go for this, given that it was a fairly weak map in the past for ZETA Division, but clearly work has been done. Carl Out Jr., they have been working with this team to improve this map that has been a bit of a bane for them in the past, but it still didn't have to be this damn difficult, ZETA. You didn't give up the pistol round in the first half, and somehow, while defending, they still allow for a 7-5 half to come through. Global being able to get those 5 rounds was a godsend for them, and I thought that might have ended up being their undoing here for ZETA. And Global, they did have a nice rally back. They get up to 10, but I thought that was going to be their win condition, being able to get those 5 rounds initially.
Yeah, and it's all because of how quickly Global is just able to adapt. At the first couple of rounds during the first half, they were struggling in just trying to get control in terms of the rounds, but after a few more, they start to get their groove on, and it really translated into showcasing what Polvi can do as that sole entry fragger here for Global Esports, and that's why we're seeing them be so close to ZETA in that 13-10 end.
And we can see right here, MVPs, we got the gods facing off just as we were hoping for, and Dep is just so amazing, isn't he, Achilles?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a known quantity. For me, honestly, I mean, obviously the ACS not going to reflect it fully, but Yoran was a huge factor in them being able to get those initial wins coming through. This guy was looking ever so clutch. Great moments there with the Sheriff as well from Yoran. So honestly, a fantastic VCT debut for him. but Depp just continuing to frag out of control.
Now, what has been really interesting, we were talking about this in the green room just now, ZETA was infamous for being so slow, but we saw a different sort of pacing. You were talking about possibly influence from the coaching staff, changing things up for ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, for Carlisle, when you come over from a Brazilian squad, one thing that you can certainly inject into your new team is going to be some aggression, some higher tempo. And while we did see, ZETA slowing things down, especially in that last round, not the last round, but in the last few rounds where they were really taking their time, going for that pushing onto the site with like 8 seconds remaining. But we were seeing a bit more ebb and flow for them. We saw that they were willing to up the aggression from time to time. And I love to see this because they were that team that just waited for 20 seconds, picked a site, and then they went and tried to execute. And more often than not, especially in the LCQ, they were getting away with it, but that is not a style of play that is going to be sustainable.
Yeah. Also, one thing I just wanted to add with how ZETA has been actually playing here is more times than not, the way that they kind of look around how their rotation and their opponent's rotation have been is a lot shorter now. So you're seeing Laz looking behind where his tripwires are. He's able to time the lurks coming in from the players of Global Esports more times than them just being kind of slow to think about that or slow to rotate, which has been very helpful in the rounds that they've played.
Now, you were noting, Asteray, how Global Esports is probably going to be a bit more free-flowing in the way the team dynamic is, and it definitely seems so, but is it working?
I think it is. The big problem was, and we mentioned this literally just a couple of minutes ago, is the Benkai versus Laz. They need some extra options that they can choose to go elsewhere on the map, but because Benkai has been losing in that fight, they cannot force the issue elsewhere, so they have to commit to this fight. The problem is the setup for ZETA, whether it's on defense or attacking, has been a little bit difficult. What at least has been good for Global here, coming back to them, has been Polvy's ability to create those openings, but his teammates just can't follow the speed that he is going at it, so it creates this kind of rift where he's already there, he's creating plays, but the rest of Global are still somewhat lagging behind.
What do you make of that, Kilios?
I mean, I widely do agree. We saw just some... It's hard to say whether or not they're fantastic reads from ZETA's side or just poor decision-making from the side of Global, but, with that ebb and flow from ZETA, like, one of the rounds that we saw was they slowed things way down after playing aggressively, and then Polvy goes on an aggressive push out of B long, ends up getting caught, and that's going to be the operator down, as well as your star duelist player taken out of the fight very early. So, a couple of these moments here where they're deciding to go aggressive, take some space, but they have no information as far as player placement on the side of ZETA is concerned. That's something that they need to be accountable for. So they need to make sure that they know that they're pushing into somewhere a little bit safer. And if they don't know that it's safer, they need to be a little bit faster on those reactions.
Now, the second map is going to be Icebox, and this is ZETA Division's pick, which is curious because it seems it's been a very long time since ZETA's played on Icebox.
It has been. And granted, Icebox out of the rotation does account for a large portion of this, but we haven't seen them play this map since their grand final versus Northeption, where Northeption bested ZETA Division to then go on to Masters Copenhagen in 2022. That was all the way back in June of that year. So we have not seen this team in a very long time playing this map. It has not necessarily been one that they tend to play on historically at all. So the fact that they are willing to go onto this map after the recent changes should allude to them having cooked something up.
Yeah.
Who's going to be cooking harder?
My guess with this one is because of the changes on Icebox, and you kind of see this a lot with a couple of teams before, the only play that you could do on mid before the changes was the rush underneath Orange and then just kind of see where that takes you. But because there's a window now coming into Kitchen, there's a lot, there's the changes on the Orange boxes where there's only one avenue, not the two anymore on the split. There's a lot more I think that you can try to do there, and I think that's where ZETA is hoping that they can outpace Global here. That seems like what Global was doing on Bind in some of the rounds that they were successful on was getting those quick contacts on the smaller corridors. And since Icebox, even though it's a two-sided map, it's still pretty open with, again, these new changes. Something that, again, ZETA could use, but again, this is just me guessing what could happen.
This map actually falls into ZETA's older play style really well now thinking about it, because this is one of those maps where a lot of times you do see that poking and prodding and then settling on which site you want to go to. So for ZETA, who love to do that. They absolutely could just poke and prod around green, maybe even inch up towards yellow. Oh, I'm getting racy here with that one. Maybe that's a bit too much for them going that deep into a site. But you know, you can kind of just make an appearance over on this side of the map and then opt to go to the other one if you don't like what you see or what you don't see on that side. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case. We did see the fan sign there saying rush B. That isn't exactly their MO, but as we take a look at it, it's going to be the Harbor coming through.
Ooh, I like this. Harbor, I think, is so underrated. I think I've said this way back, maybe in VCT Philippines, that he does the job of both Viper and the Sage because of the Cove. It gives you a little bit of that safety, even though there are the changes that happen on the B side, even before this current change. You still have to have some form of safety when you plant that spike, and if you don't have a Gecko, you need something to keep that planter safe, and the Cove is one of those abilities that just does that.
Still sticking in with the KO here for Global. It seems like they're really going to be relying on this one, so I'm curious to see if Russ is going to be able to pilot it to more success here on Icebox.
All right, let's go into the Arctic Icebox. We're going to have casters Quack and William. Who's it going to be?
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asterai, and Achilles. I have no idea who it's going to be. It does feel a little bit chilly, though, because ZETA is looking cold today. But yeah, I am wondering about that KO.
Yeah, GE seems to really want to focus on the double initiators. I know we're just 2 maps in, but I get it. It does seem to suit what they want to do, right? Get the info, then go for the call, then have these set plays. That's a nice idea, but if everyone else is still going for double controllers on some of these maps, and especially a map like Icebox, curious how this attack's going to be, because at the end of the day, you're going to need to get those frags.
And on the other hand, for ZETA, too, I mean, this composition is just what DRX did before in the past. So going in on the defense now, already committing the high tide. It blocks off. It kind of pushes Global Esports into A, where, well, Laz is kind of hiding and waiting. The turret is up and ready. Russ is kind of tagged up by the decay of the toxic screen. But, wow, we're just setting up for retakes. We're trying to use the lineup, but it doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, very fast flank, though. Now, they were spotted. GE knows they have to push out, and Povi's going to open things up.
Okay, Povi's always good for some shots. Gets the first one, now wraps back around screens. He wants to hold this position, because if he does, then it holds ZETA off for just another second. Laz, though, up around the rafters side. He goes back down and picks off Russ. And here comes Step from the top now. Sugar Zero landing some shots. A bit of a distraction. It allows for the rest of ZETA to corral and push up into the site. Blaze King able to get one, but not for long until Laz takes him out. ZETA with the pistol.
I mean, that hop over from Depp is one thing, but something else you're noticing here on that retake. So ZETA commits to the retake early on. Obviously, the back out of A site. Once the flank is up, then Laz suddenly says, you know what, we don't want to push in from Rasters just yet because they're going to consider pushing out, especially once Polvi gets the first kill. So he just wants to stay alive. Now it's the main force that pushes back in, makes an opening for Laz. Lots of good bouncing back and forth, and of course, clean shots from Sugar Zero as well. Another pistol on the board here in the very first round for ZETA.
Very nice and tempered kind of aggression. But Polvi with the
Force
Outlaw
again.
now, wow.
Another force.
Well, let's see what he can do with it. I mean, I don't mind a force if it works, right?
Here.
So.
Yeah, you got the plant. You got the Outlaw. I mean, that's another weapon you have to consider for force buys now. Doesn't want to show that he has it. And
well, a bit of noise. It just makes Laz think for a second. Did they go under the 2? But, well, guess not. It's going to be Polvi with a shot onto Laz instead. Clean head tap. And that weakens mid. With that now, a rotation pulled over from Hiroran, and it's going to be Global Esports slowly creeping up towards A.
yeah, the thing is now you don't have the Killjoy either, so a lot of that retake capability of clearing out corners with something like the Nano Swarm no longer an availability.
Well, similar from before, they let them have the site. Trying to spray, but still, spike plant goes down.
Planted.
Lightning Fast is watching the flank. It's a force buy, and ZETA knows that, so the weaponry not necessarily in their favor.
Although, Polvi is still favoring this Outlaw. Third shot, fourth! Goes in for the reload. A blinded Depp tries to hop over to stay alive, but then Russ just guns him down with a stinger.
4 shots, 4 kills for Polvi with the new weapon. The Outlaw doesn't need to fire twice to get a shot if it's always a headshot. Great showing from the duelist pickup for Global Esports.
Dude, that's crazy. Oh my god. Had the angle from the window?
Oh, that was okay. He was already damaged up. And that's, again, one of the strengths of the Outlaw as well. Good pop flash from Russ, too.
Can re-peek just as quick. That is lovely. As we move forward into the next round now, of course, economy for ZETA not going to look too great. Polvi just looking to sound off even more shots. A bit of information being retrieved by Blaze King, and it pushes ZETA back.
Honestly, I think this is the best gun to give off warning shots in Valorant.
Yeah.
It's very loud. The base is very deep.
And it just instills fear.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how much space they got off of that warning shot.
It's almost scarier than an operator when you just listen to it.
Welcome to the Wild West, buddy. Annyeonghaseyo. Astra is going to appreciate that one. Anyway, Toxic screen down, and it's going to be Global Esports just trying to play it safe because they know that any of these pistols could be lurking right around the corner. Benkai getting caught out by Depp. Not what you want to have happen as Depp picks up that Spectre.
Yeah, with that snake bite down, they know that Russ not quite waiting in the default position. That's a great shot, and so is Duran. I mean, they're all peeking out at the same time. One shot, one kill.
I need to see their POV on that one. Now it's going to be lightning fast with nothing but a stinger, 4 barrels staring down right at him.
30 seconds left.
Goes in for a big, quick peek, takes down the first player. Tucks back around, 20 seconds remaining, and he has to kind of either go in for, well, at this point, you just kind of got going for all the kills.
And this is one of those situations where, I mean, sure, you had one outlaw, but you've got these stingers in hand. And when it comes to the B site, I mean, you're not the one with the Harbor. Those Sheriffs are going to be just as strong, if not stronger. The problem being, Benkai, I believe, was also picked off in the middle of the round, so not much of a chance to rotate to A. And things fall apart. They already had to commit to the plant. They fake it off the snake bite, try to draw them out into closer range, and they're just prepared. Wow. I mean, this just about shuts down everything. This is why they commit to the B site. The peaks right as the screens go down. Very well done from ZETA Division.
Does give you an idea of what both teams are capable of. Benkai sometimes looking for these lurks, but at the same time, my goodness, those peaks from ZETA Division. So Eco off of Ecos, we got the thrifty win right back in. And now ZETA's got the rifles, and is that an Outlaw and Hero Ron? It's going to be a full buy from Global Esports, though, but some half armor.
Yeah, so ZETA's trying to make this back into their bonus, right? Picking up the weapons that their opponents dropped in that last round. We'll see. I mean, because they have the capabilities.
Oh, just a bit of a swing, though.
Tagged up.
Even more tags, and now lightning fast, proving that he is that dreamer from South Asia. Peeks out, picks up the triple, and all of a sudden ZETA Division are left wanting more.
And this type of turning up the tempo, this is going to benefit GE a lot, right? Because given their compositions, given their tendencies, a lot of people are going to start to assume, okay, you're going to wait to creep up, go for a set play. It's things like these deep lurks, and these other ideas, the different tempos that really start to play a macro game of Valorant against your opponents.
Yeah, because it's just like you had a bit of pressure towards B from earlier on, and then you also always thinking Benkai might lurk around corners sometimes, and we can't just always leave Depp to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, off of the next round, Global Esports just goes in for that mid play, and that's something that ZETA, hasn't really defended all too well. Remember the previous round where Polvi picked up that quad kill. So, ZETA has a bit of thinking to do.
And I like that Lightning Fast just commits early towards screens as well, right? Because you can't really lurk as efficiently into Kitchen anymore with that window available. His team already creeping up into the site. They make the call, of course, as they're jumping in with the drone that, okay, site is empty. So Lightning Fast knows
that was John
means
Wick behavior, okay? That was John Wick behavior.
John Wick. Oh, right. I mean, it was a Vandal. It wasn't quite a pistol that we're looking at, but it was a great lurk there. Gets the 4-4 himself.
Very nicely done. Now we've got Polvi on the Blade Storm. And they're looking to open things up towards A. ZETA definitely wanting to back off of this. But what's curiouser is Lightning Fast with this lurk up around Hut.
Oh, he's buying so much time at Benkai.
Oh, no.
Benkai with the backup comes out from the other side of the map.
Things just start to fall apart for ZETA Division. Not getting the right reads, peeking into lurks. And at the same time, not quite able to make this retake happen just yet. I think they're opting for that save, but while you're going for that, Lightning Fast is trying to hunt it down. Wow, okay, that's John Wick behavior.
I mean, he's going deep. He's going on a solo mission, just pick up frags. He needs 2 more. If he gets 1 and dies, he still gets a Viper's Pit as well. It's not a bad shout. It's 1. I mean,
now,
eco damage already done.
Just falls back, allows for Polvi, who is on the Bladestorm, to go for a little bit more. Just now playing off of the teammates to check. They want to take those guns away. All right, now we've lost a plot. It's time to save.
Yeah, we got mighty close to that lockdown here from Laz as well. But hey, damage done to the economy a little bit. Viper's Pit also picked up by Lightning Fast. I think you see it on his face, like, okay, maybe that was a little bit too much, right? Once we didn't get the counter peak, but you know, the teammates are there as well, and that's something they're going to notice with Global Esports, is that obviously this team, the comms are good. They're all players who are used to calling and sharing ideas, leading the team in one way or another. Lightning Fast enjoying the time on the stage. He talked about how he wanted to be part of the main roster. He wanted his chance on the stage consistently. The team has now put the trust in him to be that representative here for Global Esports, for South Asia. You're going to be part of the main roster. You're on stage every single time. How long can you help extend the tournament life in a setting like Kickoff?
I think he's going to extend it pretty well. I mean, off of this map, off of that performance from round 2 and so on and so forth, he is definitely showing us that he is back. Well, at the same time, though, for ZETA, I mean, this was their map pick. The start is not great. It just feels as though, although this is a different map, the ideas from the previous one definitely stay intact, and Global Esports are really trying to figure out how to play off of that pacing.
Yeah, I mean, this is Global Esports just getting a good read on the first couple rounds and ZETA's tendencies, right? They leave A side open, then they go for the retake. It's a pretty heavy flank coming out from B side. GE starting to get very well aware of that. Of course, the force buy helped kind of even out the rounds early on as well. So I like this timeout because now ZETA should have some other ideas in the works, and it's going to be a push out down 2.
Wow, okay. That's something different. Bit of that Vandal play, but they gotta stay hidden well enough to make it happen. Global Esports may be anticipating such a push as well, so just creeping up onto A site. The 0 point clears out the entire thing. Nobody's here. We get a free plant.
Yeah, now you know, okay, site's empty again. Surely it's another retake coming in from both sides of the site. Polvi, that did hurt a bit more than you wanted.
Still good for the time being. He manages to hold his position, and crucially, this angle on towards Rafters, because that's where Laz wants to be.
And ZETA, this time, they're not flanking early, right? They're just putting that pressure in that this is what we always do. They're looking to go in with the main force.
Oh, trying to switch things around, but still, Polvi holds his ground, manages to gun down 2. A bit of a flank coming through, but not quite for long. Lightning Fast trades out depth, and then comes Euron from the front. Null Command sussed out position. But
Cove
then you
ready.
still got to deal with Benkai and Lightning Fast. I don't know how much the Cove can do because they haven't quite tapped the spike yet. Those lineups, they are making it work. Euron able to pick up 1 more, but then that's about it. Sugar Zero running away, holding onto the rifle. It's Global Esports 4-2.
Yeah, and the KO utility coming in handy as well. Obviously, ZETA Division not able to activate their abilities for a long time. They had to fight through that retake. Couldn't set up for something like a Cove, stick the half, and pressure a little bit further against the attacking team. I mean, Polvi getting those first 2 kills as well. You love the energy from this team. I mean, surely they will continue to release some comms throughout the year, and it is great to listen. They've got such good energy across the board.
2 names really stand out right now, Lightning Fast and Polvi. The snake bite, the opening frags. What more could you want? ZETA is the one that has to catch up to it, and right now they're trying to put up the roadblock up around pipes. Laz able to get the first one, but not for long until Heroron arrives. Guns down with a bit of a lineup on towards Russ, and then picks up the 3rd onto Lightning Fast. Blaze King cannot do all too much now as he's up on top of Nest.
I mean, this crazy aggression from ZETA. Laz pushing out all the way up front, and then Depp just trying to bounce around and draw all eyes on him. He dashes out, and they just do not suspect yet another member like Huron hiding right around the corner. Able to hold his aim for a triple. That should stabilize things. That's a 4th kill as well for Huron. Climbing right back into the game. Hunter's Fury available for him to counter out and maybe push them back out in the next round too.
Now we can play retake. Still though,
I mean, this is just, they got a sight of him, but at that point it was a little too late. He was so ready for it too. I mean, the first double kill, very good discipline. And these are the moments we saw from him in just a couple rounds during the offseason as well. Very sharp shooting when he's in the zone.
That's what we need to see from ZETA as well. I mean, you got to fight fire with fire sometimes, and maybe the answer was just to really get a good read for where Global would push out and then to peek off against that. But here it comes now. Off of those wins from before, Global picks up the operator. Polvi is in a damn good position. Here's the Aldrin, wants to shoot it down, but nothing doing for the time being.
Yeah, ZETA heard the op too, though, right? That's why they're not giving him the time of day. They just say, keep him trapped in mid. A, we've still got utility from Killjoy to get information to hold a little bit of time. B, you've still got the double controllers, the patience coming in handy, but problem being, they haven't ever retaken under tube or into tube. So this is something that ZETA will have to keep in mind of the entire time.
Just trying to stay hidden. They don't want to give out too much. And meanwhile, for Global Esports, they've managed to get openings before because they always put a bit of pressure, and with mental conditioning, they pull some of these defenses away. But this time, without the opening pick that Polvi was definitely looking for, they're going to take a little bit of time. There's 30 seconds left, Will.
Yeah, they have to go, and there's the alarm bot. Now you know what's coming through. The Anna Swarm does enough damage.
And a snake fight on the other side.
You have enough time to rotate if you go now, but they're not going to.
Gotta commit, and it is time, but Les just stops you in the nick of time as well. Here comes Depp with an operator of his own, and guess what? The Reckoning committed too. 13 seconds, and this has to be a save.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just got to make sure that you're keeping...
I'll take the orb, why not?
Yeah, you got to keep up that operator. Build towards that Blade Storm as well, because you're not looking too healthy. But a save. I mean, you got trapped in mid. And then at that point, this really comes down, I think, to ZETA also just saying, okay, we have no information. So instead of trying to creep back out, we have all these ultimates for the retake, right? You had the Reckoning, you had the Hunter's Fury. Let's actually group up and make sure we're not getting flanked at any point through mid. Multiple members watching different angles in mid. You've got Killjoy and Harvey Utility blocking off the main entrances. And then they say, as soon as the alarm bot rings, send the Reckoning. They don't have enough time because if they're rotating, we still have members still anchoring down on B. And Global, good timeout. It's trying to say, okay, this mid pressure, unless we get the first pick, it's not working. How else do we adapt from that?
Hence the timeout. So it's going to have to be a bit of a question for Coach Spin and Big Time. But apart from that, at the same, it's also ZETA Division. I mean, it's just, I like their composition. It's one piece of utility, but the Reckoning does so much. And now with Laz's kills coming through, you're cycling through some ultimates. He's got another lockdown for a good retake or two. It's, it might be ZETA coming on the up and up.
Yeah, there's a reason this was the comp that started to really rise up once a couple of teams showed it off, you know, like the DRX, because it's basically the harbor for the stage, right? But now you have a little bit more flexibility. It's not just force the plant, then hold for post-plant lineups. You've got a little more of a different way to inch forward, take the map over piece by piece. And GE, they're the ones who are experimenting today. We'll see if they have finally figured out the answer, cracked the code enough to force a shift in the meta.
It would work better if, you know, maybe some of these initiators can open things up for Polvi, because we are looking for Polvi to get that opening pick. Still has the operator, and now rears his sights towards B.
Revealing.
Okay. Recon doesn't find much, but it does bait out a bit of a cascade.
Good cascade, actually. So hard to, clear around that.
Don't want to push past it. So that's why they're holding so far back. And in the meantime, ZETA pushes out mid on their own. Doesn't find much, though, but it is a good angle for Depp.
Yeah, I mean, Depp could stay, or, yeah, they could back out, because that means GE, if they want any variation, they're going to have to take time to take over mid. And ZETA, they're actually just banking on the fact that this is going one way or another. The Recon's not going to find anything. Surely this gives the call. And Benkai as well. Surely this gives the call over to focus onto yellow.
Yeah, they're like, that's the lurker. We can rotate now. That's what they're doing. Snakebite's out from Euron. A bit of a jiggle, and that assesses out Polvi's position. They know exactly what's about to happen. The Cove trying to play off at the shorty of the swing, but not quite the shots to make it work. Blaze King, Polvi, they are gunning down ZETA. Laz, however, manages to pick up one from mid. But that's all he can really do. The angle being held now by Polvi. Hunter's Fury being committed, but ooh, the ultimates Not really well timed enough, and still aiming down his sights. One shot through the engine block. Global Esports 5-4.
I mean, a great round coming out from GE. You bait out the first piece, couple pieces of utility, then you cut all contact. You had the turret watching for mid as well. So it gets contact. You don't see it get broken right away. There's no further push, so you have to presume, of course, and then you hear the upshot as well that it's going to be the operator coming through. Still on the lurk on A. You're making sure that ZETA gets split up. It's a good read. Try to readjust to what ZETA's doing. So now, ZETA, a new look. It's going to be the stack onto A.
Yeah, the split is good. I also do feel like it's a little bit of like Euron and Huron maybe.
No.
I mean, it's tough for them to hold, and now Polvi feeling that much more confident. Depp trying to, cause a bit of mayhem, but it's not quite going to happen.
I don't know if they can suspect Benkai here. They have some inkling. They heard Polvi drop, but that's why they're a little scared, because surely, okay, nice peek around out of the nest.
Very quick, but now has to back up. Meanwhile, the rest of Global's forces are actually trying to suss out the positioning towards B. Toxic Screen gives them that much more space to work with.
And a good hold on that utility from Sugar Zero as well. That Cascade wasn't going to get any value, so you just want to make sure that you're able to have that for the retakes. Now that you know the site wasn't taken over, the high tide, just trying to slow things down.
Also with Huron and the angle around mid too, so does give them a little bit more room to push up and kind of position themselves around the site. Now that it's surrounded, now that it's a little bit more clear, Euron goes in for the quick peek, takes down lightning fast.
And they're still aware of Benkai as well. They haven't spotted this Killjoy.
Oh, Laz is watching too.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, but now they know they have the numbers advantage, trying to force the defuse.
Oh, now he's spotted. Here comes Ben. Oh no. And Laz just turns around at the right time. Defuse comes in. Let's get it over to Huron. We've got a 5-5.
2 more rounds to go. On a tightrope, both these teams bouncing back and forth across the 2 maps. And quite frankly, neither of them looking dominant on their own map pick either. Of course, GE lost their pick of Bind. Had another double initiator comp on that first map. They brought it out here as well, just trying to change things up. But, I mean, are you cooking or are you just dawdling around in the kitchen? Because so far we're not finding the answer. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to shift metas, and a lot of times the frags have to follow up. Now, this time, I would say they're starting to fire up. Polvi leading the scoreboard in the server. But it's not enough just yet.
Always that challenge of like old and new ideas. Old spice or new spice? Still, Will is absolutely right. Polvi has been showing up, but we still need more to see that dominant lead. Because it isn't that dominant lead, both teams are actually adjusting to each other really well, and we're seeing how they play back and forth in terms of space. We still have Euron as well as Sugar Zero defending that B site. These walls are doing so much.
You have so much time right now. You still know that no one's pushed out from mid or A, not too far at the very least. Oh, if he gets this kill. Oh, still loses control of Snowman though. If they held control of Snowman, either you plant the lurk there, or you try to force your way all the way around the pit. But now, Depp very well focused.
Yeah, Depp always holding his own out towards the A side, especially with that operator. But the other thing is also just Euron and that Viper's pit. It covers up just enough that he can actually peek out and take down whoever peeked out Snowman.
30 seconds left.
That's kind of the idea. And now with that space, Depp repositions, tries to land the shot. Not quite connecting though. This might allow for Global Esports to get that spike down.
And both teams are so aware of the potential lurks as well. I mean, they've kind of bitten each other in the back a couple times in this first half. Wow. But now it's just the main force pushing through.
You get a little bit paranoid, but now all you got to do is watch the front. Lightning Fast definitely does. Goes in for that jitter peek, but it doesn't quite work out. Laz, that much more decisive, just goes in for the shot. Now they're aware that Blaze King is up on top of Belt. Good peek though, but not quite enough to gun down the second target. So ZETA goes up ahead.
Yeah, and it was Laz holding that defuse from the box as well. So Blaze King just trying to think that it's through the screen. He can't see them already posted up into the top of the site. But unfortunately, it's just the beanie from Killjoy showing
just
up.
Just the beanie.
You got to watch out for that beanie. You got to make sure it's pressed all the way down on your head.
Yeah, flushed all the way.
Yeah, you don't get fashion points in Valorant.
It's not just fashion. It peeks out over the top of some obstacles or some ponytails. Nah, not really. 6-5. That's the main thing. And again, it's just how they play back and forth in terms of space. Global tries to pull some of the attention away onto the other parts of the map, trying to divide ZETA. But ZETA stays united. And back into the A site. A sudden change in pace. A quick execute off of the null command. Russ picks up his value. Polvi now with that space goes in and finds another frag. This is Polvi not just creating space, he is actually fragging out. Oh no, but lined up! They hesitated for a second.
The comms just break down, the cloudburst comes out, but now, of course, you get the detain.
Okay, it allows for Benkai to go a little bit greedy. Picks up one, knows to pull back. Spike planted. How do you retake, ZETA?
Cove and double cascade at the ready. Now you got double shelter and nano swarm as well, but GE not backing out.
Oh, they're not using util. Setting up a bit of a crossfire between 410 and the boxes. They know where Laz is. Here comes that Cove. And he's so good on these timed peaks. Benkai off of it as well, just to watch his friends back. We tie things up 6-6 at the end of the half.
Yeah, the Nanoswarm already being there, a nice piece of utility that gets them that passive info if they do shoot it. He shoots it, and Blaze King actually moves around the box. He knows one's on the spike, but instead of saying, I'm gonna peek, try to get him right as he goes for the tap, he just says, okay, surely it's a fake, because if not, I've got my teammate Benkai able to swing out on a timing on the 4 seconds, hides away, sees the Cove come back up, and then he walks right back in. Blaze King, this is why he gets a lot of those clutches that he's always had in SEA.
Exactly on Boom Esports. Now on Global Esports, showing us what he's capable of. A lot of Indonesian talents in VCT Pacific, and Blaze King is just one of them. I mean, he's definitely earned his spot, and it always shows true in a lot of these tiny micro decision-making moments. Knowing to push whenever the spike is tapped. And sometimes, it's also a bit of confidence. It makes you think, yeah, a bit of hesitation from Polvi or with the Cloudburst and wanting to pick up his fallen teammate Russ. But Blaze King and Benkai brought things back.
Yeah. Now, with the double initiator composition for Global Esports, how do they want to play that defense? Another map like mine where there's a lot of post-plant utility lineups, a lot of those types of plays. So at some point, you're going to want to at least pressure the flanks so they can't just sit all the way back. But the problem is if you're pushing out with your initiators, unless you're getting some sort of contact or really just closing the map into half, that utility it doesn't feel like it's bringing home as much value. So,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what they're going to do. Obviously, in the pistol, it's going to be a stack.
The other thing is also just that they might not push out all too much because it's the 0 point and the recon vault. They can just sit back and, let the utility gather a bit more information from them and then try to, make guesses off of that. Obviously, not the safest. But
sure. So, but that's my point, right? Is that you can sit back, but then your retake, if you go for all the flashes, and they just hang back, and then you just got to deal with the post plant. So it's this rock paper scissors, but Blaze King still on fire from the first half.
Definitely throwing a rock on that first one. Here comes Hiroran up towards screens, and ZETA has found their opening. Has to gun down Blaze King, turns back around because of depth, and that is that double kill that gives them the sight. Lightning Fast tries to wrap back around, checks in, but doesn't expect Laz up by the window. Man, that new spot up by Icebox is just showing us so much today.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple good looks around it. I think teams around the world starting to show us there's multiple ways to work that. Obviously, the pure threat that you can watch it from Boiler makes it a little harder to dig deep on the attacker side, but then you can still hold from under the window on different angles. There's a lot of ways you can use that to just plant, the seed of doubt into the opponent, into the future rounds.
Especially for attacking teams too, I think. It's just another additional angle. Makes you think about the defensive side, like whether or not you want to invest a player to watch that spot. On the other hand though, right now, with the buys, no force from Global. In fact, they're just kind of playing these unorthodox, really close range positions. They heard something and they peeked out, and it lines up for depth. The stack gets knocked down. Sugar Zero, Hiroran picking up more kills. It's all down again to Benkai.
It's an eco. You do what you have to do. Those are the plays that either it turns into greatness or you get lined up.
I don't know, maybe you just don't peek or like hide or.
Well, you have to go for a timing, right? Because
Yeah.
I think if you're waiting, unless you have like all Buckies and such, they're gonna check. There's no way, right?
course.
And I mean, sometimes some teams don't, and they pay for it. But I don't mind the peek. Here's the thing: you're not supposed to win that round, so you have to throw. If you're going to commit to something like a stack like that, you got to throw a curveball. You got to go for the wild card. And yeah, it looks silly, but sometimes it looks genius. And there's a fine line. There's a fine line, but it's not a round you were supposed to win. So I think those are the times where I don't mind it. You know, you let it pass. Now you got your rifles in hand. These are where GE can start to showcase what do their defaults look like. It's going to be the two initiators on one side, the Killjoy and Viper on the other side of the map to anchor.
When you're right, Will. And here comes Polvi. Oh, instant pick off and backs off with the tailwind.
I mean, you already have the numbers advantage. Got control of mid as well.
Might as well let them trickle in, right? Blaze King hearing the footsteps, gets the timing on the peak. Sugar Zero continuing to push up front, manages to catch Russ, but how long can that really work out until Euron? What is the... I can't see that. You managed to find shots with a Guardian of all things. Here come the rest of the players from Raptors though, and they are still peaking a little bit too fast, a little bit too much. It allows for Euron to pick up yet another double. 2 + 2, that equals 4.
A great 4K, and you see him slowly getting that energy up.
Quick maths.
Yeah, on the stage. I'll leave that up to you. Not going to do any of my own maths here. But a great round from Uran. Oh, Depp smiling as well.
Wait,
We often see him just kind of being zoned in no matter what. But the vibes on ZETA are good.
Oh.
I mean, it's just a wraparound from both teams, right? And that's good movement from Uran because you note that GE is trying to play around your double controllers. They're trying to find the timings into your smokes. So then Uran says, well, I got to counteract that by continuing to take over space. Once you back up, if you've already gone for your execute and then you stop the momentum, you lose control over the entire site. You have to commit at that point, and it's good that he goes for it. You know, maybe the taunt was an overheat. We'll find out after this timeout.
Hopefully. But it's also like kind of nice to see, I mean not last, but ZETA Division taunting a little.
No, it's great. It's great. I mean, I don't think it also wasn't anything too crazy. I like that he's riding the momentum. Both sides, the coaching staff racking their brains. And a map like Icebox, I think it's very difficult for coaches to really pinpoint, you know, how to adapt.
Because it's always that push and pull. Again, you pull on one side, another side gets a little bit more open, and sometimes that's an opening for Global. But at least for this round, we can say with absolute certainty it should be ZETA's pickup. So the timeout being called, invested into future rounds.
Yeah, and GE, they have enough creds on Polvi to go for that operator in the next round as well. So that's something they're going for, right? Even if it's the half armor. Once you get that operator, things get a little easier.
It makes you think, right? Is this Marshall position up on top of yellow something that they want to condition ZETA into thinking? But the shot was already picked off, and the cascade just gives ZETA that much more security.
He's trying to just get one hit.
Whoa.
All right, just a quick reaction to that recon.
Yeah, they're trying to push off of it, distract him. Enough investment, they've pulled the rotations over. Laz might have heard or sensed it.
Well, this is just good timing from Laz, right? Is that you can at least secure that you'll be ready for the execute.
Oh, Ben.
And if they already did shift over, it's not like they're going to have time to flood the site without checking everything.
And they really got nothing.
But you can't move from GE's position. I mean, I don't blame GE. This is just Laz making a great call from ZETA, right? You saw the Marshall, you saw them back up, you saw him shoot out the recon, which tells you that they want to hide information, they want to try to stay on the B site.
30 seconds left.
And now it's just the site free.
That's exactly what I mean. Everything orchestrated perfectly to the mastermind of Carlisle or Junior or Laz. The call from it, Euron with the timing on the Poison Cloud towards mid as well so that Benkai doesn't see anything on the crossing. And they managed to cut noise just enough to clear out the entire site. Now, a full pistol plus one Marshall retake, it is near impossible, virtually impossible for Global Esports to win. Whoa, even with the Reckoning too? We really want double digits, don't we?
Yeah, you have the lead. I don't mind this at all. Sure, it can seem a little crazy, but this is also a different ZETA division. Continue the lead when you can. We've seen so many teams in Pacific last year that try to save it for the match point, save it for the grand win, and it just never happens. So why not just extend that lead just a bit further?
So decisive. This, again, I gotta say it, brand new ZETA division. Global Esports dying to get that round loss bonus, but it does, again, extend that gap. 4-round differential. How do we claw our way back into this? Those timeouts have been spent.
Well, Operator is going to be surely the biggest factor, and it does look like it's going to be a B hold. Whether it's on top or below, that's up to him, and I don't think ZETA is going to be too concerned one way or the other. You're going to have to check that entire lane if you want to put any pressure. The thing ZETA did in the past round, though, is that while it's smart and it's a good round to do it, they plant that threat of the flank, right, the rotate late. So now G always has to have someone anchoring if they want to go for a stack mid-round.
Well, a bit of a guessing game this time. ZETA not able to retrieve all too much.
This is I mean, it's a great angle to hold on that far angle, but if they're coming out of garage, yeah, that flick is not an easy one. So Polvy's really playing for maximum contact and maximum info.
I don't know if ZETA's going to push all too deep into B yet, though. They're kind of guessing as to the previous rotations, the previous positions that Global Esports held. So without finding all too much this time, they're kind of assuming and setting up for that execute into A. I don't know if it's the wisest decision.
Yeah, the high tide doesn't cover all of rafters. They have to be aware of that.
Okay, well, the frag's still just as good. Yuran just walks up and takes down Russ. Lightning Fast answers back, though. But look at the positioning from Depp. He's already making it up on top of screens. And with that, Sugar Zero conceals the plant, gets it through. A bit of a wallbang coming out. Doesn't quite connect, but Yuran's still just as good on the Guardian. Similar to Yuran from before.
Surely you save. I mean, it feels bad, but yeah, but it feels bad, but you need this op to make anything happen in the future rounds.
Oh, he's going for it. Doesn't know the angle from below. Lig spotted. Okay, now we save.
I mean, I think if you're ZETA, you chase. You got so many creds. Trap him in.
Polvy tried to pull a sneaky.
I mean, this is a ZETA who is on the hunt. They are out for blood. They find the shot. Huron's already here. Oh, he heard him.
No.
Well, he was ready for it, but he just wants to run away. He just wants to buy time.
Nah, okay, he's managed to run away.
The greatest escape.
Whew.
Well, will it lead to anything? It's the one ray of hope
6-11
that G has now.
I mean, do you push out with it, or?
It's an option, but I think it's an obvious one. And I think there's got to be some sort of stack, some sort of push out, because, I mean, if it's just there. Okay, they will just buy up with half armors as well. So the operator's still there. So that just means you're still able to hold this one angle. You are going to push out onto pipes, actually, an over-under setup here with Russ. And at a certain point, surely you shift the weight. Very greedy from GE with Lightning Fast pushed up this far.
Oh.
No one's going to watch his back.
Just hold the angle, maybe.
But he has no escape. He's going to get one. He gets the spike at the very least.
Good heads-up duel, good information. The rotation's coming through, but ZETA being able to anticipate these movements is just so good. And now with that spike goes down, Blaze King tries to hold it off with the shock darts. But out in the open, gets caught out by Depp, who I will not mention with the Blaze Storm. Moving forward now, still, the retake's underway. You've got mid, you've got not Snowman any longer, just mid. Benkai tries to open things up. The Viper's Pit committed to secure match point. Do you still go through, or do you save? I mean, so much to consider.
It's this or match point. No matter what, you're not going to have a great round the next one, but you're not finding the early picks. It's just not doable anymore.
Polvy's going to do the same thing, trying to hold on to this operator. ZETA can definitely chase.
He should be all right. Should have it going off here soon. So the operator stays alive, and Benkai sacrifices himself for a shot at that lockdown, and he'll fill it up. But now, you bought up those rifles. Obviously, you had to, because otherwise it's a guaranteed match point. but it's not looking like a great round. You have the lockdown. I mean, as obvious as it can be, yeah, maybe a push out with the operator, go for a lockdown retake.
I think that's the thing. I mean, with the operator, if you're playing defensively and you don't find contact, it just kind of becomes diminishing returns. Right?
Oh, they had just enough.
Rounds now.
Yeah, they had just enough to sacrifice a couple utility as well. Just go for the half armors. You got the Hunter's Fury too.
So trying to sack the play, trying to push through, get info, and then fall back, set up for the retake. It's a bit risky, a little bit gambly. Russ tries to stay a second longer to find that tag, but not quite able to make it happen. ZETA very controlled. Getting pinged and then just holding back for a second. Laz now watching mid for any crosses. This is ZETA on a whole new look, whole new level.
Laz is on the move. Lightning Fast heard him. Gets him on the flank as well.
Good pickup, and then Depth to come back in. The spike is down. They know they're good. Everyone's in position, not to mention Uran, who is holding such an angle. But good swing off of the recon. Blaze King and Russ managed to shoot them down. Russ trying to dance back and forth. The spike still being defused and held. Benkai able to hold it all the way through. Manages to make use of that space from Russ and Blaze King.
Okay, so you get the round, but at what cost? Dropping all the weapons all the way to the end.
Did you buy up on that?
Oh. I mean, you have to buy whatever you can every single round now, but
I mean, you can't afford full buys. No,
you can't. I mean, because you barely bought up half armor with full rifles. Now, sure, they'll get Bulldogs and Guardians, but it's one shock dart, no fragment on Russ. Some very crucial things that they would want on a retake.
Well, you do have the Null Command and the Viper's Pit, but how long can you really extend this map? That is the question. 12-7 right now. All ZETA needs is 1. And they are looking mighty decisive. Depp 1 point away from the Blaze Storm. Goes in to take that space up around yellow. Timing peak off of the recon. Clears out the early half of the site.
So Pulvi's aware that a lurk is still on the A site. It's either him or Lightning Fast that can hold that. Pulvi's going to leave it up to his teammate, regroup on B.
Shock darts to clear out utility or just to fend them off.
Oh, Pulvi he was ready for it.
Laz wanted to make it happen, though. If he did, then there may have been some rotations. But here comes Pulvi and Lightning Fast now.
I don't know if Depp suspects that this is going to be a double. Oh, Lightning just a jiggle. I don't mind it. Doesn't greed for the kill.
Oh.
But that means they're trapped in B.
Exactly.
Defense knows.
They have to push up front. And as long as Russ, Benkai, and Blaze King can defend B well enough, they're going to run out of time. The pressure is on. And off of the cascade, they push up. Uran and Hiruran. How do they make it happen? All 3 players down. Depth now coming through. All that's left is Lightning Fast. And a Russ that is running out of battery, running out of juice. Finds the angle, finds the shot, but oh god, Blaze Storm now propped up. That's a tough target to hit. Okay. Just a bit of a whiff here and there, and then you're on to secure that final nail in the coffin. 13-7. ZETA Division clears this out 2-0.
One of the teams that just did not budge to make a roster move for so long, but they start the first chapter of a story about building up talent in your own region throughout your own academy roster. I mean, today was a story of Uran and Hiruran. They topped the board on this map as well, but both of them performing quite well throughout this entire series. We all knew, okay, firepower upgrade for sure, but are they ready for Tier 1? And ZETA says, why do you think we put them on our academy roster to begin with?
Yeah, chat, why do you think? And this map just says it all. You saw it a little bit on Bind, but this one even more so because Uran and Hiruran just absolutely held down their own on sites. When they pushed, they did so much. Not to mention Depp and Laz, though, who are still firing off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that now they're a little bit eased up. They don't have to hard carry every single map, and that's what a lot of people that have been cheering for the Japanese squad have hoped for. A great first showing. Still a long way to go, but quite a convincing one for ZETA Division.
Man, pressure not that hard. This is the new relaxed, loose, more aggressive ZETA, and it feels good. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, I mean, I still got to say, right? Polvi, lightning fast, new pickups, new players being put in, and they can perform as well.
Yeah, I mean, lightning fast, he wanted that spot onto the main roster. He got it. He had some good moments. You call that Polvi as well. I would say Russ, actually, in the first map. Quite a few good shots, but they'll have to wait for another day. Now it's time for an interview with our winners.
Our first winner for Day 2 VCT Pacific Kickoff goes to ZETA Division! Make some noise, people! Yes, congratulations, lad. It's good to see you back. 네, 오늘의 우승, 데이 2 첫 번째 우승은 제타 디비전이 가져가게 됐습니다. 라즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. So Laz, you've been picked as a key player from the coach right before the match started, so you definitely proved it today. So I want to ask you, what was your most satisfying move for today's game?
今日の、やった中の動きで一番自分的に納得感が高いものみたいなものって何がありますか？
そうですね、個人的というよりはやっぱチームとしてになるんですけど、全体で、うまく動けて連携も取れて、で相手に対してしっかり対策というか、なんていうんだろう、対応する戦い方をうまくきれいに支えたっていうのはすごい良かったなと思ってます。
It's more of a team movement kind of way, but we were able to sort of connect with each other, make movements, and work towards what the opponent is doing to us. So we were able to do a lot of teamwork, show a lot more teamwork with the new members, and it was really great.
네, 개인적인 전략보다는 팀워크가 정말 돋보였던 게임이었던 것 같은데요. 팀 내에서 서로 많은 협력과 함께 대화도 잘 통하고 그래서 이 게임의 승리를 이끌어낸 것 같다고 말했습니다. So I'm seeing new players, new vibe, and new strategies also. So how is your teamwork specifically to the details? How was your teamwork specifically in today's match?
新しいメンバーの2名が入って、特に今日、どういった面でその連携が取れたなっていう感じるところがあります。
細かいコミュニケーションもうまいし、意図が通りやすい、意図をすぐに共有できるっていうのも強みですし、あと少人数戦の打ち合いの強さが光ったなと思ってます。
So the new members, we were able to communicate a lot more in detail, and it's easier with the new members, and it works really well to sort of communicate what we're actually thinking, and they understand what we're trying to tell them a lot more. And especially the new kids are really strong when we're shooting each other in small numbers, so they're really good in close fights, and it was really good.
네, 개인적으로도 이 두 선수가 보이는 전략이 매우 강하고 전 팀보다 좀 더 소통이 아주 활발하고 더 이야기가 많이 되고 있어서 조금 더 쉽게 게임이 풀리지 않았나 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 그러면 또 이번에 또 새로운 전략을 봤어요. 좀 차분했던 제타 디비전이 이번에는 좀 기다릴 땐 기다리고 아주 매서울 땐 또 매서운 전략을 가져갔거든요. 어떠한 변화가 있었는지 알아보겠습니다. We are seeing like new strats, you being more aggressive, also controlling the pace in the whole team. So what changes are going on your team?
今までにない作戦だったり動きみたいなのがたくさん見れたかなと思うんですけど、チーム内でどんな感じでの、作戦だったり練習が行われているんですか？
そうですね、カルラオコーチが知識を持ってきてくれたり、あとはアイスボックスのリワーク入ったりして、どう戦ってくるか分かんないっていうところで、どのチームがどう戦ってくるか分かんないっていうのもがあるので、自分たちでいろいろ試しながら、強い戦い方っていうのを見つけて、この本番でうまく出せたなっていう感じですかね。
So because we have a new coach, Carlau, he takes a lot of, he brought a lot of new insight to our team, and as well, especially for Icebox, we've got Yuran doing moves that we haven't had before. And because in the situation right now, we don't know what other teams are doing at the moment because we've got no stats. But we were able to sort of figure out how to be strong on our own and figure out a way that we could become stronger without relying on the data that we don't have yet.
네, 아직 팀에 이제 막 시작 경기인 만큼 많은 정보가 없어서 조금 더 차분하면은 거기에서 나오는 것 같고, 또 코치님이 새로 오시면서 팀 내에서 많은 영감을 주고 있기 때문에 전략도 새롭게 바뀌면서 좀 더 공격적인 면도 나오지 않았나 싶습니다. So thank you for the interview, and we have the special wingman present for the fans. 네, 이제 인터뷰에 맞춰서 이제 선물을 또 팬분들에게 전할 건데요. Can you do a little sign on the
Sign?
Yeah, I got a
ウィングマンにプレゼントなのでサインをお願いしますということで。
You can do it wherever you want. Maybe on the side or the middle. Yeah, right there, right there. Perfect. Oh, okay, on the back. Nice signature. And then 2 fans. We have one right there. Can we hear a shout? I think that part is the most interesting. And from the back also. It's up to you. Yeah, you can throw it to the fans. It's your present. Who gets the present for last? The winner's present goes to fans in the back. Oh yeah, you can throw it to the fans. Yes. Okay, Elias Last was kind enough to go to the back and give it to the fans. Okay, thank you for the interview. Wish the best luck.
Thank you.
Yes, we are now going to look at the viewing party. Yes, there are many fans watching here and outside of Seoul. Yes, for the viewing party, we can see fans all around the world. We are going to look at fans in India, Mumbai for global esports. And the fans in South Korea. Oh yeah, hi guys! Wow, nice! We can all hear you shouting way back in India. It's a nice vibe y'all got having. Yes, thank you fans. And for the second match of the day, we are waiting for TS and Talent.
Oh boy, you know, the global esports fans, I love them. They've got so much energy and they just keep powering through no matter what the result. And honestly, global esports has some really good foundations. They kind of just need to harness that energy and that power they have, especially with Polvi on their team, and move forward. They're still in the game. It's not over for them yet. They're just moving to the lower bracket. But ZETA clears in a 2-0 in this game against global esports. Comms has clearly been a huge change for ZETA division, and that young energy they have with the new players, that new dynamic they have there, we're seeing a fresher ZETA.
No, we absolutely are. And I mean, any concerns that we had, we were talking about at the start of the day, you know, how are they going to feel coming out here onto the stage? Now it's the big leagues. It's no longer show matches. It's not off-season events. Yoron and Hiroron, good God, what performances from them. Hiroron, especially in that second map, just coming out swinging with that Sova. Star-studded performance from him the entire way. And you can see ZETA oftentimes were disadvantaged. I mean, these are DRX, you know, last year's DRX level statistics where they're giving up these first kills, but they're still managing to clutch out the rounds in these 4v5s, these 3v5s, whatever the statistic may be. They manage to come out on top, and a lot of that does boil down to clearer communication.
Yeah, and it just, again, just kind of add to that from Hiroron's perspective as well, a lot of the highlights that he's gotten as well was off of just his teammates being very confident in him making that. They were baiting for him a lot. Like, Depp would just go in with his blades, try to get as much impact as he can, and if he cannot, Hiroron is there to pick up the slack, and he does that multiple times throughout this Icebox map.
Absolutely, totally covered for Depp as well. I mean, they played off each other really, really well. Polvi, I mean, we got to mention that one round in the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a risky play, Global deciding to go for that force buy once again after dropping yet another pistol, but that one, it absolutely paid off. Polvi looking phenomenal when it comes down to the sniping. That, you know, that outlaw in his hand, being able to pick up the 4K was really good, and it seemed like, okay, this is going to be Global rallying back. They have a solid read of how this Icebox is going to be played by ZETA, and they should be able to take the win here to try to tie things up. But that that feeling, unfortunately, didn't last very long. ZETA, they came out swinging as soon as we swapped sides. It was just complete and utter dominance the entire way through, just basically riding that wave all the way into that 13 scoreline to be able to take it home. This was really good comfort to see from ZETA, because again, this is not a map that they've played in a very long time, not since 2022, and that was in a loss versus North Epsilon. So they have not brought this to the forefront in a considerable amount of time, and clearly they've been workshopping it a hell of a lot. Sugar Zero as well, props to him. The scoreline might not really tell the whole picture, but I like some of the setups that he was going through. Clearly he's been putting some time into learning this harbor, which is something that I think he's only played twice in any sort of tracked capacity coming into this series. So this is his third showing on that agent ever, and overall I think that his util setups were very much on point.
Absolutely, especially with how they were playing just with that cove. Again, either to plant the spike or defuse the spike, whether it's attacking or defending. They really played around that so well that you saw how pressed Global Esports was just to kind of counteract that, and it still didn't pan out for them.
I'm really excited to see the matchup between Bleed and GE now, because I think both teams are ones that show that there is like a foundation here, but it needs to be built up more. So who can have a faster construction job here, I guess is kind of the question. Is it going to be Bleed? Can they get things together? Can they find those pop-offs from Ye? Are they going to pivot their strategy? And Global, can they continue to build off what we just saw here? Because I think if they fine-tune a couple of the things that we're seeing, they absolutely can have success. One of the things that I'm going to be curious to track is, do they continue trying to run this solo Viper controller that we now have seen for 2 maps in a row? Is it going to be Russ continuing to run this KO where other teams still are kind of straying over towards Sky on those previously, Sky-centric maps?
And T1 versus ZETA, they're going to be facing off next. This will be really interesting as well. How are you feeling about that, SRX?
I mean, I think the only word I keep saying in any of these matches is just super excited, because again, ZETA, you already see how far the changes have been with the 2 additions again of Euron and Heroron, and it's already successful here. How is it going to deal with the T1 that we saw from yesterday, that even though it did go to the very limits up against Bleed Esports, it still was them having a really big showing in that first series.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that I would love to see, because I think both teams are very happy to play on the map, is Lotus. But after seeing T1 really picking apart Bleed yesterday, is that something that you still feel comfortable on? Does this identity of ZETA Division still feel comfortable on Lotus? If the answer is yes, then good God, give me the Chamber matchup right now. Show me Laz versus Xgrid, but that's for a future matchup.
That's very exciting, and I would love to see a Lotus matchup. Give it to us, give it to us. That said, guys, those of you watching at home, those of you access to your chat, tell us what you think, your reactions to all the games that have been happening so far. We're gonna go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're finally gonna see a bit of Group B.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane.
Break the corner! We'll get yet another ace this weekend! Our inaugural VCT Pacific Champions! Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get here. Into the jungle. Into the jungle. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I got my beautiful analysts. We got Asarai, we got Achilleos. He's obviously used to being called that.
Beautiful.
I'm feeling real good because we're finally going to see Group B. I'm really excited to see this. We're going to see an adjusted Team Secret and a completely revamped Talon from Thailand. Although it seems like there are a lot of North Americans on the team now.
There's a healthy mix is what we could say as far as Talon is concerned. But yes, it's been big changes. We just saw, another team that had monstrous changes in global esports. Couldn't get the win there. Talon, there's been a lot of eyes on this squad. We did get to see them a bit in the off season. Weren't able to win the tournament that they were playing in. That was the ESL Clash of Nations. But we're putting up a solid fight, and for a team that had recently come together, it seemed like there was going to be some strengths there. So now with more time to develop, we should expect a much stronger performance out of them here today.
Yeah, similar with Team Secret here, they offloaded 2 of their previous players, which one of them is actually playing on the other team, so there could be something happening there in terms of the narrative. But yeah, excited to see what the newest player addition for Team Secret is in NDG. He's been on the free agency for a couple of months now. Team Secret were happy when I guess he got through the vetting process, and now he's here in the Pacific League.
And we can see the players now. Team Secret, they looked really good, especially in the early part of the season last year, and they ended up finishing around 5th or 6th, and they actually faced up against ZETA during LCQ and lost that spot to champions. So we're really excited to see this new iteration of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate timing for Team Secret because that was right when that chamber came back through. Laz just had an absolute pop-up performance. Def as well. That duo was going crazy to be able to get them through that LCQ. So Secret just catching that power spike that ZETA had hit right at the very end. But I'm curious to see how they really fixed up some of the flaws that we saw for them, because yes, we do have JDG coming into this one. NDG, sorry. That's for a different tournament that's going to be starting in a couple days. But with NDG coming into this one, that means that we have one duelist player here. There's not that kind of fallback strategy that Secret did have last season, which was, okay, we're moving over to a map where the operator is going to be important. We need to put Dubstep over onto the Jet. We need to flip around our roles a little bit more because we just don't have the comfort there otherwise. They don't have that anymore. So how comfortable are they going to be? How much flexibility do they have in this roster is what I'm really curious to see from Secret.
Now, Talon, this is a bit of a painful graphic to be showing off. They finished 9th in the regular season last year in LCQ, around 5th or 6th, but they did show one surprising game. I'm going to say one map that they took off of Paper X last year, but it was on Pearl, which is one of Paper X's strongest maps.
Look, I mean, as much as we can compare and contrast Talon last season to this season, it's ultimately, it's not really worth it because A, the team is so very different. There's plenty of new faces that are coming into this Talon lineup. I mean, coaching staff has obviously been changed as well, so it's basically a completely different team. But the other thing is that, yeah, Talon, like, they had some moments last year, but they also had plenty of blunders. There was tons of series that Talon were playing in where it seemed like it was going to be winnable, where if they had just done one thing a little bit differently, maybe they could have closed out that map, maybe they could have won this round that would have then given them this momentum. But so often we were seeing them experiment with random things. Patty Pan was playing 17 different agents, never really getting to play anything twice in a row. Changes up on who was going to be playing in the lobby at given times, as well as just wild and bizarre strategies with the triple duelist attempt over on Split and that sort of thing. So with all of that going out the window, hopefully, I think that we can expect a very different display here from Talon.
It's going to be hard. They faced off a lot last year, but like you said, it's a completely different roster now for Talon, or almost anyway. But Team Secret, let's get a real intro to NDG. Asarai, you're from the Philippines. Tell us, Who is NDG and why should we care?
I feel very down if I actually don't give him any information whatsoever. Anyways, NDG was a former now esports player. He was very high in that particular team where he was duo as well with Mojo. Both of them went into the free agency, and like I said, they were able to, or he was able to get a slot here to play with the Team Secret roster. And real quickly enough, he was very known for his anchoring capabilities or even his Sova. So him slotting into Team Secret when they needed someone to be that anchor fits well with what the team needs now.
And now we're looking at Lenny. You had mentioned this. He was a sub at Team Secret, and now he's the IGL of Talon? What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really wild arc for Lenny because not only was a sub, we saw him subbed in once, and it was in one of the most critical moments that it possibly could have been in, and unfortunately, he wasn't put in a position to have a really solid performance in that game, and that was a part of the, the Team Secret demise last season. Now he goes over on Talon. He's in an opportunity where he can get some revenge on his previous organization, but he's IGLing, and we don't really know what to anticipate from this whatsoever, whereas Jesse Vash, a much more known quantity as far as like what kind of strats he likes to go for. Fairly loose. We know that he likes to play the Sova. He likes to garner information for his teammates, but we don't really know what to expect from Lenny here.
I mean, Aster, how are you feeling about this? Jesse is, he is so well known, not in just Valorant, in esports. And he's facing off against Lenny as IGL.
Yeah, true. And again, it's already said there in the graphic that Lenny might know the ins and outs of how Team Secret are thinking about, but Team Secret, they're a team that I feel like still has some great mid-round calls, so might not be as clear-cut for Lenny here to find that counter against his former teammates.
Well, this is going to be very exciting. And now you can see our predictions here. Quack is soaring with Talon today, but the rest of us is on the Team Secret train. Shout out to Razzie Binks, Team Secret streamer, definitely streaming this right now. All right. Achilles, why are you voting for Team Secret this time around?
I think that Secret still, even with the flaws that they had last season, have a solid enough foundation to build off of, and they don't have to make too many playstyle changes to basically integrate NDG into this roster. So I think that they're at a higher jumping off point compared to Talon, but I also think that this could end up being a very close series. I think that, Coach Frost here for Talon, he has just been on the grind, so he has been working these guys hard to try to get them ready for this series. And having spent a little bit of time with the team, they are all getting along incredibly well. It seems like as far as the vibes are concerned, everybody is very much on the same page as one another. And they've also been working up some interesting strategies that maybe we'll get to see here today. So I'm really curious if that's going to come into play. But just from what I've been seeing, I think that Talon has put in a solid amount of effort here at the time that they've had with this roster so far. But I think that Secret is just a little bit ahead of them, but I could be wrong.
I mean, Cruz could also be teaching them some K-pop moves. There's a lot of synchronization happening with Talon. But Team Secret, okay, we're going to put all the biases aside. Team Secret is a really strong team.
Yeah.
But I want your hot take on who the key player is from Team Secret.
Okay, so when all of the other teams that we've been talking about, for today has been like Depp, Polvi, all frontline players, it's not that role that I think Team Secret really shines on. It's actually someone in the middle, with Envy actually being that, I think, star player. He joined Team Secret, I believe, last year, made a huge splash. So with him, I feel like he's the one that really creates that tempo with those mid-round plays that Team Secret likes to do.
Now, we are going to hear from the coaches themselves. I'm really excited. Warbirds was such an interesting character that we got to speak to last year. And now the new coach, Frost. Welcome to Pacific.
Okay, they're not quite ready at the moment here, but it's fine.
I'll send my welcomes ahead of time.
We'll get to those guys
let's talk about
soon.
this actually anyway with Frost and Boy. Boy came in a little bit later in the season as an assistant coach. What kind of, stylistically, what were we expecting from Talon?
It's hard to say. I mean, Frost, I haven't watched too many of his previous teams. As it
I'm going to
turns out,
interrupt
as he
you,
is North America,
even though I asked you, we're going to go over to the coaches.
Before we head into Team Secret versus Talon esports rematch, let's have a chat with Warbirds from TS and Frost from Talon. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh, that was a sweet hello. Okay, from first, Warbirds from TS. That's your rematch with Talon. So how do you feel? Because you have won at the previous season, at the first match. 그래서 이번에 또 탈론과 TS가 다시 대결을 하게 됐는데요. 어떤 감정이 드는지 묻겠습니다. 왜냐면 저번 시즌에는 첫 경기에서 이제 TS가 이겼거든요.
Yep, we're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team, a whole new staff, whole new everything. So we're just focusing on ourselves and hoping that we can have a nice, close and fun match.
모든 게 새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더 재미난 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다. Now let's ask Ross from Talent Esports. What do you feel about meeting TS as your first opponent?
On a personal level, I think it's really unfortunate for me because I was formerly GM.
Oh, yeah.
I hired Warbirds. I have a lot of love for Warbirds and the players, me and Jesse Bash. I love the ownership of Warbird on Team Secret. They're super great. So it's unfortunate that my first matchup happens to be people I like, but at the end of the day, we came here to do a job. We didn't come here to lose.
일단 월버즈과 감독과 개인적으로 친분이 있고 전에도 함께 있었기 때문에 첫 번째 매치를 만나게 된 게 조금 안타깝긴 하지만 그래도 재미난 경기를 풀어나겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, I'm sure both coaches have high expectations for the match. So let's also ask about how you prepped for today. So how did you prep for the match against Talon?
Yep, so a lot of it was just focusing on ourselves. There's new maps in rotation, there's new patches, so a lot of it was focusing on us and trying to draw what little we can from like solo queue and stuff like that.
네, 새롭게 바뀐 맵과 전략들이 많기 때문에 우리 팀 자체에 집중하는 것에 더 핵심으로 삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. Then what about you, Frost? How did you prep for the match against TS?
So for me, I kind of had a little bit of an advantage because I'm so close with them. So for our perspective, we basically just focused really heavily on the picks and bans. And since we know he's like a very good coach, we kind of had an idea of trying to be a little bit more tricky than normal. So I'm very curious to see if you can figure us out.
네, 월버즈 감독과 좀 친분이 있기 때문에 저희 팀은 이제 좀 더 맥픽에 집중을 했는데요. 이런 좀 다양한 맥픽에 대해서 TS가 어떻게 반응할지 또 TS는 어떤 걸 준비했을지 좀 궁금하다는 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, we're all excited for the upcoming match, but do you have anything to say to each other? Last moment?
You are still the homie. But not this one. Not today. Today's not your day.
네, 좀 친한 친구지만 오늘만큼은 좀 어려울 것 같다고 경고를 했는데요. And for Warbirds?
Yeah, I love a lot of the people on the team, but I'm sorry we got to take it today.
I respect it.
네, 저 친분을 인정하지만 오늘만큼은 아닐 것 같다고 두 팀이 이제 피스트펌프와 함께 경고를 날렸네요. Thanks for the interview, both coaches. The best of luck
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
team.
I'm really excited for this. That was so cute. The little banter between the coaches. I didn't realize how close they were. But of course.
This is like when you are in like a minor baseball league and your brother's on the other team.
Yeah.
And you have to play against each other. That's kind of what the vibes felt like between that one. I think I need to get in there and maybe coach both of them on their smack talk because some of that was a little bit weak. But I think maybe they're trying to maintain the friendship. But you know, all's fair in love and war. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go down because, I mean, like Frost was kind of alluding to there, it says that we have some tricks up our sleeve. As long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very curious to see what kind of tricks they do have prepared, if they have a solid read on Team Secret.
Yeah, at least for me, I'm just doing another one of my guesses where I feel like how I mentioned about how Envy's going to be the big star player here for Team Secret. It's going to be their mid-round calls. Talon, when I saw them in Clash of Nations, and thankfully I was the one of the talents that was covering that, they really put a lot of emphasis on Governor. Granted, that was a couple of months ago, so it might have changed within that span of time, but they really put a lot of emphasis on how very aggressive this import from North America is and could be playing through that strength coming into this one because, again, I don't really feel that Jeremy has really proven himself from last year specifically.
Whoa. Sorry.
I was just going to say a little bit bold. I mean, I don't necessarily fully disagree with you, but I mean, Jeremy did also have plenty of highlight moments. I mean, one of the, maybe the fastest saves of all time with that play on Haven, which, of course, with the draft coming up, we should mention, of course, the Haven is not in the pool anymore for Secret.
True.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were talking about this, Haven being such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps are we expecting this time around?
again, if I'm just looking at my memory on what Team Secret was known for before Haven, it was bind and split. So if they can maybe gravitate towards that, but again, with the addition of NDG, them being a 5-man roster now, there's so many other things that they can focus on that maybe they have another, some different maps. I did remember the last tournament that Team Secret did play, and this is the reason why I am still kind of up in the air about what statistics I have for them in terms of maps, is they only played Haven in that one particular tournament, only Haven. And when it went into a best of 3, that's when they only changed up because, you know, there were more maps to play.
Yeah, well, maybe it was on purpose.
It
right?
probably was.
It was last month or weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I can understand why they would make such a decision.
I think this Haven, Haven being out of the pool does affect both teams to a certain extent. A lot of the highlights that I think of when I, the cruise especially comes to mind, also take place on Haven. Some of those moments where he's sneaking around out of A main, gets himself into window, and just mows down 3 people in B. That was also a fairly comfortable map for them, but I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon, because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean. Last year, I don't think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was
returns
a bit
on a
squandered.
mission to reach Champions 2024. Here to take the winner's ticket, it's Team Secret. Unique strategies and witty techniques, the Pacific Jesters are back with reinforcements. Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
Both teams are here. We'll begin the map veto for the second match of today. We'll be doing a coin toss to determine the higher seed. Heads will be Talon, and tails will be Team Secret. So it's going to be tails. So Team Secret, you may now choose whether to be Team A.
All right, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this because, as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean because it's a very different team, very different coaching staff, and a very different identity here. So Icebox does get taken away. And you were referencing, Asarai, that split might be a comfort pickup here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah, now that I've actually gone and checked my notes, Team Secret's, yeah, there we go. Last year's most highest win rate map for them during Pacific League was actually a set. It was the only map where every single time they played it for like 5-7 games ever since has been all wins. So makes a lot of sense. And happy to see it's there. But Breeze for a talent selection here. They might be looking something to spread out this defense that Team Secret has. And again, they haven't played this map in a long time. So everything is up in the air for this one.
The Lotus is another one I'm a little bit surprised to see Secret ban away because they did have some very solid proficiency. And, you know, Jesse Bash's, just him opting to run that Sova on that map every single time was catching teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with the darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that he was going to have on that. They take it away to leave Sunset out in the open for them. So it would be a debut for both of the teams on that map here in VCT. So if this one ends up going the distance, which I have a strong feeling that it very well could, and then we'll get to see how they pilot that map and if they have something a bit more unique there as well. My biggest concern for Secret going back to Ascent is, again, this is where we would see Dubstep being swapped over onto that Jet so that he could op. So what is the comfort going to look like for Jeremy now?
I don't think I've ever seen him op as well. So that's going to be something to definitely see if he's picked up the sniper or he's just going to be maybe on a raise and then there's some kind of iteration that's different from what we saw last year that they're going to be bringing into Ascent. Another thing I just wanted to add real quick on Breeze, they Talent might actually want to try to bring out NDG into the open because of how big of a map that is, and he's going to be maybe soloing sites as that Sentinel. They could be looking at to spread him thin and try to make him the weak point of Team Secret on that Breeze map.
But I mean, it is just another one here where you have these long sight lines where that operator can find an immense amount of value. Marshall, you know, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long range scoped in gun, it's going to find value for you almost no matter what. So Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one because you can be damn sure that we are going to be seeing that very likely in his hands as well.
Well, the first map is going to be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into their comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, you know, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze as the opening map between Bleed and T1, we saw those Sovas on either side from the likes of Crazy Guy and Carpe. So I think that it would be the most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova, but it's more about what is going to be going alongside it. Is it going to be Jet? How many other teams have been fooling around with trying to make this Yoru work? Because we also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from Izu. Is that something that Talent have up their sleeve? They said that they have been messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks that they're going to bring out here onto the stage to try to really mess with Team Secret. Is that Yoru a part of the formula?
And of course, we're always also very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression and a lot more cohesion coming from this team this year around.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again, there was that foundation. It was just the decision-making from coaching staff, whatever it may be, to try.
Wow.
Okay. Well, screw what I was about to say, because it's not important anymore. All right, we have a big old blend coming through here. Talon bringing in the Harbor Vipers, so the double controller. The Sova, of course, is going to be there, but they're going for the Neon Yoru, combining what we saw from T1 and Bleed yesterday.
That's very, like, that is a hyper-aggressive comp, even coming out on the defense. Imagine how little map control they have because they don't have the Sentinel. They're going to have to move around the map to alleviate the lack of Sentinel control. That being said, there's also the nifty combo between the Yoru and the Sova that we'll probably see later on when they have their ultimates, but yeah.
And they have 3 walls to slice up the map as
Also
they like.
true.
I mean, there are different ways that, they're definitely cooking something. And we're going to start. Let's go over the casters. Will and Quack are going to take us through all the action.
Thank you very much, Chubby, Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. Yes, this is one heck of a mix-up of a composition for Talent, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and if this was the same roster as last year, we'd start to have our questions, but this is their first showing. They're here to prove something, and honestly, they touched upon some of the hints, the ingredients, right? We've seen why some of the agents individually have been picked up on Breeze so far in Kickoff. See if it comes all together into one nice dish.
Still, I mean, what Asteroid said definitely makes sense because on the defensive side, especially with halls being opened up, if you're not watching that with the Sentinel, how are you going to make it happen? I guess with just gunshots peeking into shop, they managed to start things off with a double kill.
What a way to open your debut in VCT Pacific. Governor, a lot of people had questions. about the pickup, but trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Already finding something, but still Ban kind of over-aggressing a little bit too much, does get fallen down by Borkum. So with that, a little bit more space, Team Secret gets to recover for just a second, maybe setting up for that A-split push.
Yeah, good back out from Governor. Of course, a bit of a mishap coming down from Halls, but I mean, they should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes things a lot easier. The door open is a good sign for Governor as well, and just Jesse Vash left spotted. Okay, Comm's a little delayed, but Governor will find the headshot.
That's just a quick start already. I mean, we're thinking about Governor, and I think that's one of the main things that this entire roster is built around. Asra mentioned it a little bit as well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster was built around him. They want to support him. He's the duelist, and he's here to frag. And this first round says it all.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Emerge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually impressed with the playmaking and kind of the smart decisions that Governor is able to make. Now on the Neon, some extra utility to work around as well with things like the fast lane and the relay bolt. We saw that from Ye yesterday, who had a decent opening match in terms of his own performance. Governor another kill here in A main, trying to say this is my home for the first half on the defense.
All right, supported by Cruz as well with that Cascade. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2. You're just looking to hold on to that thing to maybe secure the bonus round as well. It's just so much going into this. Lenny tries to hold up Tunnel, able to take down one. It's information enough for Talon.
Yeah, and only the Ghost as well. I don't mind it at all. In fact, I like it, right? They're very aware of the fact that, okay, you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit. Yeah, you might have questions about its Sova, etc., but at the end of the day, this is an anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're not giving away any extra weapons. You want to carry over these long-range rifles into the bonus. Ban, good shot from long range. NDG staying alive behind the wall. This deep dig in from Envy, though. He's already all the way through Nest. I don't think they're going to suspect the timing here.
However, he's only got a classic, so you got to close in the distance. You got to be able to, get a quick double tap in or something, because if not, Envy might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a Sheriff, I think we'd get a lot more excited for the potential there, but also gets spotted right at the end. Doesn't have the long-range weaponry, and things go as planned. Dropping just the Marshal by, so the importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive on Governor now as well. You pass over the rifle, you have some good capabilities to push out even with the overdrive. Really tighten up the map here on a bonus.
Not to mention, Lenny was holding onto a Ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this over into a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out into A-Shop.
Revealing area.
They're not going to push out right away. I like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet.
Okay. Yeah, they've adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back. I mean, second Cascade used, maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressured and they let them know that it's a Neon there with a relay bolt. Now they're trying to really just funnel them into A main.
Just checking around. Nobody's here, though. Team Secret just waiting things out. Yes, you've picked up the overdrive, but that thing can burn out as well if it doesn't find any kills, so that might be their idea. However, you are running out of time, so it might be sensible to make a move. Ban, however, seeing that they made a move, takes one out, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy instead. A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove, though. Turns back around, doesn't expect to play from Halls. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low, still a very doable round for Talon, trying to lead with a dominant 3-0 half. The comms just not there about Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
Just a bit of that mix-up of a 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now, and with a 1-on-3, even with a Kuronami Vandal, it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, we don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how, obviously, great credit to JetBoys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier as they've switched to a primary English calling. Everyone else has experience calling in English and communicating, so it could be part of that, but just something about it, maybe being pressed for time, bit of a mishap. But at the end of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal, so Talon, the result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show throughout the map.
On the other hand, for Team Secret too, I mean, what a way for Envy to really break open this site. It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea of how to set up this split. And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon on their defensive side, they leave a lot open, and you can see that Jeremy exploited just right that on A-Halls.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into Halls as well. Of course, now opened back up. So props to Jeremy. A big risk you take as that primary Jet. Oh, it's a little too high. He sent it up from a little too far. NDG, welcome to VCT. Gets shut down on that first death. He's going to have to reconsider how he sets up those tripwires from long range.
That's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns. They're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the information that they need. And with so many early aggressive plays coming out from Talon, they're starting to feel that heat. So just trying to escape that for a second. I mean, they keep holding back, but Talon's just going to keep pushing out.
Yeah, and Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was the Cypher. They didn't see any other further info from mid or on B main. Good shots from Lenny as well. Nowhere to go for Team Secret.
Yeah, Recon just confirms even more, so they know it's very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good enough. However, with the Owl Drone being committed, it's an easy frag kill for Envy. With the pushes out though, yeah, this is just way too much. Ben coming up from behind too. This round is over.
And Ban's been this guy who's just walking out every round up to a certain point. Gate crashes back, then scouts out the other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and then gate crash back, a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with Governor's pushouts in these first kills as well. I mean, whatever plan that Talon had, it has been working out. And we'll have to take a quick break, but hopefully it gets sorted out ASAP.
Hopefully. Yeah, it did look a little bit weird, but whatever it is, still, I mean, the kills were kills, and you can definitely see that this is the game plan that Talon has brought to this map. Yeah, this is why they picked it.
And the Desk talked about it, right? You have to play it. I totally agree. You even have the double controller. The Harbor can help with pushouts as well. And that's the only way you're going to feel comfortable at your defaults on a wide map like Breeze. And so far, it's working. Now the question is, you still have something like the Cypher. Now, obviously, you got to be careful how you put up your tripwires. But Team Secret, they do have tools to answer to this, one way or another. Whether it's you always go in as 5 and you start to rush and make sure that they can't just comfortably push out, have a good post plant, or do you always wait for the early picks? And that's up to you to decide. Obviously, they can't discuss it here, as we do have a tech pause on a timeout. But we'll see what the adjustment is, because this has now been the consistent story in the past couple of rounds, the first rounds of this match.
Yeah, you really got to find those gaps to really exploit this game plan that Talon has, because although you are pushing out a lot, although it can be really successful, there are little bits where it still leaves a little bit more for Talon to exploit, and we saw that in round 3, despite the good ideas from Talon.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how, because I want to see how Team Secret answers back, because I have faith that they will, and then I want to see what the next page looks like from Talon. Because the attacking side, I think we have some good ideas on how Talon expects to play around it, and that'll come down to execution. Of course, the Yoru can continue to kind of poke and prod, kind of mess up the Cypher setups as well, and then the Neon's still there available for the actual execute with things like the fast lane. But on this defensive side, if they keep getting away with these, and I wouldn't say it's for free either. I would say a couple of these, I mean, Team Secret's ready, and Governor's just getting the first kill.
It just is Governor getting that first kill. I mean, repeated so many times. This map could be over that quick. So, of course, there might be some issues here and there. There are a lot of Team Secret supporters.
Oh, yeah, we've got supporters on both sides. But you love to see it. Obviously, a very passionate group of fans that we've come to know and love. And Team Secret, they talk about it themselves. They were so close, and not necessarily in terms of scoreline at the very last match that always mattered, but they always got to the match that mattered to get to Masters, to get to Champions, and then they just weren't able to clinch that ticket. Now, they say, we don't think our ideas were wrong. All we need is to kind of just, shore up a little bit more firepower, just one change on the roster, and then we want to push in. We want to make it to those international stages and how we see how we do against a lot tougher competition.
It really makes you think, like, is that one change enough, though? I mean, we're all banking a lot on this first kickoff match. There might be a lot that changes up. There are some snacks in the crowd because of our awesome pop-up booths at this entire event.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs. So if you are here and for some reason listening to us on your phone here at the venue, definitely go down, grab a slice, grab a drink.
Grab me a slice, Will.
Me? I mean, sure, if you want a solo cast for a little bit, especially during this pause, I'm all for it. Trial by fire, let's go for it. I've done my share in my past years, so.
Sure enough, and then I get rewarded with pizza. I think that's a pretty good deal, right? Right? Okay.
And listen, your standards, it's up to you, man. That's not quite what I'm looking forward to.
Risk. Yeah, you're just going to push me to the deep end of the pool. But, I mean, main thing is still, is it going to be enough for Team Secret? There's so much at stake. I mean, there's that team revamp storyline. Is it just enough for Team Secret to pick up one new player, or is it still their old ideas? Or, you know, on the other hand, for Talon, is this whole new team revamp enough for them to kind of show us a new performance? Because we have a new coach. We got Lenny, who used to be with Team Secret. I mean, how much can change around?
Yeah, I'm curious. And again, it is still early on in the half that Team Secret can't answer back. And we're starting to see a lot of teams experiment. I'm pretty convinced that no team should be too surprised by the Euros anymore, right? Surely if multiple teams are experimenting with this, you've seen it in some scrims here or there. We've even seen it during the offseason from multiple teams as well across different tournaments around the world. So the comp itself shouldn't be too shocking, but perhaps, of course, the combination with Neon, you know, a little bit of extra blue here on Breeze, not something we're used to seeing.
Breezy blue, I don't know. It looks really good.
Sounds like an ice cream flavor, honestly. Yeah, or Blue Breeze.
Blue Breeze. Okay, Blue Breeze sounds nicer, actually. I'm not great at giving out names. Look at what I named myself. All right, but I mean, yeah, it's really a good composition because what we're seeing with the aggressive plays that they can put out, the pressure that they can apply to the attacking team, it makes you play a lot of mind games, and it kind of forces you to play defense while you're on attack. Timer runs down. It just doesn't feel comfortable. But there is that gap. We saw it in round 3.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's not like this looks like an absolute impeccable thing. It doesn't look like necessarily that, oh, this is absolutely the comp that is going to run everything through. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, I'm just very curious because, again, Secret is a fairly known value. Sure, you know, an extra member or a new member, supposedly more firepower, things like that. But they've even said we think our direction, our color, our philosophy wasn't wrong. We just want to carry through with it. So now the question is once they answer back, because they often have decent round reads, right, and some good mid-rounding as well. Talon, the new comp, the new players, how do they gel together? Lenny's calling as an IGL now on Talon.
That is definitely a new thing.
How does that respond to Jesse's first answer? And I mean, Lenny's been watching Jesse for the whole year last year. He's been sitting behind him.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Here's what a lot of people don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that much of Lenny in VCT Pacific. That much is true. We don't know what he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very strong Sova player. Back when he was playing for Bleed, back when he was with Darian and Juicy
Just
and the boys.
remind me, like, what year, what patch are we talking about?
Really long ago, 2022.
Okay, because if we were allowed to talk about that, I'm allowed to talk about the time Jemkin outfracked something, you know, back in like patch 4.11 or whatever it was. So.
I mean, I'm just saying because we haven't really seen too much of him, but those, you know, skills, those talents are still very much prevalent in in Lenny's toolkit. And at the same time, having been studying under Team Secret, under Warbirds, under Jesse Vash, he could definitely have picked up quite a bit.
All right, well, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. No deja vu. We don't like to live in the past here, and it's going to be round 4. Rifles still in hand for Team Secret, and of course Talon now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
New composition. Now they've started to play things a little bit more slow as we move forward into the next round. Team Secret trying to set up for that execute. Cloud burst in. Jeremy dashes right through, but immediately stunned up thanks to the relay bolt. Governor doing God's work. Second kill going through. And that's just a huge wall right in front of Team Secret. They cannot break past B.
Beautiful relay bolt. And you could just tell Jeremy wasn't quite expecting that one. Not really sure where to hold his angle because he's not going to be able to swivel on a beat, which he's very well known for. Shuts him down. And Governor now already taking mid control as well. NDG just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
There.
Now 2 players left. Talon's star duelist looking to line up even more heads. One more to get that quad, and he does.
I mean, combating that wide swing as well, just the reset. Doesn't hold for the spray, knows that it's still Jesse Vash going for the wide peak. Governor, we've heard his confidence. He is 10-0-2 in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Not just some pickup from NA, not just some tier 2 guy, whatever. He's here, and he's definitely fitting in on Talon Esports.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0 deaths to that as well. He's taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground and then peeked back out towards elbow. Now onto the next. Jeremy tries to do the same thing towards a different site, but still leaves all too much, all too open for Team Talon to take them down. Jit Boys, Lenny finding a double of their own.
Sure, a weaker round from Team Secret, but if your weak round, by the way, it's not that late into the game. We're only on to round 6 for that one, or round 5, and if your answer is, well, Hail Mary it, see if it works. I mean, sure, you kept note of Governor's previous position, but we're not starting to see Team Secret try to dig for solutions here. But no timeout, so clearly Warbirds has faith that they're able to figure this out in the server.
They're going to have to try something different at some point or another. They've got the full buy now. They have to make it work. Just a wide strike from Jesse Vash this time. Governor overheating a little bit too much. Can't compliment him. And it's going to be Jesse Vash finding yet another. B site is open this time.
Deco not going to bite either, but Ban, that does allow him to continue to flank back around if he so chooses.
Portal closed.
All right, there it is. Can't go for the flank anymore. Toxic screen is an obstacle, and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't been exposed all too much. NDG jumps up, and that reveals a little bit more. Snake bite, however.
Snake bite.
And that means Borkamaster kind of repositioned. However, timer is ticking. And given what Team Secret has, it's just a little bit more.
Ban! Oh, this guy, he's been waiting to get back to be able to play the roles an agency loves, and even here, Governor still given that primary duelist position, but playing with confidence, gets some frags on the board.
Pushing up, playing off of his teammates' contacts. He manages to find all those frags. I mean, we saw him on T1 last year. He was very capable as a duelist, sometimes flexing off the different agents, but maybe freed up to do a little bit more on this Talon Esports roster.
Yeah, I mean, playing to his role strength, right? You're there to scout, but once you're on the retake, Governor down, now you're the one who's there for the trades. You're the one who wants to go in and finish the job. And now the timeout does come out. Warbird saying he's not liking the answers he's finding. Now that previous one, I mean, they were prepared for it. They heard the cascade, so they go for the wide peak, the double swing. Yeah, in these micro situations, the answers are there. But then the retake. I thought even the repositioning after in the post plant was a good idea, but Talon with a clean retake, one by one, eliminating angles and always making sure that they have a trade member ready.
Yeah, now that it's down to 5-1 as well, it's just, at some point you're going to be stuck playing catch up, so a lot needs to be changed up. And what we're seeing from Team Secret, that blind kind of diving in from Jeremy, it just doesn't quite work out. And Governor is just such a huge issue. Looking at how Frost is communicating with the team as well, it feels as though Talon has a trick up their sleeve, like they're anticipating something more.
Yeah, and if you ever watched Coach Frost in any of the previous teams he's been on, or even during the offseason, like he will always have a lot to share. He's just ready to just pump out the information any chance he gets for the players. The question always becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like they have a lot of faith in each other for Kickoff.
Well, we're seeing another outlaw. Oh my goodness! Half armor, you get chewed right through. Relay bolt now just to keep them at bay, and he still taps away on that overdrive. It does tag up Borkum for a little second. He's down to half HP. The rest of them all pinned down and stuck inside of this cave.
I mean, if you watch the video that VCT Pacific put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but I think Talon's governor is here to stay.
Yeah, he looked pretty menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you look at the Surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's shocked face is like legitimate shock.
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles, the hacker, the big brain, everything. I mean, the mastermind, excuse me.
Yeah, but so far, he's not going to need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing and a good call on the Outlaw buy as well. You have so many creds, but yet you want to make sure you're really snowballing the economy. You know that they don't have full buys this round.
Yeah, also just a good call. Like previous rounds, you know, Team Secret went B, it doesn't work out there, execute. So probably they're gonna go A, and it's a good call. It connects onto a third. Jesse Vash now trying to go for the close range duel, but Governor and Lenny swapped over the shorty. You can still shoot me for days. I'm gonna take you down.
Oh, it doesn't matter if the Outlaw only has 2 shots. We'll just add 2 more to the shorty. That's 4 shots always at the ready for Governor.
It's another 4.
It's another 2+2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh man, that collab hurts. I mean,
especially for the player behind.
Yeah, this is just what a read from Talon. Good shots from Governor too, and good movement from Neon at the end. I mean, if you really want to dig all the way to the micromanagement of it.
Definitely.
15-1-5. A 15.0 KD, 7 rounds into his first match in VCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate. Ban on the operator now. Jeremy opping as well. But we've got that dimensional drift available. So that kind of cancels out any potential Viper's pits.
It's a good hold.
But I like, tapping the pause for Talon. Oh no, but it allows for Jeremy to find an opening pick.
Time to jump.
And then the trade.
Yeah, answer right back. And Jeremy was trying to get ready for it too, but Ban's just half a step quicker.
Now you've lost your head, Team Secret. It's going to be that much more difficult to push through. I mean, not unless, you know, I would have to think it's down to Envy.
Yeah, it's always so rough on Breeze. If your Jet is still the main operator, if you're trying to pick that up for the attack, obviously it's a great wild card. It's a great weapon to try to get the first pick, but as soon as they get picked off where you spend too much time, you just don't have a great way to break into sight. You're right, the null command's still available for Envy. That's an option. The KOs, they've gotten aggressive before.
Oh, there it is. Flash out. Oh, but the toxic screen timing! It blocks off the flash, allows for Governor to tap away, and he just finds them through that green curtain.
Yeah, by the way, no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's like, my gosh.
That went a little bit too haywire. Borkum managing to bring things back under Team Secret's control. They picked up the players. They picked up the spike, but here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up? Back to the shorty, but then shut down by Jesse Vash, the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz, though, tries to fight back with the op, has to reload. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Recon just makes him think about the other angle for just a second. Swapped over to the Vendel, a simple burst, closes things out. Jesse Vash's reactions, not quite enough up against Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz, a good read in that very last second. Expects the possibility of Jesse Vash trying to get ahead of that Cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential Jesse Vash moment there, the hero moments that we've come to know from the leader of the Filipino squad. Good shots from Governor, and the decision from Ban. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
Definitely Makes your opponents feel a lot of pressure. Because you're not expecting him to come out of Dimensional Drift that quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that this team is very vocal, all individually. I've heard that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well, and that can always go two ways, right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there, but so far, they are in sync. This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too. Viper's Pit, Cruz hiding inside of it. It's a little bit risky given the Aldro now. He tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
But that's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes, the Viper gets a little greedy, pushes out, you take them out, and then you think you're able to push through, but just another sentry there to get one kill. And Ban now in mid. I mean, look at Talon's movement. Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map. And the double as well.
Full control of the fights too. Pretty soon, Governor's going to come up from behind. Jesse Vash trying to do what he can. But how much is going to be enough? Oh, Governor's just going to let them up?
Yeah, I mean, didn't spot him. And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
There we go.
Spotted him as well.
Now it's a 3-on-1. Jesse Vash might be able to get the spike plant, but that's about it.
So he needs to hide from the operator. Needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because it's Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle towards the entrance of Cave. He had no idea that Governor was already onto the other side. The high gear sprint just kind of throws off the timing for a second. So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports. Now, some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at Lock-In, and we had high hopes, but I would say...
insane!
I mean, yeah, you are insane. I agree. I mean, these guys are looking so sharp in their aim, their decision-making. 18-2-5. The number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
It just keeps bucking. I gotta really think about what this could mean for the future, because in their group they might have to play against DRX, and still they're now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret. Borkum going up on the aggressive. Jeremy trying to go up front, shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade. Numbers advantage has been gained.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not getting picked off right on the entry. He's able to jiggle out and gets the first pick in return. And that's a good answer. Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4, still a solid shot on Breeze.
Just getting an idea for Talon's game plan again. I mean, because some previous rounds, especially the first part of the map, they started to go really aggressive. Now they start to slow down a little bit. And Team Secret sees that as an opening, and it works.
Of course, we've got viewing parties from all around.
That's a lot of people.
Yes, that was a lot of people. And hopefully, of course, the teams are able to deliver on their expectations. But Secret, so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side. Again, 4 rounds, I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against players like Governor and Ban. But right now, Talon switching things up a little bit. We've still got that op on both sides.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone to see. Oh,
that's big info.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least a position of 1. So you know how to just target that guy. Oh, man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Ban to do that job instead. Lenny is relieved to go in for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
Still many people in sight, though. Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the off angle. I thought Lenny would have gone for the counter Hunter's Fury, but just as good. Plays for the recon instead. Wait for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Cruz getting a bit of a trade, and then comes Governor. Numbers game prevails, and Talon continues to win.
I mean, the backup's just way too quick. And of course, I think, honestly, Lenny's had some incredible info gathering on the side of Talon. That previous round as well. And this one, he gets some solid pings onto Envy. And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup already there. Governor wrapping all the way around the back of sight. Talon's comms are good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But all the concerns that I personally had about how does this team gonna gel in the very beginning of the year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
It's looking really good, and if they can secure this first half 10-2, that would be even better.
Jeremy's alone, the Reckoning.
Here comes Team Secret. Oh my god, even alone. I mean, Borkum NTG all the way from B main. They managed to gun down so many of these players. Going up fast is just what Talon did not expect, and all of a sudden it's down to Governor. Only an op, maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today, I say you hold your breath.
Okay.
Good reposition for Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane. He doesn't have that much time. Maybe like 25 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B main, that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can do. Jeremy shuts it down.
Jump peak, that feels old. But here we go, 9-3. Still a good half nonetheless, but great recovery from Team Secret towards the end.
Talon, we talked about the positives they've shown, and Team Secret, I think a big part of it is that they weren't quite sure of how to deal with Governor being so hot right off the rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through the smoke, and another time it was another kill through the smoke on A main, getting these first kills, and then the fast rotates from both the Neon and the Yoru. It seemed like they just didn't have quite an answer for that. The couple times they went for the execute, I mean, we saw it in the last round as well, but what I will say is that last round, the Reckoning comes out, and they recognize, if we don't just pile through right now, Jeremy's dead. He's on an island, in the site, all on his own, so they go in and they say, forget getting worried about getting stunned. If we kill and move forward, we won't be in the same position for the Reckoning, so let's just plow through. And that gets them that so precious third round win.
Yeah, just trying to adapt to it, because in the past, if Jeremy just dives in alone, that's the entire plan failed. And you can definitely see that there are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds looks serious.
See if Governor can do the same thing on attack. 19-4-5.
I mean, I think attack is where the Neon fast lane can provide that much more value. And on top of that, you've got Crews, you've got Jit Boys, 2 more walls to work with. So again, Governor has been our MVP for this entire match. Ben a close second, everyone else following up on it. And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this map.
Game Crash out there ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro can do, right? You can really start to toy with the Cypher setups, usually on the B side. Put the pressure. That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without either one trip, one spy cam, things like that.
I like Jeremy's position, though. Just watching in case anyone does peek out, or if he wants to try to find Van. A little bit faster, and then Ben rendezvous with his team. Setting up for that A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can pinch down onto Envy, that would be great. But look at Envy, 180-degree flick, and he gets Governor 2 kills. A bit of a trade, and then Jesse finds one more. Borkum, however, feeling the pressure, has to back off, tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the classic, tries to right-click. But you know what? It doesn't even matter because only Lenny is left. And with the IGL not able to frag out, it's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol in the second half.
These are the clips we remember from 23, Envy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well. Lets the Neon pass, then walks out on a timing through, just guards that fast lane. Good mind games around the Neon.
So controlled. I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility. I mean, I'm not bothered by it whatsoever. Nice! Jesse finding shots too all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret. Now they've got the Outlaw at the hands of Jeremy, and they can definitely dish out more damage.
Yeah, that's one of the big questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary opper, and of course the Outlaw and things like that. See if it comes to fruition, but not on the A side just yet. we'll have to give up the plant. Oh, sees him.
Snake bite stinger combo, spike dropped, and the rest of Talon scrambling for safety. Playing around the toxic screens too, though, it just gives up a lot more space, and with some blind shots being fired through, Jeremy finds one. Borkum not able to do all too much, but it's just a setup for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too, and that's Talon just burned to a crisp.
I'm telling you, it's far from over. Obviously, they're able to carry over the 4 weapons that they did purchase into the bonus. Now, not all the greatest, but you got to remember, again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the Outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it just came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing how to play so far back. The onus is on Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so given the current weaponry. But now, on to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Aggressive push out from mid. He's just going to try to stick around. No contact.
Ooh. Okay, good recon from Jesse Vash as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, Jesse Vash simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So Jesse Vash with a great read that this is going to funnel them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4-on-5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can anchor. That's something that Asterai said.
Envy holding close as well. Oh, no!
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy!
Still manages to burn down Ban. But just trying to go full auto with all of these weapons, it's not quite enough. The close range duels, somehow Talon losing out in terms of numbers advantage. Still though, trying to go back to a little bit more safety. Lenny just holds out and swaps over to the high angle, gets down Jeremy. Wow, through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vash with the Sheriff still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of a Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even the entire round possible, but no. Cruz watching from double doors will barely save the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
You can anchor, but can you clutch? With a Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is, but Team Secret managed to put up a bit of a fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still, I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean, pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force. And you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, it keeps spirits up. And look at this, Governor up to 20 kills now.
Slow creeping up, not as quickly as we saw in the very beginning of the map, but obviously a lot more for him to do on the attacking side. A bit of a mishap on the flash there as well.
He tried to make the movement work though, but Borkum just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
No, they'll spot at least one on halls, so Jesse Vash, no reason to greed this. You have control of double doors, you have control of the site. You can keep them trapped in the halls, it's not the worst scenario.
Yeah, if anything, Jit Boys has to, I don't know, like, either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use of the shoots into mid. That's not quite going to happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart, right? You already showed one person up in halls. You send the shock dart to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. And you just say, if we can keep that occupied, we should have a shot. But no, it's going to be a save. I mean, they don't have any explosive entry into the site. And of course, the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Yeah, 30 seconds. And look at the setup on B too. I don't think B is a site that they've explored all too much, so there are some unknown variables. They don't know exactly where these trips might be or where the cam is.
10 seconds left.
So there's really a lot to consider, because remember a couple rounds ago we saw Jesse Vash just playing up around tunnel, around elbow a little bit. So they're still thinking that Team Secret setup might be 2 on B, 3 on A. So we don't want to toy with that too much, at least for this round.
Yeah, and you don't have the KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got, start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't spent too many rounds figuring out NDG's preferred default setups. But if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be ban on that Yoru. Got it during the pistol round.
Yeah, if not Ben, it's got to be Lenny with the shock darts. Again, information first. So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to catch up. Jesse Vash kind of catching up in terms of kills too.
Oh, very aggressive shark dart into elbow. And Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Swapped over with Jeremy too. NDG good to anchor, just as Asterai said.
Crash.
Past the cyber cage, but now suddenly pushing into it, punished by Cruz. Gate crash allows Ben to sneak and infiltrate onto site, just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the map. He gets out. Jit Boys still holding up around elbow in case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he stays alive up over by pillar, he uses his utility. He's still got the Reckoning available. There's so much that Talon has invested into this round.
Oh, no.
Another shot. Jesse Vash out in the open. Borkum revealed by Ban. And that's Talon back into the game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets him right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant. Ban gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to wait, but then Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage as they know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Yoru and the decoy. And then they just pinch onto him. During all that, Ban's able to still get the first kill on site as well. And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now. NDG swapping up his setup on towards B side as well. Jeremy trying to explore mid a little bit, maybe pull off something cheeky. But again, this high tide just makes him question a lot. But guess what? Talon's actually corralled up towards B instead. Just watching elbow.
A good read, you have to imagine, on what the potential is from Team Secret, right? Because they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
Apart from that too, I mean, that's what they're playing off of. Now they want to get their own info past enough time. Dimensional Drift does clear out a lot, so NDG has no choice but to relinquish the site.
Relay boats corralling him.
Ooh. Comboed with Ben and the Dimensional Crash. It gets out onto another one. Jesse Vash making a trade happen, so not impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Jeremy on the flank, but so is Lenny. Now this cuts the timer for Lenny quite short, but I don't think they're aware at all. So if Jit Boys can stay alive alongside Governor, this is huge.
Here
Gets
comes
one.
Lenny, all right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around. Toxic Screen back up, and Jit Boy still trying to keep things alive. Governor and Envy, though, suddenly pitched down. And with that, the spike available. They knew where Lenny was. They knew where he was about to show up. And Envy collects another round for Team Secret.
Team Secret immediately ups the tempo as soon as they recognize that Lenny gets the first kill on the flank. Instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1s, they just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in and win these fights. And Jeremy's lurk, I mean, he catches sight alongside Cruz. They see each other in mid, and Jeremy just follows all the way. Good call.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on defense, Team Secret, to get more info, they could also put themselves into deeper positions to lurk like what Jeremy did. And that gives them to that 7-11. Talon now calling their first timeout, trying to collect on those last 2 rounds.
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially in the first half, but the attacking side, I like the attempted hit onto B, that success that brought them their 11th round win, but not quite as much control around the map just yet. I mean, on defense, they were running amok. They held mid, they held pillar, they held both sides, they held A main. Sometimes they push out a B main, get that early pick.
Right here.
But on attack, I mean, first of all, not too many answers about pressuring mid, right? And this is allowing Team Secret to just say, all right, pressure one side, go back to 2-on-2 default, and then shift the weight over on a timer.
Oh, yeah. Haven't really gone through mid. Haven't really, played much around halls either. They did think about that halls play with that 3-on-5 round where they lost 2 players really early on.
Well, this is going to be finally the Yoru trying to shake up the utility from Cypher as Jeremy gets the first kill. And NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged by the cam, so he has to slow down. He can't just go in, wreck the setup, and then gate crash out.
That far out, he still gets a shot onto Lenny. So you just lost a little bit of info gathering. Now we're starting to creep up instead.
Well, two-pronged attack. So they've always got a backup plan.
Okay, all the way up and through halls. Jesse Vash is right on the other end. Gets the information. Jeremy still staying tucked away and hidden.
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now, the recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is can they break into B? Because otherwise, Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's here.
Oh.
Not even a guess, it looks like.
I thought they might have had an idea, but guess not.
Spike down.
And with that now, Team Secret very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back, but not for long. 5 HP. His teammate and the spike dropped. The round is over. I guess he's going for that save. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, only 5 HP, and your econ's
10
not
seconds
exactly
left.
even across the board. And we've been trading rounds back and forth, so not quite at the maximum loss streak bonus. Talon carrying one Vandal over, losing a lot of steam. And this one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Sylvia utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on this defensive side. If they can repeat that formula, it's going to be that much more difficult for Talon. NDG going back to the slightly different setup still, but heavily anchoring on the B side. The game plan has swapped back up to what we saw just a few rounds ago. A solo NDG on B.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team Secret. And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well. I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to reset at the very least.
Yeah, retake setup too. Talon has to reconsider their options, but given the time passed, they never quite know who might be on the other side. And it's going to be Jeremy with an operator.
They suspect something.
1 pixel is all it takes. Shot hasn't been fired off. Oh, the movement from Governor. A sudden, he jumped over and carried the momentum through. Jeremy repeats though. Is that good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor wants to pressure it. Oh, the Blade Storm. Right click, and then Lenny with the shorty. Ben is here to assist as well. So although Governor dies, it's enough space for Talon to potentially take the site. High Tide blocks off so much vision.
Spike gets planted. Post plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pit to make sure. I mean, this is going up to match point for Talon.
Wow, and all they got to do is to protect the Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh impossible.
So many layers of safety. Cruz dies. We still got Jit Boys. We still got Ben and Lenny on the other side of Cave. So it's the call for Envy to save instead.
Yeah, looking at their creds, I don't mind that they attempted to go into the pit. I mean, you just don't want to give over map point. And you still had another flash drive, a 0 point. You know, you get the first cheeky pick. Sure, there's a world. There's a world where a story could be told, but not in that one. And Talon goes up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, might just also be Breeze on defense, and you gotta figure out those openings. And especially with Talon, I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a little bit more. They had to adapt, and adapt they did.
Yes, this should do.
Well, this is, it's actually giving me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to they keep tabs on the actual setup, and they're just trying to combat the setup itself. On a site, ban. Great opening kill, takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Don't just combat the setup, right? Combat the players.
Well, okay, sure, yes, combat the players as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it, you still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off. Now, I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but this time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
The decoy as well makes Borkum feel a little bit uneasy.
I'm out of here.
And then the fast lane, they think it's going to be an A hit, but look at where the spike's headed towards.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin pretty much. Now, a pretty early call from Team Secret. They recognize this as they don't hear any more footsteps, but whoa, Governor flying high off of the boxes.
No way.
1v5.
What a great debut on the Neon, and Jit poised to end it all as he hops around for his teammate to pick up the kill. 13-8. This first map goes to Talon.
A huge showing from Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from T1, 2 members coming over from Turtle Troop, from the challenger scene in North America. And they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe. A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit more from Team Secret in terms of the mid-rounding, the adjustment, the synergy even, but just not able to do that.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to leave the rest for our analysts to pick up because, wow, what a match to break down.
Showing what they're made of on Breeze. Governor on the Outlaw. Absolutely insane. It was like that content piece he did with the Outlaw. He definitely is a Neon player as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had plenty of experience on the Neon, but this was still a bit of a different flavor. Like we said, a bit of a mashup from the comps that we saw yesterday on Breeze. They come out here with that Neon alongside the Yoru, and I mean, it was Governor and Ban shining through, and this is really strong when you have 2 players that are also very well versed with that operator, which is snipers in general in their hands. We saw Ban picking up some kills there on the back end with that op. Just a very fearsome double duelist setup that Talon has right now.
Yeah, when you look at the compositions, right, from the start of this entire game, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win condition that Talon needs is a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive contact, and they were so good at that. And what TS needed to do was to try to counteract that when they were on the attacking side, which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in, getting caught, getting punished by Governor, and then everyone else from Team Secret was just walking up, dying to or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for me, and then it just kind of happened over and over again until we ended like a 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, just fairly brutal here. I mean, Team Secret, granted, this isn't a map that they're the most proficient on. Obviously, with Ascent coming up, it would be that, and then Haven, which is out of the pool. So I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back in this series. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but I mean, if Governor is going to be playing like that, playing like this with the sniper coming into his hands, then Ascent is still a very scary prospect because you can very easily just flip over onto that Jet. Hell, you can even have Ban play the Jet and Governor play something else going into Ascent if it's not a double duelist setup. But if Talon continue to cook, if they continue to have some unique looks as far as their strategies are concerned on certain maps, maybe they have something different for Ascent as well.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret? Jeremy was on the Jet there, but I think there were some critical moments that he missed. And what's it gonna take for Secret to step up going into Ascent?
The thing is, I think Secret before already had some really good entry setups, and that's why I think they were so feared, you know, when they had those good days back in 2023 for Pacific League. But this time it just feels like they're letting Jeremy do everything by himself. We don't see the follow-up, the kind of back and forth he has with Jesse Vash, no support utility from Borgum. It's just the standard setups that you kind of see with these kind of agent pickups, and that's not going to be enough against Talon. So they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to go up against a possible double duelist in the form of Ban and Governor.
Yeah, I mean, also when he's going into these sites, I mean, we see 4 first kills, 4 first deaths for Jeremy. It's very much the same. 4 Governor on the opposite side, but when you have that secondary, not initiator, but secondary duelist there in Ban, you're able to capitalize a lot more if Governor does go down, and more often than not, especially that first half, Governor was entering and no one was able to stop him at all. Jeremy, when he's getting traded, it's that trade back hasn't really been there in a lot of these rounds from Team Secret. We see him going out trying to get a line with an operator. He ends up getting picked off. But also just some of these shots that he absolutely should have when he's set up over there in A main, staring down over towards the defender's spawn. Governor swings that corner. Jeremy should have that shot pretty much 100% of the time, but the whiff comes in, they manage to hound him down, and then they close out the map from there. It's just, we need to see those shots coming through. I mean, does Jeremy look improved when it comes down to the offing compared to what we've seen in the past? Yes, I would say that he has, but I don't think it's at that top level right now, and there are so many great offers in this league that you're going to have to contend with at some point.
I'm really liking this iteration of Talon, whatever it is. The crews also very different kind of energy this year. You watched him on the cam, on the player cam. He just looks cool as a cucumber throughout the entire match. He's
zen.
not overly, yes, very zen. Not overly, no overheating happening on, at least on his side. When they got like 6-7 consecutive in a row.
And that's what they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how in the green room, wow, it looks like they were overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kills, both Ban and Governor. If they have somebody like Cruz to reel them back in, it's perfect for this Thai team roster.
Yeah, I mean, having sat down with these guys and talked to them extensively, like, they were so excited to finally just have their match, get out on stage. They wanted to debut their compositions to the world, you know, finally play against the other teams that are in this league, because again, everybody has been hiding strategies away from one another. No one within this tournament has been scrimming against each other, maybe barring a couple exceptions. But widely, they've been keeping everything locked away, just hiding it from the opponent's eyes. They wanted to put it out on display, and they finally have done that. And I think that did lead a lot towards them getting a bit overzealous, having a bit too much fun, like we said, chasing in for those kills. There's a couple times where Governor was very clearly just trying to pad the stats, and he ended up cutting down his ACS a little bit there. But as long as Frost in this downtime, as they get ready to go into map 2, if you can rein them in a little bit more, if they have that kind of hot start, then I think that they're going to still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about, okay, you had a slight warm-up in that second half. You started getting the gears shifting in the right direction. Can you carry that momentum forward going into your map pick of Ascent, start off hot like we saw from the side of Talon, and just take that early lead and run away with it and take us to map 3?
While, you know, we're saying that a lot of the teams have been hiding a lot of their game plan for the season this year, so we haven't seen a lot of that, especially Talon, especially the teams that have a lot of changes. But with Ascent and with Team Secret, we have a lot of data to go off of.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Team Secret has gotten probably their most successful games on the Ascent map, probably because every single time that they played it, it's always the same composition over and over again. It's the double initiator with the Sova and the KO, and so on and so forth. You get yourself the jet and everything. But, I mean, at this point, they might just have to think about, Talon might have a different approach in this one, kind of change the status quo, and Team Secret might not be aware of this. But what is going to be at least better right now, at least compared to Breeze, if I'm just, you know, hyper-analyzing a little bit, NDG and Envy, the two most recent pickups for Team Secret, weren't really given a chance to do anything on that first half because it feels like they had to always follow up on Jeremy, and they kind of get punished every single time. On the second half, when they were on defense, you saw that they had more chances to do so. Ascent as a map, whether it's attacking or defending, allows you to have those more individualistic plays. So I feel like they have a lot more opportunity now to influence the game compared to this first map, but still is to be seen.
I'm just curious, you know, as well for Secret, do they have something up their sleeve when it comes down to Ascent? Because there is plenty of tape of them on how they like to play this map. So either there needs to be a big compositional difference as far as what agents they're selecting, or a really big change in the pace, the setups that they have as they go to attack these sites. Because again, with Talon, you don't know what to expect with these 5 players because the slate has been wiped clean. For Team Secret, if it's mostly just going to be, okay, we're going for Ascent because historically we've been very good at this, then Talon can be the ones who are hyper-analyzing. They can sit down and just really review how you've played this across the last several years and then break it down and really find your weaknesses.
That's right, and on top of that, the coaches from both sides, it's been made very clear how well they know each other, and they are definitely trying to, you know, break down each other's mental and get into the mind games of what they may or may not do, and that is definitely a lot of fun between Frost and Warbirds.
And again, it just puts that much more pressure on Warbirds because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here. So he has a lot more onus on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing. And we'll go ahead and take a look. And, well, look at that. It's good old Ascent.
They do not change the status quo, so it's going to be about how the approach will be. I will say this, though, at least looking back at Jeremy's performance, not the entry fragging anymore, his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v1 duels that favor him. So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, you know, following the footsteps of Governor. That really is something that is going to be so beneficial here for Team Secret, because again, it really just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's gotten top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
All right, let's go into our second map of Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess that is the question, right? Chubby Ninja asked, right? Achilles, I mean, it's going to be Ascent. We've seen this so many times. It's the exact same composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
Well, there was a part of me that hoped. You know, we saw the Neon and Yoru on Breeze, and I saw, all right, Talon's cooking. And they said, even Ascent can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We got to just let the steak rest forever, as it is just the same old composition. But, I mean, even whether it's the shots, the confidence, maybe even the comms, the backup, I mean, everything Talon looked better in map 1. Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock, paper, scissors among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's plays books. Everyone's reading from each other.
Well,
DG.
Might not know too much about what Talon might do, though. Pushing out the B main that way. Not quite finding the shots, now re-peeking into it. Governor still with that share, trying to make it work.
Man.
Managing to take down NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He can't land enough shots to get the assist there, and Jeremy just cleans it up, but not quite safe in the sight. Chip boys.
Spike down A.
That's a good enough pickup that it gives them numbers advantage, even though Governor is pretty low. Spike play goes down, and at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Oh, the turret just doing a little extra chip damage. Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh, no.
Last player.
Oh, the ping!
Sported out.
Yeah. He was ready for it. He was crouched. Can't find the headshot either. Oof. Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Jeremy would come in this year and fire right off the bat because, I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments from the young player on Team Secret. But the operator looked a little rough and shaky on Breeze and not finding it just yet in the pistol, but still many rounds to go on Ascent.
Yeah, Lenny jumping back into heaven was definitely throwing him off a little bit. Now we've got the setups from Talon, though, and it makes you wonder, are they going to push out again?
Well, with these weapons, surely not. Although maybe inching forward on main, they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia, lots of setup.
Governor. Paranoia to support.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously, just a second round. Waiting for his kill. Backed up, and they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to give the entire area for free, and even if they do, turret and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
And at the same time, just wanting to make sure they don't give away too many weapons. Jin boys, there we go. Nanoswarms available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there. Actually, Envy taking a bit more than I thought he would have. The smoke gives it away, but at least they get the spike plant.
So it's a good enough win for Team Secret. Now, can Talon make this a flawless win? Surely not quick enough. The rest of them trying to wallbang through. We do have an Ares, so might as well try to make it happen. But here comes NDG. A good shot from the back of Boathouse, but Governor is just that much sharper as well. Okay, Ben with the Guardian, and then Lenny with a Ghost. Why not? 4 out of 5 weapons saved. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Good shots from Governor. He's continuing to put up highlights for Talon, putting them back on the board, putting them back in discussion for VCT Pacific. We'll see if he can continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But, I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff. And now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence. 5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the Blade Storm. Not much of the same can be said for, unfortunately, oh dear Jeremy, just for the time being. They are trying to attack though, so we'll give them that. But Governor continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was not expecting that. Team Secret needs to find another option into a site.
It's going to be a smoke to try to block off main, but they do know that it should be a split here.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy got the movement, tries to bypass the space. It does allow them into the site, although the wall banks from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for the long wraparound. Doesn't look like it, so just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
Well, Vash might be the one wrapping around instead. Has to make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team got to stay alive enough. But here comes Governor. Blade Storm available. He goes up at the ready.
Oh, man.
3rd kill under his belt. Now he's looking for the last. Doesn't quite get onto Jesse Vash, but it's enough for Ben to stick the spike. Gets off almost at the half, but just not quite secure enough to take down Jesse Vash.
Round 3 is not the round you want to overheat on for kills. I mean, listen, quite frankly, he was definitely feeling the momentum. His movement was good onto the retake. And if he did get the kill, it would have been the thumbnail of the highlight for this match for sure if they end up winning the entire thing. But it gives just enough room for Jesse Vash. And this is why Team Secret was always getting so close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they have rough rounds, they have these players who are able to just kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. that is the threat for Team Secret. And it might not seem like much, but it is just enough.
Yeah, they've played enough games to know, like, calm down, it's all good. I can still bring things back. And now with that 2-1 score, we're looking to turn it to a 2-2, hopefully. Lenny has an Odin, though.
Yeah, very desperate, too, because while, yeah, it was a clutch, that's not what you want to see on the 3rd round on your bye round.
Watch, quick, simple execute. Paranoia out as well. Crew's trying to hold things back. A little bit off on the Shrouded Step play, but still able to gun him down regardless. Jesse Vash with Hunter's Fury in as well. Now the rest of them with that Odin almost trying to connect, but Envy manages to stay alive. Now options available are just heaven. Not quite so much door, but they have no idea that NDG is right around that spot.
I mean, with the type of util they have available, yeah, I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure, you got the recon on the drone, but
fair enough.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out, as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on tree, like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup, should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast, they're decisive, they're impactful. Meanwhile, for Talon, it does feel as though some of this carries over from, the previous map on Breeze. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well sometimes.
Yeah, and this is actually why Team Secret had such a good win rate, right? If you think back, this was another team that used to just say, okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX. Happened on Ascent. And they just know that if you're going to still go for defaults, we will always have the numbers advantage. Let's see if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we keep talking about one of the teams that made the least changes coming into 2024, so you imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed, everything should be similar.
Well, they are switching up the pace just for now.
A good round to take some mid control, put some pressure, see if you can get sight of those alarm bots. Not going to dig deep enough, but he has no idea that there's so many members wrapping all the way around him. From short, they don't peek out all the way.
Still trying to find that opening pick, though. Just trying to push through a little bit, but then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
I mean, great save. Oh, I was going to say earlier from Jesse Vash to keep Jeremy alive, but Governor will find a kill nonetheless, this time on main.
Take flight.
And with that now, just might be able to prevent Team Secret from smoking things off. Lenny, sensing that the hit is headed towards B, sends out the recon.
30 seconds left.
And then everyone's ready to fire and let it rip. Jit Boys, triple kill back-to-back. Governor getting the last one onto Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Great hold, the recon at an angle where you'd have to get pinged to clear it out. And then you have someone still holding close, a bit of an off angle with that Vandal, not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin. Try to go for a peek, but good reset after the first kill for Jit Boys. And he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for talent to build upon. It's great to see him return in form.
Get out of my way.
Especially on this Sentinel role. On this map, too, he had some great moments. Still, though, Team Secret very much in the game. Jeremy with the Blade Storm. Let's see if he can make some magic work. They're headed towards A with another A split, setting up for that execute.
Spots one. Oh, didn't see him on the minimap, so his teammates get the trade, but get stuck on the door.
A little bit unfortunate, but here comes the Shrouded Step. The decoy play for Envy to peek out, but it's just a trade. 3-on-3 now, and although there is space for Team Secret, it's still a little bit risky to get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen. No wall banks just yet. We also have NDG just kind of lurking around mid, so that's the idea now.
NDG is the big one. The timing is going to be so crucial because Jitboy suspects it, but NDG just needs to be patient. His teammates are still alive. He doesn't need to be the one that gets first contact. Oh, no.
Peeked out a little bit too early. Now, Envy might have some utility, but he's just pinched down. Recon in, has to make his shots ring true, but Lenny just sprays it down with an Odin.
Thanks.
And that's Talon with the 4th win.
I mean, I held my breath on that one. Envy's had some nutty highlights last year. So there was a possibility, but it's always, those are things that look like miracles. And so far, Talon still looking like the team that's just put together a bit more, which is the crazy part. An entirely new roster, right? Only 2 members, so not exactly a core moving on from last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances from Governor, and now a little bit more from Jit Boys. I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny. And now he's got this Odin. There's no way that Envy could have made it out of that one, especially if Lenny's just spraying as he falls down. On to the next round, though. Again, Talon switching out their positions. A little bit more than stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's going to be Team Secret that's enabled into B.
Yeah, well, of course, the null command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own null command coming out first. I like it. Denies the potential response from Envy.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is for B main. Governor gets an opening shot. 2 players isolated on the other side, and it allows for Governor to swing up on towards B. And then Cruz just to decimate anyone hiding inside of B main. Talon makes it a quick round, a flawless round, and a retake.
I mean, forget the frags itself. Lenny's calling has been very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world, but you keep tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping pong has been across the sites, and you say, MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more value that they get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first a little bit early to deny that response so they're able to go in a bit stronger on the retake.
And that's what they needed, especially with that pacing coming through. As soon as they secure a strong lead, that's great.
And this time it's an A empty as well, because that null command is still available. They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, Lenny is reading Team Secret's habits.
Great anticipation. Null command doesn't connect onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the site surrounded. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this, oh no, it's so clean. He finds one more as well. Does get traded.
And even with the one-way, it just enables for Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. Jeremy tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shooting down this lockdown instead. Lenny goes in for the chase, and it's Governor with the short hit that gets it instead. NDG all the way from A main, can't find the angles.
You know, it does seem like at times that NDG isn't quite able to get a hold of himself. You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast. A little overwhelming, perhaps. Obviously, a big debut stage for him. Coming up onto a big land stage against VCT teams here in Pacific. But we're not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
Not quite enough. I mean, we've seen him able to anchor, but not quite so much with the clutches, and especially with Talon now retaking sites. The post plants, it's a little bit shaky, and with the score 6-2 right now, if Team Secret doesn't fix things, this match could be over.
Sure. I mean, yes, again, Ascent, etc., defensive half, but the way things are looking now, it looks like they're well on their way to at least another 9-3 half, which is what they had on Breeze. Starting on that defense. The calls from Lenny are good. Good reads on to Jesse Vash and Team Secret. I mean, what a way to prove a point for Lenny. Sitting behind this 5-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one, when he had to play the one map against DRX.
Yeah, he's finally getting his chance. I mean, round 7 and 8 says so much. But of course, now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Well, first of all, they got to quiet down Governor once again. 14-2-1. Still with the op on that jet.
Area.
Okay. Oh, Lenny. Oh, Lenny. IGL for IGL.
Yeah, and that spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in mid, like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read, though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldro being committed. As soon as he saw it fly up, he went in for that spray, but here comes NDG now, trying to open things up against Governor. So Star Duel is gone. Jit Boys with a bit of a trade. And we're back to a 3-on-3. Space created, and all of a sudden it's a mid to A adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this? Ben just peeks out. Cruz holds his ground, and all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
He has time. He wants to make these 1v1s.
Oh,
the best option he's had.
40 seconds. Oh. Crouch spray commitment from Ben, and he's just tagged up.
I want to see that swivel from Ban, because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill if Ban didn't peek out with a pre-fire. Not sure if we'll get a chance to see it, but Ban, he's been free. Another, and this time it is on the KO, right? So it's not necessarily about putting him on the jet. Last year, it was only on the jet that he looked confident. But something about the comms, the chemistry on this team, we got to remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this new roster of Talon Esports. And it's paying off.
There's that bit of a duo, and it certainly works out well. Apart from that, I mean, just...
No.
No! The game plan from Team Secret instantly shut down, but Jeremy has, okay, a little bit to say, but not all too much. 3 on 4, spike getting planted, but retakes are underway.
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat or not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing like a world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, actually really mechanically insane. I mean, there's so much that he's doing, jumping around, updrafting.
And the interesting part is the team backs him up. I mean, if they didn't, a lot of these rounds would actually end up looking like overheats. There are rounds where he is going to drop a weapon. There are rounds where maybe the updraft is a little too eager, but the trades are there that either keep him alive or even if he dies, it's a very clean win for the team. And the pacing that Talon has right now is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win, he wants backup to be there immediately, and it is every time on the defensive side for Talon.
The follow through, the relays, and now, you know, he's up 17-3.
I mean, Team Secret would want nothing more than to make this a 4-8 half.
Changing angles as well now, down towards mid. We do have Team Secret players trying to creep up on Catwalk. Governor has a very good chance at spotting all of them.
Wow, no one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Work him. No.
Getting
That's
hit
smoked down.
Lenny. And that's another thing about Lenny is Sova. Punisher always good for a couple of kills. Jeremy sees it and wants to push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a roadblock though as the sprays cut Envy in half. Make that
4
a 4
kills! Lenny! The quick swivel onto Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was going to have a timing there, jumping up amidst all that noise. But Lenny...
This is... I'm telling you, this is that Lenny that I saw from Bleed Esports like 2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad someone's keeping that memory because it's coming back. I mean, the Hunter's Fury, great. Part of it, Borkum kind of hoping that he wasn't spotted because of the first shot missed. But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well on how to hold his own angles and the timings, the possibilities while he's IGLing on this new roster of an entire new mix.
So that was all they needed. And also not changing up all too much. The game plan still sound, still good. Odin sprays through. Governor just a bit of a peek, and it takes down NDG. Here comes Jeremy, though. Bladestorm at the ready. And he's looking to get to work.
Just one more round. 3-9. Hope for the curse.
I mean, he says enough is enough. I want that 9-3. But Governor, what?
I'm telling you, Governor doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in the server.
He's overflowing with confidence right now, and he's supported by Ben of all things right now.
Player standing.
A bit of a bait, a bit of a trade.
He's expecting it. Oh man, Jesse Vash quick on the trigger, but Ben, a good read on the situation.
Switching sides.
I mean, count on Jesse Vash to bring home the few rounds that they've had. Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze. A bit lacking. And on Ascent, it's even tougher because, again, the playbook is just so textbook across the entire world that if you're bringing out this composition, everyone knows the options. It's just a matter of a chess game and the flowchart of who stays one step ahead. And today, it was not Secret, both in terms of the decisions they made, but the speed of it as well.
Yeah, Secret are definitely catching up to a lot of things. At times when they switch up the pace, they might be able to sneak away a round or two, especially when Jesse Vash is there to clutch things out. But if not for that, it definitely looks like, you know, we've got Governor fragging out, we've got Lenny reading them and staying one step ahead in that chess game, like you mentioned, Will.
Okay, the pistol round once again, ever so important. Frost speaking his mind, wants to
the
close things
contrast.
out. I know.
Warbird's, it doesn't say anything.
Well, he also just seems like he's just racking his brain as well.
Wow.
I think part of it is, I think even the execution of what they have been doing hasn't exactly been the cleanest, right? And then the shots as well. And listen, if the players aren't hitting the shots that they normally would, what do you say at that point? I mean, I guess if you're head coach Solo Gen G, you actually do tell them to just pick up their guns and hit their shots. Or if you're Alex of Paper X, right? It works for some teams, but yeah.
Morale boost, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on, player to player, personality to personality, but that is part of it. Team Secret, they need to hit their first shots a bit more often.
So the form just feels a little bit off today, but as we swap sides, maybe finding a bit more success on the defense. Then again, we don't quite know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just trying to go quick up against Jeremy. It doesn't quite work out, but here comes Ben. There is that follow-up. You always talk about it, Will, and here it is.
I thought Jeremy's backup was quick enough. I thought that was going to catch Talon off guard. But after the one kill, Ban swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow Step. Jesse Vash.
Last player standing.
Well, good shock dart and a ghost kill to follow up, but not quite enough. Half HP though.
Spike planted.
He might be spotted. He might be vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
The turret's there. He's waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh, this is odd. I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
Good post plant from those two. That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the double swing, and they probably would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peek. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken. This is how you know that it's not just the hype and momentum that they're riding off of. The comms are there for Talon. And, I mean, color me impressed, because I did not expect this. At least not in the first match of Kickoff. I thought they were going to look shaky. I thought we were going to see like bits and pieces that they were trying to put together. But here's the whole entire pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next round now. We've got some guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they've gotten before. Team Secret with the Sheriffs though, you never quite want to count them out fully.
I mean, they didn't get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Very clear hit towards B. The spike's not there, though. It's not a full commit. Nobody's quite pushing out of A main, so Cruz decides to make a move. Talon decides to pull back.
And he's pushing up very aggressively with an outlaw.
Well, close range is still, it still works. No armor, one shot, one kill. And then suddenly committing into B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did not expect this whatsoever. And then the other boom shot onto Borkum. We're past double digits now.
Lenny's IGLing looks very good. The thing is what we're seeing is he seems to have enough ideas in his head that he can make the split-second calls. Well, it looks like he was actually just looking into his notes right there as well, right next to him. Trying to keep tabs or maybe reminding himself of what they want to do next, what the game plan was coming into today's match. But, I mean, that call, you dig deep. If I get the kill, just go for B. Like you said, not something Secret expected because everything was quiet. Audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the calls from the IGL of Talon.
The entire team's cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match points. Just switching things up in terms of pace. Governor wants to go ham. Going for the Phantom, going for the movement. A double kill in Vita trade. But then the rest of the team has already made their way onto site. It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible for Talon to pick up this bonus and match point.
Secret has to go for this, but Jeremy is so low, 10 HP. The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is going to have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw. Way too low, and that's going to be it. Lenny hopping up with the classic just to check, and he found what he was looking for.
I mean, I'll see what we're all thinking. This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
Yeah, I was trying not to mention it. He's
like coming back with a vengeance from the bench.
Put me on Gecko again.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
All right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly, a great showing. And you know, that Outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
It is. And now we've got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. Governor already so deep into the site, infiltrating and just trying to block them off as they try to push out from Defender spawn. Team Secret, this retake, it just doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. Envy trying to watch the angles though. Nobody flushed out of logs. Shortly inside of B main, trying to fire off the shot with the Mage Spark Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Look at the swing from Van and Chip Boys. All that's left is gonna be Jesse Vash, and Governor with the angle makes it a flawless 13-3 on a set.
A statement made by Talon Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect. You take apart the individual players, sure, it looked good, but the offseason, it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together. And they say no, it was the exact perfect time to cook. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the warm-up still needed, and a slow start to the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I think that's another thing too, is just that, you know, Akilo's always mentions about Warbirds and Team Secret. They'd love to get enough prep. When you don't have enough prep against a team like Talon, who show up incredible compositions such as that Neon and Yoru, Governor going crazy like this, Lenny even, you know, showing off the Sova now, it's something that Team Secret doesn't expect. It's something that none of us expected.
Yeah, and of course, Talon's now going to be facing the winner of that next match, DRX versus DFM.
Oh.
I'm excited to see how that looks, because again, Lenny, even Frost, they have some good ideas about how the tendencies work for Team Secret. Now when they're going up against another new value, how do they look? How do they come prepared?
I still like the sportsmanship though. No bad blood, just some hugs all around. But look at how elated the Talon Esports boys are. And not just that too. I mean, if we get into stats in a second, our desk is gonna go crazy.
I mean, we thought we were surprised yesterday, but Governor has had an absolute field day on the stage. His very first time standing on the VCT Pacific stage, bringing the victory alongside his new teammates for Talon Esports.
What a day it's shaping out to be. We saw like new ZETA division, now new Talon Esports too. Closing things out 2-0 in this first matchup. Still, I mean, that said, everything's not over yet. We still got one more match to go. Talon Esports, they've got more obstacles if they are to make it. But so far, so good. I mean, consistent performance from Governor, consistent from Lenny and Chip Boys now in our interview.
VCT Pacific Kickoff, the second win goes to Talon. Congratulations! Woo! Yes, I can see the fans so excited for Talon. And for Governor, you show like crazy shots perfectly showing up. So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely like nervous because it's my like in the beginning a little bit for the first like 2 rounds maybe, but that, you know, same thing with challengers last year. My first like 2 rounds in my first match, I was definitely nervous, but once you know you're in the server, it's like it just feels natural. And it got comfortable as you know I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 2라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 2라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이 반격에 나서면서 예상보다 더 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously, there's like some history between Lenny and, you know, Secret. I think for this match, like we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially, you know, me. But you know, the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just, you know, for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to, you know, have such a performance.
Yeah, you really did.
Yeah.
But anything to continue?
No.
Okay. Very 일단 조금 의문으로 남기도 하지만 제가 이번 경기에서 활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는 어떤지 또 물어보겠습니다. Also, we have the new coach Frost in Talon. So, what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him. When I first, worked with him, he was a lot stricter than I'm used to. Like, think of it like a football coach. Very, strict. Basically, the first person to probably, call me stupid a lot. And like, but I have a history with him. But overall, when he brought me to Talon, I was, because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, at first, I definitely didn't know how to feel about it. But, even now we argue a lot, but, it's healthy, It's a healthy amount of arguing and, we work well together.
야. 또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에서 직접 승리의 데뷔 사인과 함께 팬분들께 던져보겠습니다. So can you give your sign in this doll? We're gonna throw it to the fans. Your sign here? This marker? Congratulations! You can sign it on the forehead or the back. Yes, anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이 행운의 인형을 갖고 싶으신 팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 그리고 제가 또 네, 오늘도 뒤쪽이 조금 더 적극적인 것 같아요. Yeah, the fans are really wanting the doll. Where do you want to throw it to? To the back or to the front? Anyone will feel you're lucky. Good job. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye to camera. Thank you.
Wow, there are a lot of fans there trying to catch that tactic bunny from Governor, who was incredible. There's so much history between these two teams, but it's surprising actually how Team Secret performed here. They have so much history on this map, and they weren't quite playing themselves. On the other side, Talent looked phenomenal.
Yeah, surprising is one word to use. I could think of several other ones, but I won't utter them on the broadcast right now. This was absolutely disappointing and not at all what we expected from Team Secret. We expected them to come out, again, like I said, they have a decent jumping off point given that they have such a solid foundation still on this squad with just one new player joining in. But Talent, good lord, what a performance from them the whole way throughout. Utterly dominant here on Ascent. And this is where we said, okay, you know what? Secret, they started warming up a little bit on the back end of Breeze. Now they found their footing. We saw that pistol round coming out from Envy on Breeze as well. So it's like, okay, now they're a little bit more warmed up. They're a little bit more in the zone. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Talon were just completely unflappable on this map.
And you know how important that pistol round was, because it felt like after that, because they lost it, it felt like Jeremy just couldn't find his groove. There was a point where he had the blades coming into short, he spotted 2 targets and couldn't decide which one to actually focus on.
We have to just point straight to the stats. Governor drops a 399 on Ascent. Wow. Nearly cresting 400 and has 7 first kills. He only gave up 1 first death that entire map. It's just utterly dominant the whole way throughout. Lenny as well, stepping into this IGL role, also putting up fantastic figures. He comes away with 100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was subject to a lot of scrutiny after last year. We did see improvements from him on his jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Euro, seeing him on KO, the system that he's in right now, it seems like they're really utilizing him.
Yeah, so where does that put us now? We got T1 and ZETA facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the next match, which is DRX and DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by Talon's performance, maybe we should give DFM a lot of credit too.
It certainly is possible. I mean, they come in, they have a lot riding on this game right here for the side of DFM. So, I mean, they need to prove themselves for sure with this newer roster coming through. Crazy Raccoon crossover, you know, Anthem there as well still. But the odds are stacked against them. But I think no matter which team comes out on top of this one, whoever it is, them versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into the last and final matchup of today.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot in the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like this. Sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating there.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who complains more in the gaming house?
Who showers less? This one, I just put this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? It's better.
Confirm, bro. This one. 10,000%.
If you want.
Oh!
Huh?
Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see.
Who's more determined to make it to international domination? What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team.
Come on, let's try to put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this.
What do you think?
It's about damn time.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff, and woo! It's been kind of a spicy day with 2 games of 2-0. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. With me at the desk, we got our analyzers analyzing things, Achilleos and Asarai. Welcome. This is also his first day with us on Pacific, and it's been kind of crazy. I mean, we were looking at the last game with Team Secret and Talon. We saw the new Talon and what they had to offer.
They were absolutely just blow it out of the park. Again, I expected them to have better performance from what we saw last year, but not to this caliber, not to how Governor just exploded into the scene. And you kind of see you heard the motivation of what gave that to him. It was the revenge match against Team Secret. It's him wanting to have that Lenny just smile a lot more brighter today, and it shows. He was like, yeah, I got this for Lenny.
Yep, I mean, Lenny as well, he got a piece of that one because he was also dominant in the final map, but we'll see if that's going to carry forward here for the side of Team Talon, because they don't know who they're playing against yet, and it's one of these 2 teams.
That's right, and we did see ZETA earlier today, and very similarly, we saw a very refreshed ZETA division go against a new Global Esports. But I think both Team Secret and Global Esports, go back to the drawing board and figure things out, and while they move on to the lower bracket. And our next matchup, DRX versus DFM. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. I hope we were thinking the same, like, well, this is, DRX and their track record of, like, almost a nearly flawless win throughout Pacific last year, and DFM the complete opposite with literally 0 wins last year, but they have a completely different team this year.
They do. There's just a kind of one holdover here in Anthem. There's been obviously a lot of back and forth as well, because we saw multiple players joining this roster, being announced, then departing in the offseason. So there's been a lot of head scratching around DFM regarding what they're doing, what core they were going to end up settling on. But now we know. It's just basically Crazy Raccoons, and then Anthem is still here. He sticks over to just, kind of continue being Anthem, because with all of the faults that we did have from DFM, he was pretty much the most consistent bright spot outside of a couple pop-off moments that we had from time to time from the likes of Soldom and Suggest. Anthem, I mean, he was the first person to globally get an ace in the last season, locked that one down at lock-in on Icebox, I believe, and then managed to do it multiple other times throughout the season. So I think him being there still means that there's a solid amount of firepower that's there for the side of DFM. I'm more interested in how these players coming over from Crazy Raccoon are going to mesh with him, and whether or not they're going to be able to put a dent in DRX.
Yeah. And let's talk about DRX. They did have some minor roster changes.
Brutal, I'm sorry. This is the opposite.
They're on the other both opposite ends of the spectrum.
These are just facts. I mean, I heard like podcasts where people are just wagering, like, is DFM gonna get their first win? I think they are, for sure. There's absolutely no way. Anthem, like you said, Achilleos, he was incredible. He was an incredible Sky last year. Now, DRX, they have Flashback on the team now. They decided to take on a rookie. What was it, 608 days since they changed their roster, and finally they've done it.
They absolutely have. I just wanted to add as well, looking at this as a whole for the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what I was saying with Team Secret, they want to just solidify the roles that they've had already, right? They want Buzz to be that solid frontman as their duelist. They want Foxy9 to assist them, and they want Flashback to be that solid back end and just have an overall very stable roster. And it makes a lot of sense. They did that a lot with the previous tournaments that they played, and now they're trying to bring that mentality, that solidity here in this first match against DFM.
So I do agree with you, but I also still have this question itching at the back of my brain, which is Buzz going to be the duelist? Is Foxy9 going to be playing Sentinel? Or are those roles going to be swapped around? Is that something that they decide to change as well? I'm happy to see a more steady roster here from the side of DRX. The constant swap-ups was something that was very much hurting them throughout last season, even at the international level. But they still could very well subvert our expectations here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to change something because based on their performance last year, they played really strong against a lot of the other teams, but PaperX kept shaking them up till the very end. And you can see now they're trying to rethink things. And we were talking about their roster a lot last year and throughout the offseason, how DRX were going to shake things up. Like, was Foxy9 even going to stay on the roster? And clearly they decided to keep him.
Yeah, I mean, here to stay, and now is not the youngest member of the team. Flashback just a little bit older, so Foxy9 gets to live the young life for a little bit there, and can mess around with Flashback as much as he pleases. But I'm curious as to what iteration is going to be coming through. Obviously, this is a roster that we're seeing a lot in the off-season. They were running this at the 10 Invitational, et cetera, and it was Foxy9 swapping over to things like that Killjoy, when just heavily being reliant on Buzz to be that star duelist leading the charge. So we'll have to see what the experimentation looks like. Because obviously, you know, in a double duelist meta, they can run what we saw from them a bit last season with having Buzz swap over to something like the Raze and Foxy stick to the Jet or vice versa.
Now, our production really wanted to take a look at Flashback in May. These are our greenest members on both rosters. I know we're working with very little right now, but what are we excited to look out for?
At least from what we've been seeing from, you know, the video with Mako just hyping up Flashback, he's just very much impressed with his aim, so I'm definitely looking forward to how well Flashback can contribute with that when he's not going to be on the entry fragging role. He's going to be playing, if I remember correctly, maybe on the Smoker, or again, as you mentioned, the Flex role. May, on the other hand, is going to be on that duelist role, whether it's Foxy9 or Buzz that he's going to be facing up against. He has proven himself in the Japanese scene, but to say with any team that has been dominant in the local scene, how can that translate into Pacific League when you're up against the team that was to beat just a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, but I mean, if anybody on this team could do it aside from Anthem, it probably would be May. I mean, this guy is a superstar within Japan. Like you said, he's got plenty of reps over there, but this is going to be a completely different stage. It's also been a while since we got to see them compete. Crazy Raccoon, they weren't able to become that Japanese squad that was going over to Ascension. That was Scars after they took down with Jadeite to be able to get the qualification. So it's been a while since they have been in that position, been in that spotlight. There's also plenty of time to sit back and grind. So I'm curious if May is going to be coming out here full force, full form.
Now we got to talk about their play style. I mean, we have a lot more to work with, at least for the DRX side. I know with DFM, we only got a bit of the what was going on with the Riot 1 games that happened, and of course, like some of the history with Crazy Raccoons, where a lot of these team members had come from. Now, DRX, Will Cho brings this up all the time. He's seeing, you know, stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see fresh things. But you know what? Let's hear from the coaches themselves. We're gonna hear from them really soon. And I mean, DRX apparently has the largest coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be overtaken by ZETA at this point, actually. I think they have 6 coaches on their side, but DRX is also quite massive.
All right, let's go hear from the coaches themselves.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. You are moments away from our last match of the second day. So I'm joined with Termite and Astel from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. Termi 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So coaches, like first, Termi, tell me about your new DRX roster. I mean, there was a change, right? 오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 정말 오랜만에 600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀 한 말씀 해주시죠.
저희가 다른 팀에 비해 로스터 교체를 굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 무대를 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을 하면서 저희도 분명히 한계를 느꼈고 뭐 저희를 좋아하시는 팬분들도 똑같이 느끼셨을 거라고 저는 생각을 해요. 그래서 저희도 공격적인 변화가 좀 필요했고 그에 맞는 리빌딩이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
꼭 필요했던 시점에 다시 로스터를 바꿨다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 yes, we were known for not changing the roster for a while, but after experiencing the international games, we feel that it's time and we like hit the limit, so it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 플래시백 선수가 팀 내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is Flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는 저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을 해서 이제 주전이 된 선수인데 개인적인 에임 능력이나 뭐 머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 사실 지금 당장은 뭐 플래시백 선수가 대회 때 얼만큼 잘해줄지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know how well he'll be, but we are confident that he'll be the best player in Korea, and his aims are really perfect too. 네, 그럼 또 이어서 DFM 코치 아셀 코치님한테 여쭤보겠습니다. What can you tell us about your team's strengths? 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 호심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네. 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 이때까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 네, 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해 나가고 있는 것 같아가지고 네, 그런 게 장점이지 않나.
Well, we had some weakness in our cons, but now we improved a lot. And with the new players, we had the faith back up, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또 그 감독님께 또 여쭤볼 게 있습니다. 또 이쪽 DFM 선수 측에서 좀 경계하는 선수가 있을까요?
뭐 DFM에서 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히 다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, I asked Termi about who are you keeping an eye on DFM, and he told me it was May, and he is really expecting of his plays. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
네, DRX는 좀 모두가 좀 경계되는 대상이긴 한데 그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시 좀 되게 듬직하게 우직하게 잘 해주는 연막 선수라고 생각해서 되게 좀 경계되는 것 같아요.
Well, I could say every player I'm looking at, but especially for Mako, he's good at smokes, so I'm looking at him as one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다. So lastly, I hear what you want to say to each other's team. For Termi?
일단 이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today, and for the other matches too. 그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저희가 좀 도전자 같은 느낌이 있다고는 생각하는데 네, DRX는 항상 세계 대회에서도 좋은 성적 내고 있는 팀인 만큼 좀 무서운 부분도 있긴 하지만 그래도 오늘 좀 많이 배우기도 하고 그리고 저희도 좀 많이 준비했으니까 이길 수 있다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are some fears, but we are confident that we can win through the game and do the best we can do. 네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Termi and Asel, and I took it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle. Now, we got to talk about DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there was this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking? What was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor, rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and that not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that. DRX still stayed the same way, where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. And you saw that there was that form of exhaustion or just lack of motivation to follow through that I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. That was.
Yeah.
We can see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at EGG on the back end of last season as well, just always playing games. That was pretty much DRX. There's a ton of burnout for them, but one of the other things we saw was, as you were kind of talking about, was the gameplay just fall off. for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them famous when they were Vision Strikers and then became DRX. They were this squad that everybody looked to, that everybody was naming strategies after, because they were constantly coming up with new set plays, new ways to get on top of your opponents and catch them off guard. And we stopped seeing that innovation for a period of time. Every now and then something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added into this game. They were kind of just following along a trend, still doing, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, this feeling of awe at their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we also just saw a trend into more aggressive play styles coming through. Paper X very much piloting and leading the charge on that alongside EG last season. So DRX, we saw them finally being willing to do a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive over Champions, but it still wasn't clean. It didn't have that polish on it that you expect from this team.
And it probably is because of the fact that they didn't want to commit to it as well, right? The reason why they actually got Foxy9 and the first match that he did was when he was on a duelist, and he was just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
Yeah, in fact, we often commented about this last year during the Pacific season, that it looked like Foxy9 was being reined in sometimes, and they just wanted things to stick by the book. And like you said, there was a reason for a bit, because even Paper Rex, they've often credited DRX for their plays and just innovating. And maybe this change is what DRX needs, a new young player to help shake things up and like re-inspire them back to their original form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use a leash, you need to trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street.
Also true.
For Foxy9, there were certainly times where it's like DRX were being way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending and he was getting way too confident and it just wasn't putting up the numbers to really back up that style of play. So I think with some more time, we're hoping to see that they maybe have perfected that, if he's going to be playing something that can lurk around a little bit more like that Killjoy and whatnot. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've done it. But I mean, what can I say about the predictions? I mean, come on.
I mean,
they're predictions for a reason.
Look, can you blame us, guys? The DFM's track record, and now with a completely new team, it's a complete unknown, whereas DRX, I mean, even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're still DRX, and they have an amazing reputation over here in Korea. But we've been proven wrong. We got proven wrong just now in the last match.
Yeah, I know. I said this. I'm going to say it again, even though it bit me in the ass. There is such a solid jumping off point here for DRX. That core that is still there in Stax, Mako, and Buzz is absolutely phenomenal. Flashback has gotten some rounds in during the offseason alongside Foxy9. They've gotten more accustomed to these roles that they are very likely going to be using here in this matchup. And we just don't know enough about DFM to be able to back them on this one. We'll see if this bites me in the rear once more. And if it does, then wow, it's the upset of the century.
Yes, it absolutely would be. This particular matchup, yes. I mean, we're usually happy to be proven wrong, because if there's an upset, that means that team, like Talon just now, have been playing beautiful Valorant, and we love beautiful Valorant. We like beautiful things here. Don't you like beautiful things?
Of course. We're all beautiful here, so you know, I'm pretty much liking that.
So that's just a prerequisite. Have beautiful analysts.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you feeling? Why do you have anything to add on about DRX besides the obvious of historic data that we have?
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right? They have brought in Flashback because they want that extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy9 being that gung-ho player in the front. They're kind of trying to find that good balance in between and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to reach that next level from what we've been seeing from the changes that they have done. And again, bringing themselves back into that 5-man roster makes it much easier for them to just, oh, we made a mistake in this game. We just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore. And then all of the maps that they're going to be playing, they're just going to have these static 5 to use and utilize.
Now, DFM, we don't have that much data on them right now as they currently are, but I'm pretty sure they have enough of their own data to look at how Pacific and how the teams have been playing out last year and so far, and you can tell it's a very aggressive region. DRX is going to have to evolve. DFM is going to need to keep up with the tempo over here in Pacific.
I know, they absolutely are, and I mean, that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant. So it's a lot more slow, methodical pacing coming through, kind of like we typically would see from DRX. So maybe we just end up with a bit of a chess game here between the two teams. But yeah, I mean, if DRX is going to up that aggression, you know, things like the tiles crunch on Ascent that they just completely created that everybody has to copy now. If they're going to be hitting DFM with things like that, the DFM needs to be ready to respond, and they need to have some other things up their sleeve. I'm curious as far as this map draft is also going to go, because Icebox was everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for DRX now with the changes coming through.
Yes, but before we talk more about that, we did do an audience survey. So I'm going to take a break from the DRX talk.
Okay.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when, you know, you're in a game, it's 12-11, and you can only give it to one person. The options are a 40-kill Reyna on your team, some random 40-kill Reyna,
okay,
or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So you're choosing between something and like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like some random. But yeah,
but I'm saying that's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your personal Sage Mommy?
I think it's saying your personal one versus a rando. I'd give
What
it to
would
the
you do?
Give it to the rando.
Yeah.
Would your wife be okay
We
with
all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to lose the game and then, yeah.
I'm sorry, honey. We need our points. We need to get you out of silver or whatever rank you're in. You got 3 kills. It's probably iron.
Get good, then you get that Vandal.
We
That's
give it to
how
the
the
Reyna.
rules go.
Just sit there, just heal when it's off cooldown, put up a wall every now and then, everything will be fine.
That's so presumptuous. Maybe your sweetheart is a jet.
It's
you know?
75%. I mean,
my wife wouldn't even have 3 kills. Like, she's sitting there getting completely farmed because she doesn't play video games at all. So
She's just
I would
feeding them the whole time.
absolutely have to give it to the Reyna.
Wow. What? Okay. I mean,
She's not watching this. It's fine.
mine is, but like, she understands.
it's her birthday, by the way.
yeah.
Happy birthday. He's not going to give you the Vandal.
But that means you'll get something else for your birthday that's even better. So
Eureka!
you don't get a Vandal, but hey, you know, you know, a very expensive gift perhaps.
But sorry, this is only assuming if she's at 3 kills. Maybe she is the 40-kill Reyna. We don't
never know.
that. You actually don't know that. This is a good debate. Those of you at home, go ask your sweetheart. Would they be mad? They get the gun? In fact, they'd probably be a bit pressured if you gave them the gun. So yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. You could like type your stuff in the chat, and I don't know. I hope relationships have not been broken up. The Valo dating scene's quite interesting. Now, going back to DRX and DFM, we had to do that little momentary break. We were talking a bit about the tempo of Japanese teams. Let's recap a little bit what happened with ZETA Division. They completely switched that up.
Yeah, a bit. They did today, but I mean, I'm curious if this core coming in here for DFM, if it is going to be a bit more like the ZETA Division of the past. If we're going to be getting that 2023, 2022 ZETA Division where it's like, okay, let's really take our time. Let's look for information. Okay, we haven't found anything. We haven't gotten ourselves up to a site. There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock. B's the closest one. Let's go there. You know, is it going to be a bit like that where they're really running that clock down, not giving themselves enough time to have quick reactions and adaptations as they get themselves into the site? Or is this actually going to be them coming out with a completely different play style? Are they going to try to just, really just come out here and, as Paper Thin loves to say, just punch DRX in the mouth, catch them off guard, and then just get the spike down? I'm not really sure what their game plan is, but I mean, obviously they have to have something here for us. Hearing the coach there at the end of the interview, he said, of course we have some concerns. We have a little bit of things that we're scared about, but we're confident.
All right, well, we're going to discuss this more after this break, guys, so don't go away unless you're getting a little bit of snack, because it's about snack time, dinner time right now, so we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고, 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는.
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고, 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 이제 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 거 왔다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요.
퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
우승한 팀들이나 우승 근처에 갔던 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고, 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어났기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 신경 주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요.
경계되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한국 팀 두 팀이 일단 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야지. 야, 발로란트는 우리가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요, 이 팀이. 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등. 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐. 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠, 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기. 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요. 저는
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고 1등을 딱 찍는
소년 만화 맞습니다. 주인공은 저일 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간 굴곡 있잖아요. 한 번 꺾였다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵 같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 찬사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이제 우리의 시간입니다.
안녕하세요.
뭐 카메라 보고 인사해.
안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다.
벨리셔츠.
Makeup and new hair.
와, 멋지다. I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 셋업이 많아요? 조금 포기했어요. Perfect night. Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
어차피 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷!
그냥 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 근데 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Makes sense.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's very really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 자체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도 있고.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it's really fits on our team.
So good! 레디, 큐! 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 취할 수 있을까요? 자, 레디, 큐! 큐! Okay, thank you.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but just kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 되어 있어서 색다르고요.
3, 2, 1, 하! Okay, good.
Can you say
액션!
去年もやったんですけど結構なんだろう設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです.
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
손 한쪽 잡아줘. 손 한쪽 잡아줘.
이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
The strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting? 올라가야 돼. 민정 저기 올라갈 수 있어? 아니? Hey, Carly. You okay? It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
DRX 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요?
아니 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just jump.
Ready, cue.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know because last time they was the best team in Asia and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I do that because they asked me to do that.
촬영 너무 재밌게 했고 선의의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅!
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チームメイトとのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手の対策だったり結構勉強になって、確かに全勝したチームと比べたら得るものは少なかったかもしれないですけど、自分のためチームのためみたいな必要なことが分かった年でした。まあその新しく入った CR 組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you world. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。エージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつもサブ IGL するかしないかみたいな。
まあ元気があって結構明るい性格なんで、
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネスさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど一緒にふざけたりとかなんか面白い人だなって思ってます。
チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で 1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領を発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるようなプレーをしてかつ、味方の士気を上げるようなコミュニケーションを取れるようにしたいなと思っています。
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたらもう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験値とか知識とかを結構みんなに共有してくれるんで、そういった部分では助かってます。
エイムも強いし頭も1番か2番ぐらいにいいレベルで優秀なプレイヤーです。
샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데
フィジカルも強くて持っているピックプールが広くてかなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는 원래는 일본 팀에서 플레이를 하다 온 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다. 目指すはもちろんナンバーワンなんですけど、その簡単にいくと思ってないんで。
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで、
他のチームと比べてメンバーも変わったし
멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。
端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し合って一つとして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを、見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、
最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
Oh my God, that was insane! Breaks the corner! We'll get yet another ace this weekend! Our inaugural VCT Pacific Champions!
Hello VCT fans, I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사리로 생각해봤을 때 너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는
Day 2's last match is about to start, and look here, a lot of fans surrounding me. I can feel the energy, and it's so great. And I happened to bump into one of the cutest fans here. Let's have a chat. 네, 지금 무대의 열기가 느껴지는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 함께 즐겨주고 계신데요. 그 와중에 정말 귀여운 팬분과 함께 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Very happy to meet you here. Can you tell me about yourself, your name, and shortly?
저는 그 신림에 살고 있는 이수정이라고 합니다.
Oh, her name is Lee Soo-jung. Okay, and I really want to ask you, which team are you here for? 어느 팀 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 언제나 DRX 응원하고 있습니다.
Yes. She is for DRX, and DRX which player? 어떤 선수를 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 그 겨울잠에서 깨어난 짐승택 선수 꼭 보고 싶습니다.
네, 그냥 스택 선수도 아니고 짐승택 선수. Yeah, she's here for stacks definitely. And I want to ask her if she has any messages to send to the player. 그러면 스택 선수한테 한번 메시지 남겨주시면은 스택 선수에게 큰 응원이 될 것 같은데요.
이제 날도 따뜻하게 풀렸는데 겨울잠에서 깨어나셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yes, it's become warmer. Hope you wake up from the winter sleep you've been taking. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you for the interview. And now, not even in the venue, I heard there's some noise outside somewhere. Let's have a look at the viewing party. Yes, and not even here in the venue. Oh, let's say hi to DRX fans. DRX viewing party happening in Seoul, South Korea. Make some noise. Other than DRX, we have another fan waiting, DFM, Tokyo, Japan. Hello, everyone. Maybe they can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel their energy even from here. And so many fans are enjoying today's matches. So now, shall we go to meet the players? Let's go.
Leading the charge to reclaim the throne, it is DRX.
and looking to make the greatest comeback. It is Detonation Focus Me.
금일 맵밴 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 먼저 맵밴 우선권을
Now we're going into our map picks with DRX versus DFM. Is DRX going to reign supreme?
먼저 맵밴 우선권을
Or is DFM going to have the greatest upset of all Pacific?
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going to this one. Obviously, Termi and Glow here set up, ready to do the draft alongside DFM. We got Anthem out here as well. We'll have to see the players alongside the coaching staff. Help give their input and everything like that. I'm curious what DFM wants to do. I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox, something that they probably are going to be a bit concerned about, and it will be taken away. I mean, this, even with the changes coming through, DRX will feel just so innately comfortable on that. I don't blame them at all for banning it.
They could actually even bring out the Breeze pretty early, because I was about to just say that DRX, if you look at all of the maps that they've played, whether it's in rotation, out of rotation, they always have such a positive win rate on it. So if you're on DFM's seat, what do you try to prioritize? Is it to just get away the best maps of DRX, or is it to bring in the maps that you're very much known for when you were Crazy Raccoon?
But this is not one of them. They have never played Lotus. This is not a map that they have that much experience. So, I mean, obviously Anthem, he has had plenty of performances on this map throughout just the last season on DFM, and even did have an ace on this very map, but this is a very bold choice. I mean, DRX, they certainly had their issues with this map during VCT Pacific. We saw them suffering, and when they finally did come out, you think back to the playoffs, it was pretty catastrophic, but they absolutely got things together on that map as they went into Champions, because, I mean, that's where they had the 2-10 comeback versus Billy. DRX, though, going back to similar old comfort actually here, though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're going to go to Breeze now that's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser of two evils.
The split ban, I mean, it makes sense. That would be another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of DRX. As you said, the statistics that just always look very good for them. And really trying to pin down what is going to be the biggest weakness to try to exploit can be difficult, but it feels like aside from the Lotus pick, they've done a pretty good job, but Lotus has me a bit concerned, honestly, for DFM.
I mean, that leaves Spine to the decider. How are you guys feeling about 3-mapper to end the day?
I don't know that I'm feeling it. Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus, I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position, because Bind as well, I mean, you think about how strong they are on that map, they're dismantling a Fnatic. That is a map that, these are all 3 maps that they are incredibly well-versed on. So DFM, I'm hoping that they have something up their sleeve that they can surprise us with. That Chamber certainly is something that could come into play here as we get ready to shift over to Lotus. Maybe they're going to take a leaf out of, Excurrent's book here and try to pilot that to success. But Either way, even if they do that, it has to have a high impact.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Asteroid, like we're talking, oh, agent comps are ready to go.
Ooh, fade.
It's just going to be damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is going to be going for the sky here, and Stack's going back over to the Fade, something that he has played a multitude of times. But yeah, this isn't anything shocking at all. This is pretty much just stock standard.
The thing is, we've seen this on, at least these type of maps, that you need to have a good support system when you're on that duelist role. It doesn't really have any form of escape. Raze, you have a satchel, but it's not as clear cut as, like, let's say a dismiss or a tailwind to get out of harm's way. So DFM really has to solidify Mei, because that's the one player that DRX pointed out when the coaches were talking about that they really wanted or were very much aware of. So yeah, support system for Mei.
And something else to note here is it's going to be Foxy9 who's going to be running that Viper. It is not Flashback.
Good point. Let's jump straight into the game. We're really excited for this first map, Lotus. Over to you, casters.
Our last match of the day. Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. They are absolutely right. There are some interesting roles being played for DRX right now.
Yeah, the Foxy9 on Viper is a little surprising, but I guess someone had to really be that trustworthy anchor and potential lurk on that Killjoy. So Flashback being given the position for that Sentinel. Now on the side of DFM, I mean, again, yes, very new roster, etc., but Anthem, I mean, he's had some good calls on this map before, even despite the results not necessarily pointing that way last year in Pacific. So I'm curious to see the big difference, the only difference, the Sky versus the Fade. Flashes versus none on the other side, but of course, not as much freedom to get info right off the bat in the early part of the round for DFM.
At the very least, they're going to think about just committing into the B site. Already diving in is going to be Mei with that Frenzy, but look at the movement from Stax. Although it is a new DRX, Stax is still here and still has that movement, still has that ability to trickle backwards. 2 kills, and then Flashback comes in, although Cess is able to find a bit of a double.
Yeah, also interesting to me that Cess is playing that Omen, still going for the double controller. I mean, he's bounced around several different agents in, the small pool of matches he has played, but generally seeming to lean more towards that initiator. We'll see what they have planned, but for now, Medusa, you got to win so many duels in a row.
Yeah, not going to happen today. I mean, it's not easy at the very least, and especially not up against a Sheriff, but still, this is just DFM, and we can see that the entire game plan in that pistol, although it is just a pistol, they just dove right into the site.
Yeah, now, picking this Lotus against DRX, I mean, DRX likes to play pretty default heavy on any map, so I'm not too surprised by it. I mean, we saw how their Haven eventually got dismantled as well, especially, yeah, you love to see the energy from Stacks, but especially as if you're on the attacking side, just really force the issue on one part of the map, make sure that you're winning by numbers. So I get the idea. The pistol they chose B wasn't quite the one. It's also a hard one to kind of keep hold of in the post plan with those pistols unless you get that first kill.
That's exactly why. I mean, I'm kind of like wondering what the game plan is for DFM, and although it is just a pistol, and it is the DRX that goes default heavy, committing without much information is, I'm not sure if that's how they want to start things out, but at least right now, with nothing but classics, they will be able to look towards gaining as much information as they can. So both Nanoswarms popped off. They know there is a bit of a Killjoy setup.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about in a round like this, especially when they go for the full save, but the fact that, first of all, obviously still trying to take advantage of the map itself, going for that easy ult orb on Mound, and then checking for the setup on B. They note that the Nanoswarms are there. I mean, they're doing what they can, and to me, the biggest thing is similar to Gen G, I've heard rumblings that this DFM squad is looking fantastic in scrims, so once they're able to pick up rifles, we'll see how that goes, because this round, not much to do.
Oh yeah, more for Foxy9 with that Bulldog on the other hand. Stacks as well, and a simple cleanup for Flashback. The crowd loves this.
I mean, the Korean crowd, they've been waiting to be able to kind of cheer enthusiastically for DRX with a new roster. I mean, it used to be, you kind of knew that they were going to win, right? The excitement wasn't quite there. But then once the excitement did arrive, it didn't last long before they were dethroned. And then the representatives of Pacific, the hope of Pacific, became Paper Rex instantly on a dime. And DRX struggling to kind of find that magic that they once had. And the players, the coaching staff, some of the fans, some of, potential scrim partners are all saying Flashback might be that guy that brings that extra touch to the Korean squad.
We shall see, especially in the next coming days, if he's exactly what they needed. But here it is right now, starting things off. Foxy9 still a rather proven talent, still has that aim. Just wondering if we can trust our dogs or puppies to really go amok and just run wild and free and really do what they're best at. Meanwhile, apart from that right now, it's just still back to that default, juggling for info. Buzz trying to play around it. However, Blinded did not see Mei on the other side. Mei comes in and eliminates both Mako and Buzz.
Yeah, the flash was so good, but you got to remember this box is here. The potential.
Did he see?
There's
No.
more members. I think that angle is just tough to spot. Don't think it would have even shown up on the minimap either. So they're going to make it in safely. Still some damage potentially done.
Oh,
shows the
wallbang.
elbow right through the box.
What a shot from Stax. Now Prowler in just to see if anyone's nearby, so he's going to be able to re-peek the angle. Foxy9 coming up around the door, up around tree now with another shot, despite just using nothing but a bulldog. Turns things into a one-on-one for Stax. Haunt out, and he knows exactly where Cess is at this point. Goes in. It's pretty much a heads-up duel at this point, too. As he peeks out, though, the Vandal with full auto simply bursts Stax down. A little bit more easy for DFM to pick that up.
Yeah, a rough round. I mean, to be very honest, for DFM, of course, he dropped so many weapons, but in that last 1v1, Cess plays that very well, right? Puts up the smoke, shoots out the Haunt, and immediately he positions just right around the cusp of that smoke. So hard for Stax to get the first peek. Good, crafty 1v1 from Cess. A great showing in this first match for him and the rest of the squad in VCT Pacific.
Just trying to keep things up, trying to keep things alive. 2-1 is a pretty good start. We shall see how they can continue forward. So far, Cess has been that person up around DFM, but of course we're watching up some of these other players as well. How do they support and set up Mei, who is now committing this showstopper? Spots out the head, able to get the splash damage kill on towards Foxy9. So that might just open up the site, but right around the corners, you've got Stax, you've got Flashback.
Oh, that boom bot. I thought it wasn't going to spot him, and that would have been dangerous. But Buzz gets one kill to open things up, even things out 4-4.
Wow, what a way to shoot through the smokes. Cess on the other hand, though, playing off the off angle. Buzz now with the showstopper, gets himself alive to go up onto the platform. Stays alive, and that's the most important thing. Pink Shell's committed as well. Gives a little bit more space for Stax and Mako to come back in.
A couple crispy shots on the side of DFM, so honestly, already, I think there's a lot more hope for this squad. They could be competitive. However, Buzz just comes in firing. Foxy9, I mean, curious to see what the comms were, if we'll ever find out, because ultimates were coming online for DFM. Tried to stay in the site, drag things out just a bit longer. Got taken out by the showstopper, but just a good peek out by Buzz. And the fact that he's just able to stay alive long enough brings Mako into the site.
Still can rely on these two to definitely clean things up. But other than that, the showstoppers into this map, definitely a bit of a game changer. And it helps DRX on the retake in the long run. Off to the next round now. DFM economy not so great, just a bit of a judge. I don't know how much that can really do though, unless you're able to find that pick. And given the positioning from DRX right now, it's not going to be the easiest task. Right into the nanoswarms, and Stax still hovering around the corners. Look at how quick the response is, Will. Oh my goodness.
I have bought enough time for the backup to arrive over from A-Link. Sure, you die, but you deny the plant, and they had already pushed them out of Link, so that was still technically DRX's control, and Mako, the awareness to get one more kill.
Neth, though, not too shabby, but how long can you hold this? He wants to retrieve the rifle. At this point, not really the wisest choice, but wow, okay, it's just a wide swing. Buzz not quite able to drag his mouse down along with that player model. And with that, all right, rifle retrieved. I've done my job. I'm going to hold on to this for the next round.
Oh, but the call comes out for DRX. They're watching both flanks. Flashback well aware. So even if the spike does get picked up, I mean, they can always swing back together. Foxy9 trying to check both angles around him. That allows Flashback just to wait for that crosshair. Gets the headshot.
Thought he was going to save, but he went back into it, and that's going to be Flashback holding the angle. So 4-1 right now. DRX still very much so in the lead. I mean, not too bad of a round for DFM, would you say? I mean, they just went for it with the judge and, you know, pistols.
I mean, it's 2024. I don't know if we can keep giving these, you know, very, very small pieces of cake on these rounds. Listen, it wasn't, I mean, it was never meant to be a good round. That's my point, right? So, I mean, counting your stars a little bit, I'm not sure how far that's going to go, because here's the thing, because they bought up to the judge, it's still half armor for May as well.
Wow. Yeah, that definitely could be something that bites him in the back, but so far, just got to see some more cleaner executes or ideas from DFM, because right now, although they have, you know, bits of fame, bits of shooting, bits of ideas as well, DRX are still very much controlling the map, the map all around. I mean, look what's happening up around Rubble, especially up around B as well.
They need to win this fight one more time, and in a very explosive manner, because if they are not able to put pressure on either side of the map, this is such an easy defense for DRX, and it's a 3-site map.
Oh, yeah. Good flash again, though, but here comes Buzz. Oh, the spray down. 3 hits, 3 bodies down. May answers back with a double of his own, but is that going to be enough, though? He's down to 22. 1 bullet is all it takes. Foxy claims his head, and that's going to be down to Neth.
Oh, and they know that he hasn't come through. They're all around him.
Just got you completely surrounded. It's going to be gloomy clouds for DFM for now, while they try to look for a different idea to break apart this map, because DRX are still just having a good day. Flashback is just chilling on C.
I mean, that's his job, though, and this is the faith that they have in this guy, right? Is that if they do choose to go C, if they do choose to pressure early, we have faith that you will either anchor and get the kills, or you will smartly back out and get ready for the retake. That allows, I mean, also perhaps the very, very strong duo that has been really showing that hard carry potential for DRX, even on the international stages, Buzz and Mako, to fight for Rubble control. That is not a duo I would ever want to have to combat, to break through on a part of the map. So DFM, they've got their work cut out for them. And I mean, if you're not going to fight for it early, which, to be fair, I actually do think the fade gives DRX a bit of an edge in the very start of the round, right? Because there's always that potential of the C's paint shells, and then they're already going to be set up on the cross angles. But some other timing here from DFM, rather than waiting and showing yourselves on other parts of the map. It's either that or a real fast push into C. One or the other needs to happen, but C, it's always going to be potentially the Poison Cloud, potential Nano Swarms, a turret. So I think this Rubble fight, you just have to do it at some point, right? Whether you eventually go into the A site or not, it needs to happen.
We've seen little glimpses before with how they actually managed to break into C, or at least attempted it. They managed to get a spike down for 1 round. Meanwhile, for A site, you know, they had that round with a great flash from Anthem, setting up May for a couple of kills, especially up against Buzz too. Just that didn't quite happen the second time, because of course Buzz is going to reposition. But as we talk about C, here it comes. Despite this being a bit of an eco round, the Viper's Pit is committed.
I like this from DRX. They used to not do this, right? Oh, okay, you see the shots come in, goes for the spray through the smoke, but I mean, they used to be like, it's an eco, just hold, and sometimes they would get thrifted quite often, especially when they go global. So just saying, lock it down, right? And then put the threat of the potential Killjoy support as well. Keep that lead up. You have so many other ultimates for retakes.
So, like, masterclass of map control. You can see, you can literally draw a line, like a percentage of how much of the map DFM has control. It's like not even 50. It's not even 40%. I would say less.
I mean, it's not even 30.
It's not even 30.
If you really think about it, because I mean, let's take away the spawns because you start there.
Sure.
You're not getting behind the barriers right now.
You got maybe pillars, not even. Yeah, it's just right around mounds. That's about it. Anthem. Up around Rubble.
They're going for this with the Omen ultimate.
All right, we walk through. Foxy up around the corners, instantly spotting out the player outlines. Ooh, what a flick. Cess, though, being able to play off of that contact, gets a shot. Anthem with the flicks, a bit of a double, but Stax brings things back.
That fan in the crowd said they wanted B-Stacks to wake up from hibernation. It's been some time, but so far, looking good, looking crispy here as the IGL leader for DRX.
Yeah, Stacks has claws and knives to boot, but still not too bad with those sheriff shots. Again, it's still not the round win, but so far 6-1. Again, we're talking about that map control, and you mentioned needing to see DFM commit to a site.
Out of charges.
Maybe now with the full buy, maybe now with the Seekers, they might be able to pull something off. May 1 point away from ult as well.
Yeah, DFM's idea this whole time is shake up the setups on C and B, try to apply pressure, and then go to A. And now DRX, what a round to start pushing out. This momentum change. Doesn't matter if they're C, because the wide swing is clean from Buzz.
This is new DRX. Not just a white swing, you got 2 more players aiding him. Oh, but then Mako suddenly eliminated.
Yeah, and not quite ready for some extra trades. I don't mind the extra pressure put on from DRX. That's just a good fire back from DFM. But the point is, they still have no control of Rubble.
Yeah, can't quite push out. You've got the toxic screen up towards C, but it's not doing all that much.
Yeah, but they do know now that it should be weaker on the A site, right? Anthem had activated those Seekers, so trying to claw their way back in. 45 seconds on the clock. Still options to rotate out as well. I do like this. From here on out, it's still plenty of time to rotate. You know that they should be spread thin on DRX.
If they can take down Foxy9, that would be it.
30
That's what
seconds
Anthem's
left.
calling for. But wow, committing on that Nightfall, and it's so much information for Stacks. Showstopper doesn't quite connect, although there's a good bit of damage. Seth goes down, Anthem trades it back up. You got 15 seconds left to secure the spike plant. Can they make it happen? Finally picking it up now. And we're gonna go for it in the corner. Anthem watching the back.
Buzz has Showstopper. Oh. Flashback just trying to get information, but he knows that there are members in the site.
Good shot up on that corner, too.
Oh, Medusa!
Oh, no! Shot out midair. That Showstopper's gone. Stacks is the only one here, and he has to push up front. Goes in for the burst onto lockdown, and that is when Anthem strikes.
Oof. Risky, but good post plant from DFM. Flashback, I was going to say, I wonder if Flashback pushes in or not, because there's 2 ways to play that. Either you swing out at the same time with the Showstopper, or you're trying to get that information right as he arrives. So Flashback peeks out. He secures that there's members in the corner, but they weren't aware of how many were going to be out by Mound as well. Just a great save from Medusa.
Yes.
To keep his teammates alive.
That was the main thing.
Yeah, denying that rocket, keeping up the lockdown as well. A little quiet in the beginning of the map, but putting his name back on the board.
Yeah, if that nuke went off, it might have been a different story, but still. Well played by Medusa nonetheless. And we go back towards the DFM, trying to blind commit in towards B off of the eco that DRX has. They managed to gun down Stacks. Nandostorm Bird's alive, and Mate just flicks back on a dime. Gets another shot. Buzz and Mako trade back through, though. And here comes Neth. They want to secure the angles. They want to get the spike down, and all that's left is going to be Mako, who peeks out into multiple targets. DFM claims a 3rd round against DRX.
An eco round from DRX, but uncharacteristically taking 1v1 duels just 1 by 1. So I am curious if, I mean, the new DRX, is it a change in the tempo as well for potential timeouts, just to say, listen, like, I know it was an eco, just cool things down a little bit, because this is exactly what DFM was looking for in this round. Go in with the better firepower. And Medusa talks about it in the Emerge video. He likes him as an entry. He's going in and getting those opening frags. And so far, when he is set up, like the Death said, May will make that happen.
It's looking to make it happen again. Oh, okay, a little bit of a fake around the door.
Yeah, but DRX already has control of C Mound. They're already in the spawn. They know it's an A hit.
Good timing on that peek, too, from Stacks. However, great trades coming out from Anthem, but what is this? Buzz almost with the spray transfer. Neth trying to trade things back for his team. Mako wrapping up around from behind along with Flashback. They've got that Killjoy lockdown, so DFM has to be very careful. They are thinking about rotating off to the other side, but now caught in no man's land.
Here's the thing. Neth, if he does put that pit up, he knows the lockdown is going to happen. So he just wishes he could get 1 kill. It doesn't matter if it's a Killjoy omen, but at least if you make it a 1v1, you can play for a timing around those ultimates. but DRX not one to overextend at a time like this. Mako going back. He saw the barrel, and Mako will not miss the shot.
1 pixel, that's all it takes. And this gentle guy just keeps smiling like that. In game, it's so different, but in real life, you just love the guy.
I mean, he is just a cozy teddy bear on stage.
Right?
But then in the server, I mean, cold as ice. That's the thing, right? He's not the fanciest player, but he is just tunneled in on the mission.
그래. 난 콜 때문에 말린 거라니까.
What did he say? He said something. He said no. I was in a slump because of something else.
Okay.
Because obviously not too many kills so far here.
Right. Well, maybe he's got a couple more kills coming his way now. Up around the C site. Shrouded set placed back in. DFM trying to hold off a bit of a default, anticipating some pushes. They just don't have that information. They can't quite commit. Maybe B side again, but the setup is different from DRX this time.
DRX has been playing with the tempo quite flexibly, right? A lot of A-Rubble pressure the early part of this map, and now a couple fast pushes, and then the default that they so love. A 2-2-1, mind you, especially because of the focus on B side from DFM.
A is not challenged anymore. Dark cover says a lot, though. A bit of a flash past it, pop through. Mako able to hold the off angle for a trade. Foxy9 coming right back in, but traded right back out against his counterpart. Here comes Mako, though. Great shots to start things off, but then May. What a quick movement up on top of the platform. He guns down Stacks. This is now a 1-on-2. Buzz has got a bit of utility. Can he make it happen, though?
The way May's looking, if May is able to get the kill and DFM gets the round win, they could go all the way up to 5 as well with the showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
Not quite.
Well, he'll get the showstopper. Now it's up to Anthem.
Just trying to watch the angles. Bit of a silent movement out around. Time is still ticking. Paint shells committed, but Anthem stays tucked away. Boombot confirms position, but Buzz has to push in. Oh, and with the map changes, it's just all too much. He has to commit, and it's an easy strafe shot for Anthem to collect the 4th round.
In some weird way, it actually works out even better. You get the showstopper and the Seekers online. 1 through the death, 1 through the kill, and another round win. That 5th round win could come through, and at that point, it's already looking tighter than most people expected. But I would say DFM looking hopeful. And one thing I want to point out is they're actually not relying too much on Medusa having to lurk and get kills. That was one of the things that used to bite the old Crazy Raccoon in the back, is that things they wouldn't know how to go through it and be like, Medusa, go kill. If you do, we'll rotate. That's not always going to be their answers here on DFM.
Maybe just a bit more of a flank guard, but still, I mean, Anthem as the mainstay, as the calls come through, it just works so well. They've got 4 ultimates now for this round, DFM. They might just be able to end things in the first half with a 7-5, and that would be pretty good.
Of course, some big ones on DRX, so it is a mind game of how do you bait out each other first. Seekers just to break it open. DFM just wants to get into the site. They'll worry about the counter ults later.
Wow. Oh, well, there is a counter ult coming out from Buzz right now, though. Both spent. Doesn't quite find all too much, but it's just, I don't know, warning shots, explosive radiuses just right around this A-Rubble area.
But right as we had talked about Medusa now, Medusa's in position to go for the flank if they're able to get into the site, but a judge?
Oh no.
That's not what they want to deal with.
It's out of ammo. A shorty will seal the deal, and now it's up to Stacks. Teammates rotated over as well. Flashback, quick response. But do you have the angle? That's the thing. Neff tries to hop up quick, tries to go for the Viper's pit, but the Haunt just buys his time away. Not to mention the lockdown too, and look at how they relay backwards. Foxy9 ready to pick them off. Still though, B-side has been gained.
Yeah, and Medusa already shook up the backside as well. Now the pit up, looking like a tough retake. They know they want to get some of those early kills through the pit, but DFM's just not giving the angles away.
It's not bad ult usage, but still DRX 1 point away for each of Stacks or Foxy9's ultimate. As soon as they maybe spray through and get a single one, but look at the angle. Success with the shorty. Second shot fired through does tag Mako up to really low. Allows for Neth to spray through, and as Stacks just decides to go over to the next round. 7-5, he tries, but that's, wow, a DFM coming up huge in this first half.
7-5 is honestly a pretty solid scoreline, especially considering that switching out the Sky for the Fade here for DRX, it was meant to take control of Rubble, especially on the defensive side. It's not going to be as easy to try to force that issue unless you're really dumping every piece of utility. And even then, I mean, this time the Sky, you can wait for those counter flashes, right, on the defensive side, and you'll get a wider radius a lot quicker as you creep up to that box. So I think DFM is going to be okay, considering a bit of a rough start that they had losing the pistol.
I'm still just a little bit taken aback, a little bit surprised. The game is evolving. We are feeling some of these changes. You saw that with the layout on C site and how they planted Spike. You saw that with the judge that Buzz was holding and how DFM is able to capitalize off of that. So off of those bits of control, or maybe some of these counter flashes that Sky has, DFM is actually able to come back into the game. As we swap sides though, I mean, what are you thinking, Will?
Well, I mean, again, I think it did take them a bit longer to get a read on, exactly DRX's setups and how they're really spreading across the utility, etc. Sure, DRX's comp was meant to do that. It was meant to win out the Rubble fight and things like that. But surely they should have an answer, because now still with the Haunt able to return on a cooldown, obviously not too many times in a round, but DRX could still go in, get info, and then set up for an execute with the Prowler and, of course, the Paranoia. So DFM, what's their answer? Surely they play a bit more aggressively here, pushing out a couple times.
I wonder if that's what that Pillar's positioning is all about. But you're absolutely right. That's DRX's game plan. That's our option. Oh, we're actually okay. Toxic screens towards A.
Yeah, just crossing across each other, but DFM wanted to kind of go for a fake that they were weak on B, right? They put up the one-way onto C. They show themselves a little bit with the screen on A, and DRX did not bite. So now they're just all going to back out.
We just got Flashback watching the back with the Sheriff. The rest of them trying to set up for that position. Is this like one of these classic DRX executes?
Well, DRX senses something fishy. It's just too quiet around A. And if it is going to be left empty, they have to watch out for the back, which is Flashback not moving at all near A main.
Okay, so that's what Flashback is doing. Meanwhile, the rest of them have cleared out the entire site. DFM trying to get a read for DRX's executes, and that's why they fall back so far, but a little bit too far. Spike is down. Medusa trying to get the shot onto Buzz. Paint Shells flushes him out of position, and that's going to be the frag. A bit of a reload as Mako finds a trade on towards May. And then the shots go through even further. Here comes, Stacks though, but only for the time being. The rest of them now needing to watch that Spike. Out in the open, DFM tries to play around the screens, but how long can they dance back and forth? Not before DRX comes in.
The two youngsters getting a kill each to finish off that pistol round. Both pistols going to DRX. That's one of the reasons, obviously, they stayed in the lead in the first half. And it might be just what they needed to close things out safely on Lotus. I mean, the fact that they were just so insistent on watching the flank, they just knew someone would be in. Now, they probably expected it to be Medusa, because that's usually his role, but this time it was Anthem. They will be rewarded nonetheless for the patience.
Still very much so strong fundamentals, good reads all throughout the game. But what is this from DFM? Pistol round. We're banking on this. Did Foxy9 see something?
I think he saw perhaps one of the jump peaks. Either way, though, you bought up the extra guiding light. You already used it, but no rewards there. So this could very well turn into a round where DFM's going to have to pick and choose between giving away potential kills. Now they're trying to go in on an offbeat. It looks like they're trying to get up close to C and surprise DRX.
We
hear it. The reload.
Not too much of a surprise anymore, though, as they push through. Runs out of ammo. Neth able to secure the kill on towards Mako. Not too bad.
Not planted yet. And the door's pressuring them from behind.
Is that a lot of pressure? I feel like with the rifles, DRX still should be able to shoot them down. Yes, it's a lot of smokes. It's a lot of question marks.
Well,
they should...
Yeah, the tempo's away from them now. I mean, right as Anthem peaks there, they were hoping to get one more kill. Not able to secure it. Flashback.
Wow, that's sharp. That is crisp. Still some kills that are good enough to bring them over to the next round. Now
Flashback's looking calm on stage. I mean, he looks like he belongs here.
Not that much of a rookie. From the academy, but
well, no, I mean he's absolutely a rookie. The only real experience he has is the couple matches that he played during this offseason, but he looks like he was always ready to play on the main stage.
And that's what I mean. Oh, there might be a bit of an issue as we go in for a tech pause for the time being.
Don't sound so disappointed. It's a friendly face. Hopefully not too long of one here. Thank you so much, of course, for everyone who has been waiting around. I think everyone right now, all around us, obviously, lots of fans who have been waiting for the DRX opening match of VCT Kickoff here in Korea. Everyone just hoping to get right back into the game. And, I mean, DFM, the unfortunate story is the bar was set very low for this team, right? Let's not beat around the bush. The bar was set very low. Obviously, very much new faces, 4 of them all coming over from the old core Crazy Raccoon roster, only Anthem remaining as the IGL. But some things that, you know, a couple of the fans who have been following Challengers Japan, or I would assume actually a lot of the fans in Japan as well, were, okay, well, you know, this team looked like they had some individual potential. The question was who's doing the calling? And that's calling often left something to be desired, and then Anthem's now the one calling. Off of his experience trying to lead a team in VCT Pacific 2023, he wants to come in with a motivated new roster with some very good individual talent like May, who's already shown good highlights, going in, getting double entry frags, trying to prove a point. It's not bad because you started at such a low point, but surely these players want so much more out of this match from DRX.
Am I getting the sense that, you know, are you disappointed with the performance so far from DRX? Or
I'm not saying it's disappointing, but I'm just saying that it wasn't hard to impress anybody when it comes to DFM's history. And the thing is anyone who was hyping them up saying, well, yeah, but they've got potential. I hear they're doing well in scrims, etc. All of those things pointed to them being much more explosive. Now, again, yes, Lotus and then the map, the comps, DRX came in prepared for the defensive side. The rubble fights were good. But, I mean, I think part of it was just getting the fast reads, right? And then trying to make sure that if you are messing up the setups on B and C, you go in on a timing, you kind of take that risk at some point. If you're on the attack, you need to be the one who's taking initiative. So the big question is now on defense, are they able to pressure DRX into the same mistakes?
So in terms of the strats and the calling, sometimes without information, without that additional guesswork to really push in through a site, sometimes it leaves DFM a little bit lacking. But of course, you know, we're expecting the win result from DRX. I mean, we're talking about literal champions or, you know, ex-champions versus...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a while since I've seen DRX lift up a trophy, so...
I mean, throughout the league last year, 2023 versus DFM score, is this the scoreline that we're looking at? Is a 9-5, yes, it's not the most impressive thing, but it is still a bit of an improvement. How much does it say? DFM right now with the full binds, they are going in for that hold.
Another retake setup for A for
3-1-1 though, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna back out. I mean, you already see Neth going all the way up deep into the backside of Heaven, so they are giving this up. Even potentially B site. So because of that, they want to up the tempo, pushing out of Mound, but Flashback has now dug into B main.
And Mako holds on to his dark coverage just for this too, but he's kind of lost the timing a little bit. Can't quite peek out of the top Heaven for now. But look at what's happening on the mini-map.
The turret not facing them just yet, but they will have to cross that line at some point. They're hoping that he peeks out on a timer, but no need. Good faith in that turret coming out from Flashback.
All right. Flash definitely gives it off. Flashback spots the barrel, able to get the first shot, goes in for a second, but double dipping, he gets punished. DFM now with the retake, setting up through. It's gonna be Cess who takes down Mako. Buzz now trying to hold from right underneath. Good support from Foxy. and they manage to fend them off. It's just enough utility, buying enough time. While DFM continues to try to push up. They're slowly starting to burn through the timer though. Anthem just sticking up to it. Is it enough? It looks like it, as DFM picks up the 6th win up against DRX.
A good retake from DFM. Once they realized that they would have to go through the turret, I was afraid that they would wait so long because Foxy9 was actually getting ready to lurk all the way around stairs, wrapping around to defender spawn. But once they realized, okay, we can't wait on this any longer, they just go in with the pop flash. The guiding light popping right around the corner allows them to get the first kill, and then it's just trades chain through. Sure, decent support from Foxy9. But, you know, DFM, they upped that tempo on that retake. They started on the right timing, now trying to catch up.
Sometimes feels like flashes are still just so valuable. I mean, still so effective, even with the changes, the fact that it doesn't refresh. In a combat situation like that, you know, Stack's completely blinded.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you send it out, the value is still strong, but you just can't spam it nonstop and absolutely pressure one part of the map.
Which is why I won't really fault Anthem's agent choice too much.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, which is why I don't play Sky anymore. Because to be honest, that's why I don't play it anymore.
Never played Sky in my life.
Wow.
You know me, I'm more a controller guy. Anyway, DRX still taking things slow. And DFM not really getting too much information off of it apart from the utility. So as soon as the door is broken through, it's a bit of that B pinch. Buzz trying to break in. Oh! But the shot step just lines up perfectly with Buzz's crosshair. Here comes the paint shells to block them off. The spike plant is secured.
That's unfortunate. I mean, says he was just a sacrifice here to a well-timed attack from DRX.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, gets hit by the paranoia, and at that point, you're just hoping that the shadow step lands and saves you, but Buzz waits for it and shoots right through.
And as soon as the retake comes up, I mean, you can bank on those flashes, but if they don't quite land, if DRX are playing anti-flash, yeah, just running out of time at that point, can't quite secure the kills, can't quite get a bit more space into its sights, so retake's impossible at this point. And it's just another one of these rounds with DRX getting in position, setting up for that classic sight hit.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to try opening the store. No, they're not, because obviously not great on the creds for DRX either. I mean, they'll be fine, obviously, especially winning the round, but not enough to greet just yet. Now, DFM running out of credits to spend. They'll have to carry over these 2 rifles.
And that's where you start thinking about your life on the map. DRX still looking pretty decisive in some of these rounds.
Guardian, Vandal, Phantom. Classics for the rest. Okay, I mean, a Frenzy upgrade, sure, but no armor for Neth either.
Huh. Well, they are trying to hold more forward positions. Anthem jiggling up around pillars.
Yeah, this is a setup for Anthem, right? The paranoia.
Ooh.
Yeah, he wanted to set up kills for the Vandal, but already knowing that the Vandal is there is not what DFM wanted.
Just feels risky. At least with the utility towards Rubble, it holds off DRX for a second, long enough for me to get in the position up and on an off angle. But as soon as this curtain drops, though, Foxy9, he's got an idea of his own.
Yeah, but this one way helps. He knows it can't be an easy cross angle. So he's lined up for just the 1 kill. Good setup and good support from Neth. He even gets the Vandal and gets out for free. DRX just says, okay, if that's the setup, we want to rush and get the plant onto the other side of the map.
They're rushing over just as quick as Foxy9 drops. But guess what? Up around the doors, DFM presses that button. That flash comes out. They might be able to break them apart. Buzz, though, guns them down for a little bit. But it's a classic that ends his life. Suddenly, it's going to be flashback cut into 1-on-2.
Never a better time than to prove the hype was correct. Termi says with time he thinks Flashback can become the greatest player in Korea. Knows at least 1 coming from Waterfall.
Paranoia calls it true. Gets the first shot. A bit of a swing from Neth. Ooh! back and forth, and it just throws Flashback off for a little bit. In for a loop, it's going to be DFM picking up that 7th win.
Yeah, Neth with a little nod to Coach Termy, saying, you're right, he does need a little bit more time. Wins out that 1v1 duel. This was good. I mean, Foxy9 just kind of had to commit to the bit there, but the one-way setup, starting it after the toxic screen. You can tell that, I mean, they're happy, but obviously it was a little bit of a nail biter, says. Bit of a nervous laughter there.
For both sides. But still, I mean, DRX in the lead right now. Economy slowly starting to run dry. A bit of a heavy investment for May on that operator.
It's going to be a fast hit. We've got the showstopper available as well.
Okay, we're not seeing anything outside B for DFM. DRX making their presence known outside the A site.
Waiting for the push out from B. DRX still leaving their options open. They've had a couple of successes pinching onto B site.
Okay, wait for the dark cover. Is that the game plan? And then just commit towards, wow.
It's a 2v1 on main though.
Flashback, do you have what it takes? Oh, shoulders exposed. That's all Seth needs. May now with the shot on the buzz. Stacks, though, not refusing to back down. By his lonesome, takes down 2.
Where are you?
With the spike down now and a bit more information. He's got the C's. He's trying to keep them away. Lockdown committed. Oh, and then Foxy9 shot out from the back. It's going to be Stacks trying to bury his fangs and slash his claws, but still Neth just makes them blunt for the time being. Mako,
the timing! And you know what the worst part is this has happened to Mako before! Oh my goodness. The thing is,
feels bad, man.
He had to go in like on a split second that the lockdown ends.
True.
Yeah, you just got to laugh it off. What can you do?
He's smiling at that one. You know, it's...
Well, I think Stacks was kind of laughing into their comms just to loosen things up.
Yes.
I mean, it happens. Because otherwise, you're giving away the half so much for free. It's still a 2v1.
Well, and you never want to play that flame game either. Not on a stage like this.
You can hear Seth still like, oh, okay. Only waltzes in.
All right, May still on that operator. Prowler gives out the info. Oh, what a tap from Buzz.
I think Buzz might have spotted on that jump off of the box earlier too, so he was ready for it.
And off of it, the showstopper now onto the top of the platform. We can push in deeper. Seekers gives us the info that DFM is trying to flank up a little bit. So DRX should be set for this retake.
That's done.
Simple frag for Flashback. Now long-range duels, and he is online. Looks out for the 3rd. It's going to be Mako that seals that deal. And then Cess.
A Mako operator kill. A rare find, but a clean one.
Yeah, well, I'll put that nice one into my little collection of kills.
It's a good one. Not that we got to see it, but we did see the kill feed. Well, I mean, you gotta save. It's not map point just yet, so carry over whatever you can. It's gonna be a little wonky, but with half armors, they should be able to make something work.
Not the easiest task, and we are nearing map point after all. But that said, I mean, so far, just some decent, fun Valorant being played on stage. You got DFM showing some, little improvements here and there. Nice firepower from the new pickups from Crazy Raccoon. But DRX, I mean, this was a map they never wanted to play, not too much. They showed it at AVL a little bit. They showed it here, and it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the first showing, and this, we talked about this before whenever a new map comes out. Like, DRX likes to hide the new map for as long as possible, and they're
Sunset,
like, haha, here's the wild card, and then it's like, well, it actually wasn't that good, so we'll come back next time. And then they look good, right? After a whole another split or a whole another tournament, they look good. So that's kind of what happened to Lotus as well.
You guys can see what Will looked like next to me. That's the goofiest post.
Well, that's what it felt like watching DRX trying to hide away this new map as if it was some crazy masterpiece that they had concocted. I mean, it was the same thing with Fracture. For those of you who remember when Fracture was first released, Like they were saying like, oh, and they had even told us on the Korean broadcast that, oh, scrims are going well, like our fracture's gonna be so good. And we're like, all right, and they opened it up against Fnatic, and Durka was just like, haha, double satchel up, and then you guys are all dead. So, I mean, I think they are starting to learn the lesson. Hopefully we don't see the same thing with Sunset. But anyway, been a while since those came out. It's looking good. And now DFM off of a timeout with the half armors. They have mostly rifles, but only a stinger. But if they get the plant, it's the pick for Neth.
That would be lovely. Still though, DRX, same game plan, making their presence known up around A. Dark cover being propped up. Slight difference this time though from DFM in terms of Neth's toxic screen. They have to think twice about pushing into A, or it's just to bypass it through the door.
Oh, Neth just going to use it early instead of on the retake. Just wants to scare them away, and that way he can utilize his stinger a little bit better as well.
Not bad. But now that it's committed, I mean, there's an option for DRX just to rotate over.
Yeah, I mean, I have my questions here because so much time was left, and they don't exactly have the greatest tools to go for a retake onto B.
Cess on that from the shadows Omen ult for info. A little bit early up around mountain, he didn't see anything, so I don't know if he's calling it clear. Still kind of jiggling up around C.
I mean, perhaps it's just some way to try to pressure them into B as they're already set up for it, but DRX isn't taking that bait. The C should be landing.
Uh-oh. All right, try to step away. This is now a retakes game. Stinger 4 rifles up against a fully equipped DRX. They try to push through, they try to go along Anthem Flash, but Buzz is still just that good. Positioning and elevated angle from Mako as well, though. May makes it a trade, but then here comes Flashback. DRX's teamwork is still just that good. Well, I gotta pick up a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do. You have to. Yeah, I guess you save it at that point. Already so much time passed as well. And Stack says, oh, come back. Oh. And that's a sure. Nice little conversation between two veterans.
And Flashback says, full stop, period. We're done. It's map point now.
Nothing flashy, but very reliable from Flashback. Curious to see how he's going to look on other maps. Of course, he's been tasked with kind of anchoring and holding the flank so far, so not too many opportunities to show his stuff either.
Yeah, in the first half, just chilling on C.
Yeah, not too many rounds where he actually even got a taste of the action. But it seemed like that retake, part of it was the map changes a bit, right? The boxes had the extended length of it. Oh, I missed that.
Vision.
Sorry, kind of spoke over it. Gotta remember that Buzz is a very talkative guy, so whenever we see him on camera, probably has something nice and fun to say.
If anything, though, I think Flashback might show us a bit more in Breeze, perhaps, as that is the next map. But here we go. Bit of a last effort from DFM. We've got the judge on Neth. 5 rounds. The first one has been spent. 4 slugs remaining. And the rest of DRX, oh, they tried. Spike down. The rest of them want to corral around, and they managed to make it happen. Spike and Sight still picked up.
You should run.
Got exciting for a second.
Yeah, but no support. And then DRX, sure, this lockdown can feel a bit early, but there's just no way for them to break it. Just trying to hop around away from that Trailblazer as well.
I want to bite that lockdown. Nothing doing for now.
Imagine if the Trailblazers could break the lockdown.
No.
I think this is the beginning of the end here for map 1.
Certainly feels like it. Look at
Not
the
much
positioning
time.
from DRX. The timing, it's not great. Paranoia sets up, but they have to push in now. And as soon as they make it past the toxic screen, it's an easy shot. Foxy9, 1, 2, 3! Last one on the other side, and Mako steals it away. 13-8, DRX.
A solid win for DRX on map 1 on their opponent's pick of Lotus. And DFM, I mean, especially because it was their map pick, I want to say, I have to imagine they had more that they wanted to show. This wasn't the entirety of their preparation. There were some good moments, especially individually. There were a couple good calls as well. But at the end of the day, it did not look like they were able to open up their entire playbook and showcase why they felt confident on Lotus. So you can see a bit of disappointment in themselves, it seems. But the match isn't over just yet.
Certainly not. We still got another map to go, maybe two if DFM picks up the next one. It is DRX's map pick, though. So you know what? I'm going to let our analysts break all of that down.
And DRX pockets Lotus, the first map on this series. Now, look, we see the scoreline. I mean, they're going up against one of the titans of Korea, DRX, but DFM came up huge in the first half.
They really did, and I mean, this was a lot closer than you would have anticipated, given that DRX was able to find both of the pistol rounds. You know, they were taking those away, but DFM, with some very solid perseverance, continued to fight back. Yeah, it was really scrappy, but we saw some really nice moments coming through from Neth, from May. I mean, pretty much everybody on the team here fighting tooth and nail to try to get themselves into a winning position. And but DRX, they do manage to come out on top. Some really solid performances from Stax in particular, as we'll see his scoreline in a little bit. And kind of back to being that fragging IGL, which was something that was severely lacking for DRX in the last couple of years. Well, not last couple of years, but last couple of tournaments, let's say.
Yeah, definitely the last couple tournaments. And we were talking about this. DRX, I mean, we haven't seen massive changes in their playstyle, but is that what we needed anyway, Asterai?
Not at all. Again, they wanted to have that consistency over any massive changes, to be honest. That's why I was telling how they wanted to at least have the stronger guns with Foxy9 as well as Flashback. And boy, did you actually see both of those players just have some insane shooting highlights throughout this entire first map. So I think it's going in the direction that DRX wants, but as the casters were mentioning, they haven't shown all of what they've got.
Perhaps. I mean, you know, the big issue here is this DRX just kind of getting everybody to that point, to where they were when they had Zest and RB in this roster, and then building on top of that, because obviously the concern is, do you hit the same ceiling? Do you continue to just be in this position where you look good, you look the same, but you don't necessarily look better? So that's the thing to look forward to in the future. But as we get ready to go into Breeze, a map that we haven't seen too much of, pretty much from anybody, but from DRX in particular in VCT, we haven't seen it since they played against Optic back in Istanbul in their lower final. I'm curious if they have anything new, or if this is going to be similar to our, you know, Talon v Secret Ascent, where it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of back to stock standard stuff. So I want to see some new things from them. But for DFM, I think this was a solid effort. They managed to kind of tie the record as far as rounds won against DRX, because they did get 8 on a fracture versus them during the regular season last year in Pacific. But overall, I do think that things do look a bit more concise for them.
And we got the 2 races MVPing here, and Terming had his eye on May, and rightfully so. He showed up as the race.
Yeah, and that's just, again, because of how strong May does perform. We saw how he was able to create those double satchel plays here, but there were some points where, again, they were very much separated by DRX, and DFM just couldn't really play off of May's capabilities, and it left a lot of the players, sometimes the leftover players, kind of just struggling to find those rotations, and that's where I really think DFM needs to focus on. We see Esu, Neth, there was this one round where they didn't just plant the spike because they didn't really know where their opponents were, and you saw how lost DFM was. So if they can find that, the answer to that problem, it'll definitely look a lot more better here for DFM.
Yeah.
We did see moments of glory from Anthem as well. Continues to be really effective on the Sky.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that, the Sky in general, he's got really good game sense about when he should use his utility. But aside from that, just his fragging power continues to be quite good. Yeah, I mean, he's playing this, you know, support role, trying to really enable May. And you can see, based on May's stats, that he's doing a good job of it. 12-17, not going to be the most impressive thing, you know, not jaw-dropping or anything. But we also did have that nice highlight where he had the Sheriff in hand, manages to come up with several quick kills. So Anthem still very much has it. But I think the thing for a lot of people to consider in this is that DFM still are going to be a team that is very much kind of growing from the ground up. Yes, there is a lot of experience between 4 of these players, but Anthem now needs to fit into that mix and kind of find his position, find like what is going to be maximum comfort for him and how he interacts in this squad that has played together for so very long. So while they work towards that, you know, we're going to see some growing pains from DFM, but overall, I feel way more positive about the team just after this initial showing, even though they still come away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, remember, DFM, this is a really brand new roster. Besides that, a lot of them, this is the first time on the Pacific stage. So this is a pretty amazing showing. Like you said, despite DRX winning 2 pistol rounds, it is a lot closer than you think. On DRX's side, it looks like they're working on it too. And like you said, are they going to hit the ceiling? It looks like they still need to tighten a couple of screws and get it, you know, get it a lot tighter.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, for May to be able to really stick alongside Buzz in a loss where you're only able to pick up 8 rounds for your squad, it's pretty damn impressive. And I mean, we knew that this guy could deliver. He has been one of the best over there in Japan for a while. And he's continuing to just already be in the spotlight.
I just want to see how he's going to fare out in a more open map that is going to be Breeze, because I feel like even though we were talking about how DRX, you know, hasn't really changed their play style, the pace at which they can actually go for plays, I feel like is so much faster in that particular first game. You saw how there was that one round where Mako made the big mistake. The round after that, they just charged in onto the C site, and they were able to get so many frags very quickly that it showed that DFM was not prepared for that. So again, these change of paces that DRX has in their arsenal of what plays they can make definitely put DFM on their toes. And again, a lot of challenges for this big star that is May.
That was very uncharacteristic of Mako, though, I have to say.
You saw his face.
I think it's the second time that that's happened to him. I think William was talking about it as well in the broadcast. I believe that has happened one other time. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things, heat of the moment. You're the guy that everybody looks to be the clutch god on the team. And sometimes you make a little bit of an oopsie. I mean, at the end of the day,
he was laughing about it.
You give up a round. Yeah, he had his head in his hands, but there was a smile on his face. So ultimately, I don't think that the gentle giant of Mako is going to be too bothered. But I mean, what Astrai was talking about as far as those tempo shifts, I feel like a lot of times you see it when there is that kind of mistake, and Buzz just gets angry. And angry Buzz is so terrifying, because that's when he does go blast packing into C-Site, and he just comes away with 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. So it's always something to be a bit concerned about. But, you know, DFM, if they continue to just improve and build off of what we have right here, I think that they could be in a very good spot.
I mean, I also have a question. Do you think these guys would give a Vandal to their sweetheart or the 40-kill Reyna in a ranked game?
I think that these guys definitely care more about getting points and ranking up and climbing the ladder, so I think they would definitely do the Reyna.
I think they would give it to their sweetheart because they're already here on the Pacific stage in rank. I mean,
I don't know where
matters. It doesn't really matter.
I will side with Achilles on this one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You always have to give it to...
Maybe Kyungmin can ask them about it later. We asked the audience. Maybe we can ask DRX or DFM, depending how this goes. Now, the first map, Lotus, was DFM's pick. You could tell they had some things prepared. The caster mentioned this as well, but it seemed like they weren't able to showcase a lot of what could have been.
Yeah, I think that, again, as the growing pains continue, we're going to see things more fleshed out. We're going to see more set plays. We're going to see just cleaner communication and plays overall from the side of DFM. Because even though the majority of them have played together in the past on Crazy Raccoon, so there is that pre-existing synergy, we don't fully know how much time they've had to try and reestablish that. Because, again, we haven't seen them in quite some time. They weren't able to make it over towards Ascension. And given all of the different changes and all of these different players that we saw that were getting signed to DFM, and even playing in some offseason stuff, we don't know how long this 5-man has been playing together, because they could have been playing with JoJo, they could have been playing with Suggest, etc. So I think it's going to take a little while to really iterate on this for them to, really get on the horse and be able to ride it.
Yeah, I will just say here for DFM, it feels like in the rounds that they were very successful at, they were able to really read the rotations of DRX. So even through all of those gripes, right, that they have to adjust, all of this and that, coming into a new team, they still have that solid ability to be able to, again, just read out their opponents, which, again, can work out in a pinch, especially when we're coming into this second map.
Yeah, that's right. Going into Breeze. Now, I feel like one map really isn't enough to determine how DFM is going to be playing this. How are they going to be responding to DRX, who surely has prepped something cool for this map?
I mean, we hope, but knowing DRX, it could just be, oh, hey, yeah, we're just going to run what we have run before. Because, I mean, we've seen them play at Red Bull home ground. They played Breeze versus Fnatic with this 5-man core. Didn't have RB and Zest at that tournament. It was Foxy9. It was Flashback. And it wasn't anything too special or particular, because again, they haven't played this in a VCT official tournament since Istanbul in 2022, and that's when Chamber was the meta. That's when they were going up against El Diablo, and he was at full power and everything like that. So I think that we could just expect to see maybe more of stacks on Sova, which has been pretty rough to say the least. So, but it could be more of that with the KO, Harbor, etc. that they were running on that map. We'll have to just see if they do have something new.
Now let's take a look back at the first map of this series on Lotus. See Buzz doing Buzz things.
Yeah, and I mean, if any of these pistols had gone the way of DFM, this could have been a very different game, either a much closer one, or it could have been them potentially taking the win away. So something to certainly work on for the future, just trying to nail those down, but it was just very clean starts to the halves here from the side of DRX. But I mean, it's highlights abounds from either side. There's so many just multi-frag moments for all of these players.
Yeah, lots of shock and awe from DRX here, and I think it just goes back to what we were talking about. There's a lot of readjustment here for a team like this that hasn't really had that international experience yet, and DRX has that in spades already. So them being able to do this is still somewhat remarkable, but again, at the end of the day, they would want that dub if they can. Coming into Breeze, though, it feels like there is going to be a bit of a tall task against that, especially if, I mean, you were talking about how Stax likes to go for the Sova. I think he might even bring the Fade into Breeze, because he was pretty good on that on Lotus, and it's not the worst on Breeze if you have double controller. You know,
I think it depends on how much work he's put in towards that Sova, because you pretty much would always rather have that as your initiator coming through just for the info gather, and that tied in alongside the KO gives you a hell of a lot of it, because you can use that 0 point to identify just, okay, how many people are pushing up elbow right now, how many people are going to be in A main, etc. So having that in the recon darts, especially to just disrupt timing, to disrupt people who are holding hard angles on Breeze, it's really, really important. But if Stax hasn't gotten that Sova up to a point where it feels like it will work, then maybe that's when they decide to opt away from it, not quite go down that path. But
I don't know that.
I think all the Korean casters in the green room had a similar look on their face when DFM was starting to run back there. But maybe they do have something different, because we've been seeing a lot of Neon so far in both of our Breezes. There has been at least that one Neon that's been in play. Still haven't really seen that Chamber coming into the fold, but Yoru, of course, also ever so present. And I'm wondering, do they take a punt here? Do they try to go for something like that to just really shake things up? Or is it just going to be DRX doing what DRX typically does and playing exactly what you expect them to do?
Now, what I really like about this audience, definitely DRX is
They're playing
playing
Yoru!
Double duelist too!
Okay, we've got Foxy9 back on Jet, Buzz on Yoru, and it's not quite mirrored, but it's a little bit similar on the opposite side. The Cypher Viper's there. And we have May now bringing out this Yoru as well. Oh, I'm very happy.
I like this. If you can't have another initiator with a flash, you must go for the Yoru. And again, you have that combination. Also, biggest counter to Cypher right now has got to be the Sova. So I do see it as a staple.
And here's the biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. We have Mako on Viper, and that's it for smokes.
We have Mako on Viper. Casters, over to you.
We have Mako on Viper, we got double duelists, we got double Yorus on both sides. Thank you so much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. This is going to be one crazy match.
Yeah, and Foxy9 back on the Jet as well with this double duelist. I mean, Buzz on the Yoru, not too shocking, especially with that Asteroid mentioned, considering that he's often played the KO and things like that to be that supporting second line of entry with the flashes, but a very different take on the Yoru pickup from DFM. Right, you've got Neth on the Harbor, so trying to cut things up a bit more, but it's going to be a tough attack for them. They need to get these early picks, because otherwise it's going to be pretty telling how you enter onto a site. And there's that pick I was talking about.
Dude, Buzz is not going to be happy about that one. Foxy answers right back, though. DFM just losing out their legs for a second, but still very much alive. Oh, as Foxy9 pushes past this Poison Cloud, it's so risky.
Well, this is kind of good bait for Cess, though. Because they've all gone through halls. Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that he'd be right under from the shoot.
Oh, what? Wait, what? I guess it's right off the edge. The second one will definitely secure it though. May still very much alive, goes in for the next shot. 22 HP, just gate crashes into safety. The plant goes through, but Flashback senses it and uses the timing to push up front. A second shot, and here it is that rookie.
Good shots too, very crucial. Both of them were quite low. So if that was a headshot right off the bat, Stacks was pretty low. Could have still been a 1v2 victory for DFM. But it's going to be Flashback. All the impact kills coming in from Flashback here on the pistol round.
Very explosive, as we got 2 opening picks really quickly. But as soon as that retake comes through, I mean, the pivotal position coming in from Foxy9, like you mentioned, Will. The shock dart from Stacks to get the kill on the Cess. But then Flashback.
So quick.
Is he, maybe Izu's not the only player that's the future.
Nah, I'm still more convinced by Izu showing so far. But the match isn't over just yet.
Really early. Foxy9 pulling out the Outlaw. That's going to be fun to see. Off of that duelist, he loves to go peeking. Definitely spots one out. And you know what? With the Outlaw, the wallbang, the penetration on this thing, it's just so good.
And a bit of a way far out jump as well. I mean, Anthem just trying to switch it up, see if they can catch him on another timing, bait out the shots so they can run in as a double.
And look at the default positioning from DRX as well. I mean, Foxy9, he's put up that wall up around shop or cave, and DFM no longer wants to challenge it. Mako watching halls. You got a little bit more support from Stacks, who has recons that you can send out towards mid as well. So they've got all these bases covered. Mako fires off a shot, and all of a sudden DFM, and I don't know if you want to keep going into A anymore.
Yeah, this is a weird eco round where Neth just keeps getting caught behind alone. Now, do they check this corner? No, but it's just a classic.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's an eco, but it's just this weird push up from DFM where it's Neth with the spike who constantly gets left behind, and he's like, well, how am I supposed to get out of this choke point?
Right. A lot of these solo efforts, getting caught in odd positions, and DRX just being clean with their shots. First you got Foxy9, then you got Mako.
The thing I am most impressed about with Flashback, though, I've mentioned it before, is just how calm he looks, right? He's like, oh, this is just another game of VALORANT. That he's giving off that vibe on stage. I mean, who knows? If we do have a chance to hear from him, maybe he's going to say this was the most nervous he's ever been. But the thing is with Foxy9, we could tell he was nervous. Some of the matches that he played, or even the maps when they were winning with Foxy9 on stage, you could tell that the adrenaline and the nerves were getting to him, both in his play and just how he looked on camera. Whereas Flashback, yeah, it's just saying, I mean, it's just VALORANT, right?
It would be super funny if he actually just said he was.
I mean, it's possible. Some people are good at hiding it.
Oh, but look at this. And the drone does not spot him as well. Screen is running out, though, and DFM hasn't pushed out all too far, so Mako's still in a pretty darn good position.
He's holding so close, too.
Medusa off of the lurk, able to capture Foxy9. Mako instantly getting the trade-off.
And the snake bite as well, that stops them to enter the cove at all. I mean, the only hope is that Medusa got a pick on the lurk. But what? You saw Flashback, okay, oh my goodness.
Wants to find even more first.
No, but I thought he was pretty much part of the wall as a statue right there.
Oh, what?
3 out of 5.
Well, I would have thought that DRX would have responded to it.
Well, I mean, it looked like Stacks thought it was going to be him just trying to dig into the site. I don't know, a bit of a comms breakdown perhaps.
30 seconds
Some questionable moves, but at the end of the day, DFM 4v2 advantage to try to break into the B site.
Last player
Anthem was on the lurk as well.
All right, we'll see if Stacks can dig them out of this one, but it's not quite going to happen. Cess had the positioning up around window. DFM comes back in. No
All right.
bonuses so far.
Yeah, some mysteries in that one, but at the end of the day, the lurk comes in clutch from Medusa. I mean, that happened very early on into the round, so a good kill there.
That's the second one.
I am actually wondering if Buzz was trying to act like he was a decoy, because the way he was walking on that angle is really weird. I mean, could be. I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into it.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. I mean, if it wasn't decoy, would you just run forward? Whatever it is, May now has the dimensional drift, goes into it, gets all the info on the site, and is looking to get a pinch onto, you know, maybe Flashback or Buzz. Oh, Flash doesn't quite go out, though. Buzz able to take him down. Neff makes it a bit of a trade. Medusa now back in from top of elbow. Archers is going to be where Mako is positioned, but without the numbers.
You have to save.
Yeah, and the op too.
Exactly, yeah. A big investment there, so DRX not going to greet it. It's very early on into the half, so no need for that. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Yorus now with the dimensional drifts as well, where they're not just going to try to go for the flashy plays where you go for the pop flash and then jump out, go for the shorty, things like that. They really do start to utilize that ultimate as an initiating tool. Wait for your teammates and then just pop out, go for the trades. I mean, it looked like May should have had an opportunity to get the kill himself onto Buzz, but at the end of the day, only that one weapon dropped. And that should help them stabilize quite steadily, as it was a rough buy round on the third round.
Yeah, not too bad for DFM. And you got to wonder again, I mean, the way Lotus played out for DRX, they had a stronger start. Of course, this is still just early, but this is DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and as the Des mentioned as well, even on Lotus, they won both pistols, so the score itself didn't tell the entire story. It could have been a much closer map. I mean, sure, I'm not saying we shouldn't count pistols as part of the skill level, but you know, they started with a massive advantage. Ended up being a 13-8 scoreline.
Makes me wonder how DFM might fare against a team like Team Secret as well. So we'll save that for a future day. But for now, DFM continuing to try to push through. It is them up against a slightly wounded DRX, though. Foxy9 with the op still very much alive and just trying to get an angle. But look at all of these walls.
Yeah, they still haven't found any picks that they would want yet either.
Time to jump.
And with that, Spike goes down. Neff gets it done. Stacks, no angle seen either. As soon as, you know, the high tide goes down, Toxic Scream comes up. And then after that, I don't know, you still got a little bit more utility. One more Cascade is available. Oh, look at the gate crash back into safety. Reckoning deployed as well. DRX starting to feel the pressure. Foxy9 has to push up front, goes in for the tap, wants to bait out peaks. Here comes a bit of a flash, but DRX are landing their shots. Buzz goes in for yet another. Flashback gets one of his own. Foxy9 gets another shot too. And despite all of those utilities and ultimates spent, DRX claims the round.
Yeah, the tempo just one step ahead of DFM. The original idea seemed to be that it was going to be Mace jump peeking, then gate crashing out. Off of that, Medusa goes on the lurk, and then you kind of chain the lurks as well as you're holding out in main, but they realize they're already way close up to pyramids, so you need to just join back in main. The Reckoning sent a little deep as well, so DRX able to start pushing out in front of it, avoid those stuns. Clean shots across the board for DRX.
Nice. Really, really clean. I think that was one of the difference makers too. DFM, although they do recognize some of the situations, you know, sometimes it's just tough. A little bit slower on the decision making, and now it's going to be a DRX feeling a little bit more rejuvenated, but what is that swing from Medusa?
That was one of the snappier swings against the operator. It's a good call from Medusa. That shakes up the setup from DRX quite a bit, but lots of tools still. The pit remaining for a little bit longer on A main as well.
Just a bit, but hearing the footsteps out towards mid, Mako wants to investigate. That fake out was kind of used as well. Prompts May to kind of peek back down. Gate crash will be used as he regroups with his squad. So now it's all up to Buzz, actually, to kind of receive and welcome them over to the B side. Flashback here as well. Oh! Great double burst. 2 kills for each of the DRX members. Now it's all down to May. Spotted out, flashes out, but has to turn tail and hide.
Oh, and he's getting chipped down even lower. A good gate crash, and Buzz drawing so much attention to the back of sight. Frees up Flashback to hold close angles. A surprising double kill throws off DFM away from their own tempo. Then they're struggling to at least try to clean up Buzz as well, but the headshots line up.
And it's just, again, a DRX on defense that knows exactly how to play around the corners, knows exactly how to jiggle back and forth and strafe shoot perfectly. Flashback, that's clean. Buzz, a little bit cleaner too.
Timeout, surely from DFM. Trying to see what other answers they can have, because without getting a clean first kill, and usually from the main force. I mean, Medusa had a great first kill here, but you know, it's away from the main force. They had to regroup, and at that point, the execute starts to look a little obvious when Yoro's your only duelist. So I'm curious to see what else they have prepared. Now, working mid, like they did here, mid and hall is that pressure. It does shake the default just a bit, right? You have to have many more angles to cover, and sometimes maybe that means you can't put all your trips on one site. You have to use one on halls at the very least. That used to be the go-to way back when. So there's some options to force DRX out of their comfort zone, but DFM, what's their choice?
That is the question, especially for this timeout. I mean, you're absolutely right. With Yoro being their sole duelist, Will, it's a little bit tricky and difficult to really create that space for your team. You don't have the same mobility and dive potential that Jet does, or Raze. So at least for this round, Anthem on the Guardian, just gonna try to play it safe for a second. DRX, though, starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Look at what Buzz is doing down halls.
I like it after the timeout as well. You know they have enough money for a half armor buy. Oh, he jumps down. Make sure that they can't pressure mid too hard. Gate crashes out. Doesn't find solid info.
It does invite Medusa for a bit of a visit, though.
Yeah, but see, this is the change from DRX. That trip now put on Hall, so the earlier mid-pressure. That way they don't have to keep watching both Nest and Hall. So DRX adjusting. They still have the gate crash for backup going to B. Don't have to worry about anything like a KO. So the default is here for DRX. Still finding comfort. Different angles on A side as well. Mako close. He's used that position before.
Wow. He's just ready. Buzz sends out the fake out as well. Just a bit more info. There it is. Foxy9 has arrived up around bridge. That's the first kill. Stax picks up the other. And then Mako, getting gunned down actually by Anthem. It gives DFM a little bit more space, but how long can they hold this on? Because Foxy9 has his sights available. Stax with a bit of a lineup from the Shock Dart too. May still very much in the game. Just wants to go in to retrieve the spike. 15 seconds left, and he has to stick the plant. Oh.
He's going to get tagged, but can he get out of it? No! Stax follows him right through on the jump.
Stuck in on the first beam. So although it was a good idea, did not quite anticipate Stax's Hunter's Fury. DRX investing every cent and dime to secure the round wins.
Yeah, and the quick decision from Stax as well, both on the Shock Dart and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the pit's used to try to just get into the site, because they think that's going to be enough to win it out. Yeah, and he sees that coming up. Yeah, the pit's being used. He doesn't even actually necessarily hear the pit when he draws out the Shock Dart, but he just wants to deny that spike going into the site, and then he backs off knowing that he has the Hunter's Fury.
This is
incredible.
That goes there.
3 rounds, 1 in a row now. That win bonus is flowing.
Yeah, on a rough round for DFM. They're kind of now stuck into their own half armor meta.
Wow.
May's still putting up kills, but it's not leading to much anymore.
It's just single frags and then trades for DRX. Foxy9 punishing with that operator, but Stax now coming in to take a peek. It somehow doesn't pay off.
Poison orb emitting.
More members than he anticipated, perhaps. And then we got some pings from DFM.
Yeah, but look at Foxy9's position. They know they've lost mid entirely, so he just takes over the entirety of A main all the way into the cave. Now, if he peeks out any further, his legs will show on that spy cam.
I like it. Staying vigilant, trying to read the timings for how DRX might rotate. Still is a play in towards the A site, though. So trying to make use of the pyramids and the toxic screen. Medusa with such a deep position actually pinches on towards Mako. starting to look like a very secure DFM round.
Yeah, this is a weird round just because, you know, DFM's going to be able to buy up next round anyway. But Flashback gets 2 in a row. Now with the, yeah, of course you used the Blade Storm then.
How did that happen? I gotta see that. He gets a third
triple.
too as he pushes out. Foxy9 just making noise, trying to buy it away from Anthem. Timer is ticking. We spent 1 left click, 1 knife.
Flashback's running in, he's ready for it. The shock dart doesn't go out, and he follows him up the spray around the pyramid. A beautiful 4K. Gets the Neural Theft with the defuse. The Academy youngster now on the main squad. A very impactful round win for him.
You know, we were wondering, right, on Lotus, you know, he had some of these 1-on-2 situations. If he can clutch this out, he will be amazing. Guess what? 2-on-4, he can do it just as well. He took down 3.
I'm starting to see why the DRX players are hyping up Flashback. Oh, he's got the energy as well. I like it. Okay.
Not just calm anymore. All right.
Okay. The thing is he doesn't seem to be a very flashy player, but in some ways, similar to Mako, just doesn't get shaken up no matter what, always expecting the next target.
The pop-off, though.
Well, that's unlike Mako for sure.
But yeah, whatever it is, here's the next round. Dimensional Drift was deployed. Hunter's Fury and all the ults and utilities too. Foxy9 starting to feel the pressure, but he's still okay with the shorty. Pops up over onto the decoy, and May wins out the duel. Trades from Buzz though. Flashback still very much alive. Look at the movement. Support coming through, and he picks up the 3rd kill. Medusa off of a bit of a lurk. Can't quite find all too much as he gets spotted out towards the end. Buzz takes him out.
Let this be a lesson to all the other Korean players. Pop-offs matter. All right, the confidence. No, I'm serious. In a game like Valorant, the momentum matters so much. The energy matters. Obviously, it could lead to overheats, but sure, Flashback's been doing consistently well across each map, but the way he's swinging out of the smokes, the way he's taking fights alongside veterans on the squad of DRX.
I hear what you're saying. The confidence, the energy, you love all of that. I'm just laughing because as soon as you say that, Mako's face shows up and he doesn't pop up.
Well, Mako's an exception. You know, Mako, he talks about how if he had the aim of Flashback, maybe it would have won champions. Maybe if you popped off, you would have won champions. I don't know. Maybe that's the secret ingredient.
Maybe it's got to be whatever it is. Medusa definitely has a bit of aim as well. Off the lurks, off of May, the Guardian shots. Despite this being a half by DFM, they are still thorny. They are still ready to shoot through.
Should be able to go all the way to the plant. Now, Dimensional Drift available for Buzz, so there's some options. He's actually dug all the way deep with the gate crash as well.
Okay.
You can't read that one.
I love how he sends the Great Crash out towards mid as well, and then maybe he goes in for a bit of pressure play towards the back of A main.
Just wants to spot how many people are where. Wow. 2 in main flashes just to keep them tied up. 3rd and 4th. He's isolated. Oh, that's a good shot from Flashback.
What the heck? Incredible long-range duels. The Reckoning was saved for this moment. Tried to go in for that gate crash, but not quite in time. Mako, deeper position, has to hold it for his teammate. Unfortunately, Flashback drops down, so it comes down to the 1-on-1, and May with the Guardian picks out 1, 2, 3, and to the 4.
Yeah. Just the unfortunate part there is May tried to go in for an upgrade on the weapon, but not enough time left. The spike goes off, so not even the Guardian kept over.
Still a good win.
I mean, when you're this far behind, though, you gotta make sure you're taking everything you can.
True.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it adds up.
But I'm just impressed. I mean, these were all just Guardian shots. Getting the frag out towards halls. I mean, they're starting to get an idea for how DRX positions themselves. We are nearing the end of the first half, though.
Here.
Could be another potential 7-5.
That is how we ended off the first half on the first map.
That's a good move as well. Just note that Buzz spams that out and then he gate crashes out, and it could have been bait for someone to peek in to Foxy9's operator.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, but DFM plays it smart. They have no idea.
Oh, Mako. Oh, no. Uncharacteristic whiff, but still the spray transfer just as good. Neth comes back in for that trade, finds yet another onto Foxy, but Buzz trades right back. Medusa gets the shot through mid. But then his position is revealed. Stax knows and wants to play around the pyramids. Comes back in to support flashback. Aldrone deployed. They knew where one player was, but not quite sure about Anthem. So it comes down to the gun duels. Oh! Jump peeks and wall pegs. Medusa is coming up from behind. 8 rounds left in the mag. Stax tries to stick it halfway, but just left a little bit undetected. Medusa comes back up in full.
Medusa draws out so much aggro from mid in that post plant. What a crucial lurk. Starts off with a kill as well, a second, and then the cyber cage. And then he breaks the drone from Anthem. Like you said, that keeps him hidden just long enough for Flashback to not have his crosshairs lined up on that corner.
You gotta admire how sharp some of these Crazy Raccoons players are.
You mean DFM?
Okay, DFM, yes.
They are DFM. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. They are DFM. They definitely are, and they are showing up bigger performances than last year. If we can end this 7-5, I might actually, have some hope of this possibly going for map 3. May with the dimensional drift now, looking to initiate on towards B site, or at least create a bit of pressure once more. Medusa lurking out towards A main.
Oh, this is hard though. I mean, this is how they're trying to take up space elsewhere, but May's got to have an escape ready to go. It's too late. You spotted 2 members on opposite sides. What a risk.
Very, very risky. Everyone's all split up. Now you got Buzz, who took down Medusa.
If he gets more than one here.
Yeah.
I mean, then the round's over.
Okay, Cascade flashes through. Wow. Good play, but good shot and good flick away from Anthem as well. He dodged that flash like it's nothing. Just in time for that high tide 2 from Neth. And it keeps Stax at bay.
But they couldn't get Neth the plant, so no Reckoning available. Was only 1 point away.
Ah.
Well, this isn't something DRX has done too much of, but they're wary of it. They have enough people still left alive. 3 versus 3?
Unbelievable.
And the neural theft. You have to push out. You got to take this fight.
They are pinched. They are sandwiched in. Foxy9, if you don't take the fight against Flashback, Foxy9 is right on the other end. They held their ground, but it's not quite enough as Flashback. Unbelievable peaks.
I mean, I know it's a low-cost ultimate, but what was that? 4 neural thefts? 3 neural thefts? I mean, quite a few. Sure, they fed him a couple, defuses and things like that, but what a couple of rounds from Flashback.
Certainly speeds up the process and the retakes, too, of that neural theft. So, I mean, that's the story today. We're seeing DRX, we are seeing new compositions, and we are seeing Flashback.
All right, this fan says that they will buy dinner if, they didn't say who, but if they win, and it said per person $50. So that's like a really decent dinner, like a nice dinner.
It doesn't say who.
It doesn't say, but that means if anybody, right? Like, that's up to interpretation, so I'll take it. I'm down for a $50 dinner from a fan.
Yeah, something like Korean barbecue. Whatever it is, the map's not over yet. 8-4. It's a lot of improvements all around. Sharp shots coming out from players such as May, Medusa. Thing is, though, as we swap over to the next half, I mean, how do you make the compositions work? It's a little bit better,
Yeah, it should be easier for DFM, or at least it's easier to showcase what they prepped. But I'm curious, because Buzz, Yoru, depending on how mobile that is, I mean, I think that's going to be the make or break.
That's what I'm thinking about. Theoretically, good composition for defense. You got Medusa on that Cypher. You've got the double controller, but you also got double duelist in the form of not just Buzz, but also Foxy9, who has been sniping. He hasn't had the best performances, given how he loves to peek out on his own, but still enough that it confuses DFM at times.
Fast push out with a Cascade on A, so Gate Crash available for backup as well.
Well, everyone just kind of holds back. May already pinched down by Foxy9.
That's an early camp.
Oh! Wow, Spike Planter killed.
A good pick out. I mean, that's enough time for backup to arrive from mid, and DRX knows this.
Hence, they are not pushing up front to retrieve the spike just yet. I'm more curious about Mako's positioning, though, as he wraps back up around. The high tide does block off quite a bit towards B main, though.
Good cyber cage from Flashback.
Stays in that thing. Knows that Neth is right around the corner. Oh, but past the toxic screen. As soon as it drops, though, picks off Cess. Neth right around Rosie with that pillar. But Mako lands a shot. Too many targets, a little bit overwhelmed. DRX, another pistol.
Flashback, just almost robotic to a certain extent. But that's what you want from someone that you can trust to anchor, really just hold, one angle, one part of the map. And the cyber cage, I mean, even though he doesn't necessarily get a kill off of it, the fact that it now makes him question, is he in the cage? Is he going to pop out on the other side? Is he still in the cubby? That forces him. It funnels him all the way back in to the other side.
At some point, they just decided, like, okay, we don't want to deal with him. Let's try to run backside. But that is where he finds that opening. So with a pistol win now, Foxy9 on another Outlaw buy. DFM off the save.
All classics. I mean, that's okay. An ambitious jump, but a clean shot from Flashback nonetheless.
Walks up like it's nothing. Now we've got that gate crash play onto site. Most of it is clear. Fake out clears it out in full. But Flashback is in such a good position too. Gets a clean second one, now feeling a bit more pressure from the double peaks, but Mako instantly comes back in to respond.
One enemy remaining.
Easy double burst.
I was about to say, if he does get traded, that's a bulldog over to DFM, but Mako's there at long range. Good support from the veteran older brother. Stax loving what his teammates can show under his leadership. I mean, Stax is one of those players, again, he's had great moments, but as a leader, it's been very up and down, and you could tell that he had trouble handling the pressure. I mean, he's spoken out about it as well, but now rejuvenated with two young players under his command.
And this is just kickoff, but I am starting to wonder, like, champions being in Korea this year, is there going to be a little bit more pressure towards the later half of the year?
I mean, yeah, if they'll have to get there, for sure.
They want to.
If that doesn't happen, boy. I mean, we saw a similar situation with Masters Tokyo last year, and I don't think DRX would want to be in those shoes ever.
Definitely not, which is why this performance so far has been good. Just clearing things out to check. They see that spy camera shooting things out. Medusa still trying to play around. Oh, he sneaks underneath the tripwire. Takes down Stax. The spike is still down.
Yeah, a little bit high on the tripwire, but at the end of the day, just trying to buy time here.
That's not bad. They just make sure that they can get numbers advantage.
The post plants are coming. The lineups from the snake bites. It's already on the way.
Through the air.
They need to push out.
Oh, they're running out of time. DFM, they're clinging off way too much. Outlaw still fires through. Trying to tap back into it. Buzz lands it through. Seth's trying to stick it. He's trying to make it go through, and Anthem will secure the frag on towards Buzz. Just enough for Seth to stick the defuse.
Oof. That could have been dicey, just because I think DRX made the right call to say, all right, we've already lost enough members. They're still not peeking out, so since they've spent enough time, fire off the snake bites first, and then we'll still have 3 members on this firing range from window. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, a little bit of better weaponry and still more members for DFM. Yeah, Anthem's relieved on that one. He knows what trouble they could have faced there.
Almost. High Tide was nice, though. 10-5 score, and now we go back into it. DRX buys up. What is this stack up around the A site?
Yeah, an interesting look here. The decoy invested as well. They want to push out that much is certain. You have the gate crash as well. That's why they do it. Right, so it puts the pressure on. Now if DRX wants to shake up the default, they're going to have to invest a lot because you heard and saw so many different pieces of utility. And DFM's banking on that. Now they're trying to erase mid, and then gate crash will be there to support B site. The problem is Medusa is all alone.
I'll handle this.
Looking for a pocket kill.
He does have a toxic screen just to help him for a time being. May getting a long-range shot from the back of arches. But here comes Buzz, trying to initiate. Oh, spotted out by Medusa. Foxy9 trying to recuperate from those losses, but the flash is just too darn good. A flawless round from DFM. What?
The first pick for May is crucial. Cuts off the second line from DRX, so, you know, sure, it's Buzz still looking for information. He actually gets really good information. He hears the gate crash, spots May, and then he's able to eventually push all the way in so that Medusa gets pinged out away from his cyber cage as well, but at that point, you're like, well, May's there watching for me as well. Buzz not able to pick his targets quick enough, and Medusa turns around. And Stacks was not too happy about that round because they had a plan, and they couldn't execute it at all, really.
Yeah, and you really got to think about why. I mean, DFM doing good, but was there something wrong on DRX's side too? Whatever it is, next round, here it comes, and it's going to be an eco for DRX.
This change is good from DFM. This time, they're stacking A. They're sticking with it. They want to take the fight to him.
Oh, but DRX is not going to give that fight too easily. What a flash, and then Stacks to peek off of it. Another flash now, and Buzz continuing to strafe wider than ever, than May could track. Onto the next. Oh, they're peeking one by one now. Will is not happy.
No, that's not why I'm not happy. That's crazy that Flashback hits it. I was scared that he was going to. Sure, he's expecting it, but he's backing up to stop when you're holding backwards and then break enough so that you can hit that clean shot. Sure, he misses the first one, but a good shot. I mean, Medusa had to rotate quickly. Could it have been cleaner? It always can if you're losing the round, but Flashback. What a player for DRX to pick up, or at least promote.
That's why he's here.
Spike planted.
Spike plant secure now for DRX. It's just going to be Anthem trying to do whatever he can. They have enough to buy up in the next round, so...
You know, a little bit of a beat coming out, I think, from Buzz. A little bit of a trying to get the chant going, perhaps, in the crowd. But it's going to be a save. I mean, you have to. Still only up to 11. Still doable. Still can buy up for DFM.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, just showing again that DRX can always recover that quickly. I mean, sometimes it's just these strange rounds again with like pistols and then starting to peek in one by one.
Yeah, I'm never a big fan of aggression against an eco, that's for certain. I mean, that's just so calm from Flashback. But I think this is more one of those cases of DFM still focused on what they were planning to do across multiple rounds, right? Because you pushed out from Cascade once, then you pushed out, you put pressure, then you rotate, tighten up the map. This time you're keeping people there to take the fight. You think you should win because you have two members, so with the better weaponry, you should be able to trade out. Unfortunately, it was the first pick with a Sheriff, and May's all alone.
So just again, I mean, some odd happenings for DFM for reasons that I can't really tell you, but it does put DRX up at the cusp of match point.
Oh, these two members sitting here is so risky, because if you go down, the round is instantly over. The double controllers stacked together.
Oh, they're kind of lined up for each other too. I thought like if Crossfire might be better, but now it's gonna have to be that Cove to bail them out. May able to get a good shot on towards mid though, so that's not too bad. However, Halls has been compromised, and it's just a bit more pressure. Now they're thinking about it, but there is that gate crash sound too. Foxy9 dives right in off of that, and there is space created.
Seth's just trying to make sure not everyone can come through. He's trying to tie them up as Medusa already near the entrance of Cave.
Mako sees.
And Medusa's going to need to win that fight. He's going to wait for the main forces to start the attack.
Just to soften up the blow, artillery comes in.
Dimensional drift.
Flashes through. Seth's able to get the first shot onto Foxy9, but Buzz, though, trades right back. May comes in as well. Mako's just wanting to land that snake bite. It does buy a bit of time, but Medusa, like you mentioned, Will, striking from behind.
A great use of dimensional drift, and Medusa just does not show himself, because at some point, Mako's gonna have to turn around because you want to figure out how far is that Yoru coming. And I love the patience coming in with the blind side as well. He doesn't use it immediately. They're able to get the first pick. And then he sends the decoy out. A great bait out around the pyramid.
It's good stuff coming out from DFM. I mean, a lot tighter teamwork than before. What you're talking about with Medusa not showing himself too early, waiting for the team, May initiating with the dimensional drift. There's so much at work. But as the rounds go on, DRX's ultimates start to build up as well.
Yeah, surely DRX has a plan to use everything here. I mean, look at the Cypher utility as well. It's just trying to cover their back all the way around.
Oh boy. Flash plays take down flashback though. But here comes Foxy9 with the updraft.
Spotted. Yep, that's Sandra's Fury, and it's the choke point as well.
Allows for Foxy just to drift up clearly. Medusa last one left, and Foxy9 already knows where he is.
And we've seen this be repeated a couple times. I mean, I'm all for lurks, I'm all for flanks if they work, but the thing is if that's your game plan, the backup's always going to be late, which means you should either really just empty out as much as you can and at least not take these somewhat broken fights. Problem being, Breeze, the site area is so huge, you don't want to give it all for free. So you have to fight at some point, right? You don't want to give all the way up through yellow, all the way up through bridge. And DRX is abusing that against DFM right now. They know that the backup's not always going to be there. It never was for DFM.
Match point.
That's one of those pain points at the very least. DFM still, I mean, a good test for the first debut match that they have this year in kickoffs. Now they can see, like, these are some of the improvements that we still need to make and whatnot. But on the other hand, DRX, I mean, we can't stop saying good things about them.
Well, it's an interesting match between these two teams because obviously DFM definitely looks more improved than the latter half of their run last year in VCT Pacific 2023. But DRX also coming in with changes on the roster. So the question is still going to remain in a lot of teams' minds as they're trying to assess their potential opponents of, well, is this the case of DRX really coming back to compete for that first place in Pacific and try to take it back away from Paper X? Or is it just kind of that half and half of, okay, like DRX is looking okay, there's some rough spots? Because honestly, a lot of it is also just off of really good aim and diligence, right? Just good trades, good, holding angles. Not any much of a crazy strat coming out. I mean, sure, the Yoru, not a cup we've seen from them on Breeze, but not cooking up anything entirely new. So I don't know if they're quite challenged to that limit where we can really get a gauge of, all right, are they there to try to challenge Paper Race, or are they really here to see we're taking it back?
Of course, you would love to see.
Yeah, and that would change your look on DFM as well, right? Because if it's the latter, it's like, okay, well, DFM put up a really good fight then. But if it's the former, it's okay. DFM seems to have improved. We'll have to wait and see from other matches as well.
That is fair enough. Leaves you to think a lot about what is going on in the match right now as Neth peeks out and takes down Flashback. No more lurks available for DRX. Trying to find that opening into the A split. However, you've got Cess.
Yeah, he's just stationed here, but he has backup this time. They're already here. A double angle available. Foxy9 with a quick flick with the operator. Cleans up one.
Despite the good adjustments for DFM, long-range duels, and Foxy9 just loves to go and pick things apart. Now Angle swapped over towards yellow, or back towards the back of pyramids. It's going to be Medusa that falls next. The Viper's Pit, though, and Cess tries to defend it with his life. Able to do it for the time being up against Foxy, but here comes the Dimensional Drift.
I don't think he saw him.
Oh, no.
He's still looking for him.
Oh, but he sprays a little bit early. Mako gets the timing off of it. And now Buzz back into safety. 30 seconds left. It's a 2-on-2. You still got that Harness Free on Anthem, though.
Yeah, Anthem just needs to try to wait. Unfortunately, Neth not in a great position. Reckoning was used as well way too early to try to keep Cess alive.
Waiting for a clear advantage before they push up front. They tapped it. Anthem goes in for the commitment. Mako trying not to get spotted, but the beam does reveal his position. Now sticks to plan as he runs out of time. The recon reveals everything. DFM wallbangs themselves into an 8th win.
A lot used. Got the Pit Reckoning and Hunter's Fury away from DFM. So honestly, a huge investment, but you'll take whatever you can get to try to claw into overtime. That first flick from Foxy9 really allowed the possibility, because otherwise I thought DFM's setup this time was good. The early backup, you still had a crossfire coming in from Medusa and May, and that keeps Cess able to just focus on that A main cave entrance.
That was a little bit interesting though with the corner that he played and Buzz not being able to see him. But still, next round, DRX. It's just flashback with a Sheriff. Not lurking this time though, looking to make something happen towards B.
Yeah, because if they can get in, if they can get the plant, that's the Pit. Oh, way too wide of a swing away for the anti-flash.
What a play from Foxy. However, off of it, the follow-up just instantly traded by May. Now on to the next one. It's Flashback who tries to make things happen, stays alive long enough for Mako and Stacks to come in now.
The Pit is going to go up.
Spike
It's a 1v2, but no, he's still waiting. Oh, they spot him first.
Just want to ensure that, okay, he is coming from arches.
Well, that and of course the drone as well, right? Make sure that the drone gets the spot all the way to the timer, so good patience.
What is Medusa gonna do? Tries to wrap around the corners. Mako can play around so much. Viper's Pit is gonna drop pretty soon now, and Stacks has an angle. Recon up as well.
Oh, but he's running away so far, he gets one.
All right, surely Stacks plays for time. He knows how to make this happen.
Only 4 shots for Medusa.
Running out of time. Sticks it half, sticks it full. Stacks.
Stick it all the way.
Stacks.
It's going to be the headshot from Stacks, 13-8. That Cyber Cage just could not stay up long enough. And it's going to be the second map and match win for DRX.
What a nail biter of a round. But still, the veterans, the big brothers on DRX, they can definitely carry them over that finishing line. But still, I mean, the legs on these younger brothers too. Flashback, what a performance.
Yeah, I think Flashback definitely proved that you should keep your eyes on him. Obviously, just first match, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of like best of Korea, competing for best of the world, things like that. But enough to say, okay, there's reason for the hype. Everyone keep your eye on this guy, topping the scoreboard in the server. In front of all of his veterans, but also all of DFM as well. On the flip side, I think May, for those who never really got to follow his career in Japan, he had a lot of shots and the fair number of kills that proved why he's one of the rising stars for Japanese Valorant, but not enough. And to me, the big thing is a little bit more variance from the calls, right? A little bit more variance, adapting to your opponents rather than just your own game plan. But there's a decent start here for DFM.
It is nice to see some adaptations coming through as well. It's just got to be a little bit quicker, a little bit tighter. But apart from that, the sharpshooting is here, and it's such an aggressive day of Valorant. 2-0s all across the board. But then again, I mean, DRX, DFM, just the performance that we needed to close out the day.
Man, this means it's going to be DRX versus Talon as well in the winner's bracket for this group, trying to get into that playoff spot in Phase 3. And the way Governor and Talon, all of Talon, were playing today, I'm going to be honest, I think it's going to be a tough match for DRX.
I mean, wouldn't that be such a fun test, though? DRX, not just for DRX, for Talon as well. I mean, that Neon play, how is it going to fare against this composition?
I don't know. DRX now has at least one game of tape against that Talon, so we'll see if it's enough for that coaching staff to come prepared. It's gonna be a tough one, but I think it's gonna be an exciting one. Right?
Still, yeah, we got the interview with, I think that's Flashback up on stage, so we'll toss it over to Kyungmin.
Last match win goes to DRX. Congratulations, I'm here with Flashback. 안녕하세요. 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 오늘 DRX 팬분들이 또 많이 와주셨는데 특히나 더 기쁠 것 같아요. Today we have a lot of DRX fans in the crowd, so you must be really happy for today's win, right?
아유, 보러 와주셔서 감사합니다. 정말 감사해요.
Thank you for coming to see our match. Thank you so much, fans. And for the next question, you newly joined the team. People say it's upgraded DRX. So how do you feel about today's match? And is there going to be any difference in DRX? 오늘 또 DRX에 새롭게 합류하면서 팬분들은 뭐 업그레이드된 DRX를 기대하고 있다라는 말도 있는데요. 오늘 경기를 통해서 그걸 증명하셨을까요? 어땠을까요?
첫 판에는 살짝 이게 떨려서 잘 못했던 것 같은데 두 번째 판은 그래도 나쁘지 않게 보여줬다 생각해서 기분 좋아요, 되게. 너무 좋아요.
좋습니다. Okay, for map 1, I was a bit nervous, so I didn't show my full performance. But at map 2, I got back and think I did well and showed and led to the team's win. 또 이제 다음으로 맵 2에서는 버즈의 요루를 봐서 좀 인상적이었고 또 탑 타격대 조합이 있었거든요. 맵 1과 2, DRX가 각각 어떻게 헤쳐나갈지에 대해서 좀 여쭤볼게요. At map 2, we saw Buzz with Yoru, which was unusual, and 2 duelist comps. So what can you say about how DRX went through map 1 and map 2?
앞으로 조금 더 공격적인 DRX가 되도록 노력하겠습니다.
오늘보다 더 공격적으로요?
네, 좀 더 공격적으로 해볼게요.
오늘도 충분히 공격적이셨는데 또 얼마나 더 잘하실지 기대가 됩니다.
감사합니다.
Okay. Yes, Flashback said we will be more aggressive, more attacking, and we'll be a better DRX. Thank you for the interview. 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
We have one thing left. We have a present for the fans. 이거 팬분들을 위한 선물인데 여기 사인해 주시면 되거든요.
오케이.
You can write it wherever you want. 어디다 해도 돼요. 뭐 여기 배에다가 해도 되고. It's a cute little penguin. Yes, and fans who raise your hands or shouts. 손 드는 팬분들 아니면 소리가 크다 하는 팬 쪽으로 승리의 요정 펭귄을 던져주시면 됩니다.
제가요?
네, 앞으로 아니면 뒤로.
소리 한번 듣겠습니다.
Wow, it's loud. Whoa! To the first row. 잘하셨어요.
감사합니다.
예. 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 제가 이건 가져가도록 할게요. Okay, this was Flashback from DRX, and I'll pass to you, Dex. Bye. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye
Wait,
bye.
hold it. Oh my goodness, the DRX rookie Flashback honestly changed the fate for DFM in this second map. He is proving his mettle. We're playing with the plushies on our desk right now. You can't see it.
Sorry, I'll show it later when we.
But DRX looked incredible on this map.
Absolutely, and I think he's the man to just talk about. Flashback has just been absolutely insane. He creates those lurk openings, he just gets the multi-kills. He basically makes it easy for Buzz to do whatever Buzz wants, and he was even just having fun at one of those rounds, you know, making noise with his weapon. So Flashback, really a statement game in this second map.
Yeah, it really was, and I mean, he kind of talked about just trying to settle in a little bit on map 1, and he felt like he really came alive on map 2, and we kind of saw that in the performance as well, because there were those multi-kill rounds coming through for Flashback. He was having a strong performance on that Killjoy, but they were way more spaced out. This was hyper-condensed Flashback pop-off back-to-back-to-back. Just so many rounds where he just won them and kept DRX very much in the driver's seat for this one, but still a solid effort here for DFM. Both maps, they managed to pick up 8 rounds apiece, and that's still a solid improvement compared to the last time they played against DRX. It was a 13-8 into a 13-3 stomp for DRX to get a 2-0. But, I mean, solid performance from both of these Cyphers. Seems like this is going to be an ever-important agent when it comes down to playing on Breeze. We continue to see the importance, the impact that we get from those Sentinel players. But the other trend that I'm kind of noticing is that in the 3 times that we've had Breeze thus far, it's the double duelist team that have managed to come out on top.
Yeah, I guess it just makes it so that even whether depending not depending on whether which side you're on. Sorry, I'm losing my words now. You just have so many more options when you have aggressive agents available to you, especially when it's like that Yoru, that if you're in a tight spot, you can always just use your gate crash to go the other side of the map, be very safe, and then just do it all over again.
I mean, you called it earlier, that second duelist was pretty crucial. May obviously is the solo duelist on DFM. I think they just need to rework it a bit. But like you said, Achilleos, we saw some good ideas come out from DFM. I don't think this is this is definitely not the end of the road for them, and I think we're going to see some interesting games moving forward. Today was in the day, but they were a bit unlucky, going up against a Titan like DRX. Now, I got to ask you, Achilles, you were talking about Stacks on the Sova earlier. Did he please you this time?
No, I mean, for sure, compared to what we've seen in the past. It felt like, because Dax has always been good at rifling, so that was never the issue when he was playing Sova. It was all about his util usage, and we saw some really nice shock darts that just came flying out of nowhere. It seems like he put a lot of time into learning the balances, making sure that he knew all the recon dart setups, and overall, this was a much stronger performance from Stacks on that Sova compared to when he debuted. I also have to give a shout out to Buzz, who had only played Yoru once before this in any kind of tracked match. And the first time he played it, didn't go so well. 77 ACS, went 2-14. I don't even know what game it was, but it was a damn poor one. But so a much better performance from him. Clearly was putting in some work on that Yoru.
Yeah, and again, they finally realized just have Foxy9 on the Jet. It doesn't make sense to try to flex him on any other duelist because Buzz can actually do that. He's more of an assortment kind of duelist player. So finally they realize it and it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I really like about DRX this time, especially with Foxy9, is a lot how they've really come together. You could see a lot of the comms you could see the chemistry happening, especially on Breeze. So I'm really liking this upgraded DRX, or maybe evolved is the better word. Yeah, we're kind of like trying to figure out how to evolve.
We have
They're
to see
evolving.
more still. So whether or not it's an upgrade is yet to be seen. It seems like DFM overall, I'm willing to say, yeah, this is an upgrade for them, absolutely. But for DRX, we need to see a little bit more. The thing that we didn't get the touch on as we had the bracket up on screen, though, is we kind of have this pseudo rematch, obviously a very different team, but between DRX and Talon to see who is going to be moving forward into the playoffs, much like we kind of had at Lock-In.
Yeah, so this is going to be exciting. And the first 2 days here at Kickoff, it's been fantastic seeing all the rookies and the new players completely rise up to the occasion. They've been phenomenal across all the teams. And I'm really curious to see that tomorrow. We're going to see Paper Rex versus Gen G. And is Monyet going to be able to step up to those big shoes too? We also have Bleed and Global and T1 and ZETA Division. Tomorrow is going to be a crazy day of games. We've seen so much potential from all of them. Bleed and Global is another game I'm really excited for.
And Polvi versus Ye, that looks like it's going to be a really nice matchup between the two because Polvi still had a strong performance despite the loss for Global.
Yeah, the last one as well, Saya player versus Depp. Depp was firing on all cylinders in the match that they played, and as well as Saya player when T1 had their match a couple of days ago. So much to look forward to for tomorrow.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, get a good night's rest because tomorrow is going to be poppin'. Thank you for joining us here on VCT Pacific Kickoff, and see you tomorrow for more action.